The city of Helsinki hosts the 1999 World Figure Skating Championships. Alexei Yagudin leads the dominant Russian men's team. His dreams came true last year when he won his first world championship. His teammate, Evgeny Plushenko, whose powerful legs propel him to unbelievable quadruple jumps. And countryman Alexei the 94 Olympic gold medalist. Canada's Elvis Stoyko used his own quadruple jump to ascend atop the world platform in '97 for the third time. Can he overcome injury to do it again? And U.S. champion Michael Weiss will challenge. He's already completed his first quad jump during qualifying. The men begin their fight for a world championship tonight from Helsinki. No sign of Santa Claus yet, but his reindeer outside having fun here in Finland. A fresh layer of snow has fallen today. It covers the trees and the hills. An opportunity for the folks to get outside and enjoy the natural setting. That is, if you're brave enough to go out there with that wind whipping off the Baltic Sea. We welcome you inside Hartwall Arena for our coverage of the 1999 World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard. Tonight, it's an elite group of men who take the ice for their short program. They've already skated once in a qualifying round. That counts for 20% of the overall score. Tonight is 30%, and in the free skate counts for 50%. You can catch that on ABC Sports tomorrow night in prime time. Well, along with Dick Button and Brian Boitano, Leslie Visser here as well. I'm Terry Gannon. We welcome you as we begin our coverage. It will continue throughout the week and over the weekend. And taking the ice first, Zheng Xin Guo of China. And he can jump out of the arena. We've seen him at the World Championships, at the Olympics, do 2 quadruple jumps in his program, Brian.
He's incredible because he can literally land a jump at a standstill and do a triple off that standstill. And so he has the quickest reflexes I've seen ever, maybe.
On the ice, Zheng Xin Guo, China.
And the quadruple jumps, you can attempt them in the short program. That's part of the new system. And also in the qualifying round. In fact, we've seen 6 different skaters land quads.
Yeah.
It has become the thing in men's skating, obviously.
And he's one of 3 guys that are going to be trying it tonight. And in the future, he's going to need this, so it's a good idea for him.
But the fascinating fact is that he's chosen the Lord of the Dance as music for this short program.
Michael Flatley goes to China.
Or Shen Guo goes to Ireland. His first move, a triple axel. Triple toe loop.
That was beautiful. He didn't even do that in the 6-minute warm-up that he just had before this.
Remember, there are 8 elements in these short programs that must be done. Any deviation or variation from them causes a major and mandatory markdown. Will probably sink the hope of anyone for winning a gold medal.
Quad toe. It is so easy for him. He breaks out with enough height to do another rotation. difficult for the other skaters to even technically match this. His combination was great, his quad was incredible, and his spinning is actually really good. It's up there with his jumping ability.
Well, that sit spin was disaster. He wasn't even down into a full sitting position. I mean, if they were going to mark him correctly, they would mark him down to like a 4.5 on that one mark.
Did you see the first spin? It was excellent.
The flying spin was great.
Yeah. Good job.
But you know, the problem is with the marking, that the judges will mark you down when you make a mistake in a triple jump, but they won't mark you down when you do a rather mediocre element that is also required. It's not even Steven. But this was a very strong performance.
Zhang Jin Guo of China, 23 years of age, from Harbin, has trained with Shen and Zhao, the great pair from China, and is, you and I have talked about, Dick, a lot of Chinese skaters coming up through the ranks.
Here you see the triple axel, triple toe. He lands with so much speed. Watch how big this triple toe. It's bigger than the first jump. He has plenty of time to check out. Gorgeous. Quad toe. His reflexes are so quick. Watch him pole vault off this left toe right here. Look at how high it is. He has plenty of time. It's clearly on one foot, clearly clean. Beautiful.
Pulling off the first quad jump in the short program at the World Championships, Zhang Jin Guo.
It's interesting the range of marks from a 5.7 from Denmark to a 5.3 from Poland.
That first set of marks for required elements, of course,
Presentation.
and the second set for presentation.
And I think those indicate very clearly the fact that they don't think that his style is quite as good as it could be. And I think we'll see have a better picture in the pre-program.
Guo of China, though, a great way to start here in Helsinki.
Thank you.
Up next, Timothy Gable, the young American star, takes the ice from Helsinki. The 1999 World Figure Skating Championships are presented by MasterCard. MasterCard Arena, the site this week of the 1999 World Figure Skating Championships, presented by MasterCard. Hi again, everybody. I'm Terry Gannon. We welcome you back inside. Our coverage of the men's short program already underway. We'll be with you all week here on ESPN2 and through the weekend on ABC Sports as well. Over 13 hours of coverage from Hartwall Arena, and the skaters competing to be called the world's finest. Certainly one of the finest fields in the men's competition you're going to find anywhere. And Dick Button, some big names, some stars competing. Even with the stiff competition, though, the Americans skating very well so far.
Well, you know, the new kid on the block, along with Timothy Gable, is Trifon Zivanovic. Now, he's just having the time of his life. He's sort of a cross between a street kid and a surfer dude. And I've got to tell you, when you watch him skate, you really have to smile.
You know a lot of surfer dudes, don't you?
I am one. What are you talking about? And then there's Michael Weiss. Now, he's done a lot of quadruples in practice through the years, but he's never landed one on competition. Well, he did here. He landed it cleanly, and I've got to tell you, the entire American contingent just heaved a big sigh of relief and applauded violently. It was just nice to see.
Now, besides the Americans, a lot of attention, obviously, on the Russian troika. You've got the 94 Olympic champion, Alexei Urmanov, Evgeny Plushenko, and then Alexei Yagudin, who's the reigning world champion.
And he's also so hard-headed for this event that he's not going to let anything stand in his way. The problem is that he's got a bad leg, and it's swelling up on him. And I think he just did not let that hold him back at all, and skated full out in the qualifying rounds and was brilliant.
As determined as ever. We talked to him
extraordinary
throughout the week. Well, we turn from one Olympic champion to another, Brian Boitano. One other name that we haven't talked about yet, and that is the three-time world champion Elvis Stojko of Canada. He's got the groin injury. He says he's about 100%, but in the qualifying round, Elvis was in the building, but it wasn't the king we're used to.
Well, we did, Terry, see Elvis struggle a little bit through the qualifying round. Maybe that's because it was 11 o'clock in the morning and it's very difficult to skate that early, or maybe it's because there was no audience here to inspire him. Tonight, he skates in a place that he likes, last place. This is difficult because of the pressure, but it's great for the marks. And I think that we're going to see the fighter in Elvis come out tonight, the person that we've always known.
Well, here are the 8 required elements in this men's short program. It lasts 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and it's now worth 30% of the overall score. Obviously, you've got to pull off all of these or points are deducted, and you can't attempt the quad nowadays in the men's short program. And set to go right now, the 18-year-old from Rolling Meadows, Illinois, the bronze medalist from the U.S. National Championships, Timothy Gable. He's already caused quite a stir with what he did in the qualifying round.
Watch his quad south now. He's perfectly balanced in the air. Not too far forward, not too far back. It creates a lot of flow when it comes out.
Second time that he has landed that in competition, but the first time it's ever been landed at the World Championships. Timothy Gable with his short program.
The interesting thing about Timothy, he's the only skater that missed the practice this morning. He wasn't on the practice, and usually guys use the practice to get out all the last-minute kinks.
Spin combination. The music, Beetlejuice, motion picture.
And this is a different short program that he has used as of late. He's gone back to one that he's used in the past.
Incredible rotation in the air. I think the fact that he's so slender, so slim-hipped, helps that tremendously. Look at this triple flip.
Such a great warm-up for him. It's so easy.
Wasn't as good as it could have been. Steps into a double axel. The fifth element, circular footwork.
The amazing thing about Tim is that I've seen practices where he hasn't done triple axels as good as that one he did, even though he didn't do the triple toe afterwards. He's a great competitor, and he always rises to the challenge.
This is straight line footwork. Final requirement, a chain sit spin. Remember, there's a minimum of 8 revolutions with 1 change of foot. Must be a minimum of 6 revolutions on each foot. You know, that was a very good performance. It was first rate all the way through, but it didn't quite sparkle. His jumps were not as high as I've seen him do. They weren't as crisp. They didn't take off and give him. The edges weren't sharp and strong, and I think that is not going to give him as good marks as he could have had.
Here we're seeing that triple flip. It's really a warm-up for him. It's so easy. The rotation is so quick in the air.
But did you notice him slip off the toe pick?
I do.
It did not give him the height that he should have had.
Watch this triple axel. There's a reflex a skater has on the landing of this triple axel. He has a reflex right here. Right here, he decides not to do the triple. It's a reflex action that each skater has.
5-2, 5-2.
He won a silver medal at the Junior Worlds in '97. This is his first trip to the Senior World Championships. There's his coach, Carol Heiss-Jenkins, an Olympic champion herself. The first set of marks, 4.8 to 5.2.
Yes, but look at that. 2 marks in the 4.8 to 4.9 level, and then a 5.0 from Hungary. Those are not strong technical marks.
5.0 to 5.3 for Timothy Gable and his effort here in the short program.
Halfway done.
On the scene for quite some time. Figure skating fans know him well. 4-time national champion of Germany, twice the Latvian national champion when he lived and skated there.
Yeah, he was really one of the group of skaters being pushed about 3 years ago with Yagudin and Plushenko, and he just didn't keep up with the pack.
24 years old now.
The music, Blues for the Clock by Eddie Lewis. was interesting the way he leaned out of the circle, and that prevented him from doing a triple toe for the second jump and only a double. He sort of slipped off the ice on that one too.
I like the quality of his skating, though. He has a certain sophistication.
He's musical too.
Yeah.
Minimum of 6 revolutions on each foot.
I think he's going to be happy with that performance. It was a clean performance, and he's had a lot of bad performances this year, and it was solid.
That's coming off a qualifying effort, too, that maybe was as clean as we've seen in a long time from him as well.
Absolutely. Very difficult to do these triple jumps and the combination, the elements that he has to, and also be musical and musical and artistic along with it. And look at this as he steps right up into this axle. Very nice. But you see him leaning out of the center of the circle, and that prevented him from doing a triple layer.
5-2, 5-3, 5-3, 5-2.
Well, he finished fourth in his
5-3,
qualifying group. We'll see what Andrei
5-2,
Plushenko does with the judges
5-2,
here. First set of marks
5-3.
in the 5-2, 5-3 range.
Those marks are actually look at the presentation marks are very high. 5-5s and 5-6s, as they deservedly should be. That was a very mature performance.
24-year-old Andrei Plushenko of Stuttgart, Germany.
Thank you.
And up next, Trifon Zivanovic, the U.S. silver medalist from the national championships on a night that he expected to be a good one. In fact, he told his coach, Gary Visconti, just that.
I told my coach before I went out there for that performance, I said, I'm just going to go for it. And it just one at a time, each thing just happened and happened and happened. And by the end of the program, it seemed like it lasted about 10 seconds. It was just so quick and just so great. And I looked up there and everyone was standing up. And I had a lot of friends at the competition and a lot of friends were watching it. And it was just special for them to share that with me.
There won't be any deductions for that.
This is a triple axel. Oh, that was a hold it on. Now this is his spin, change spin, a sit spin. I see he gets down in the position, but the shoulders are uneven and sloppy, and the arms look as though he's lazy and tired. That can be improved. Final spin. Energy and quality about him. A very appealing sort of style of skating. A little rough around the edges.
He's a real fighter.
A little scruffy, but it's very enjoyable to watch.
Here's a big jump for him. The triple Lutz out of footwork. He really needs it.
He doubled it, and that'll kill him. Final spin combination. And that position, again, very weak. One change of foot. More than one change of position. Doesn't he know it? Doesn't he know it?
Well, he had a great start to this trip here in Helsinki. Didn't quite match it there, but a lot of American fans waving the flags here inside this arena. Trifon Zivanovic, 23-year-old from Los Angeles.
Here you see his triple flip, triple toe combination. He gets great height on this. He's perfectly centered. He lands with enough speed for the triple toe. He gets a triple toe off, but watch his left heel right here. It clips the ice on the checkout. It shouldn't really be a deduction because it didn't interfere with the technical landing of the triple toe jump.
But I'll bet you nickel to a plug donut that it will be a deduction. Whether it should or it shouldn't be is not the question.
Trifon with his coach, Gary Visconti, a two-time U.S. champion, two-time world bronze medalist. Wide range for technical merit.
Oh, the marks crucifying him. They're very low. I think they took a real hit on the doubling of that Lutz jump.
Wide range for presentation, too. 4.8 to 5.7 for Trifon.
Thank you.
Chips presented by MasterCard. Your leader right now, Andrei Plushenko over Zhengjin Guo of China. And here is Dmitry Dimitrenko of Ukraine. He was the European champion all the way back in 1993. He's now 25 years of age.
This is the music is the choreography lesson by Shostakovich.
By the way, the scores for Laurent Tobel of France, who we just saw, range from 4.8 to 5.6 overall. And that puts him in 4th place.
There's that triple Lutz. He needed that because he was planning on doing a triple axel triple toe at the beginning, and he had to turn the second jump into a double.
If you also notice, he has character at this program, creating the choreography lesson. Look at the forward inside edge he's on there.
I think he just appreciates being here. For the last 2 years, he's been beaten out in the Ukraine for the spot to go to Worlds, and he's just happy to be back on world ice.
Likes Helsinki, too, because when he won the European title back in '93, this is exactly where it was.
Look at these moves. This is a very stylish skater. The choreography is very interesting. Good positions. Totally unexpected. It shouldn't take off a lot, but it's certainly not going to add to his performance. But the choreography of this performance is truly interesting. I find him a very fascinating skater. Good position on the camel. You know, I know that was disappointing for him. But I really liked that skating. I really liked the program. I mean, he took a theme. He followed through on it. He did not let up on the impact of what it was that he was saying. He should get, in my opinion, a very high mark for the artistic impression.
And for the technical mark, because he really didn't make any mistakes. He just deleted a triple he put it into a double.
Now look right here, as this is the kind of thing every skater just is going to experience at some point in his life. Unintended, unnecessary, and you feel for him. And it shouldn't...
You put your head into your hands.
Oh,
that's all you can do.
Yeah.
5-0, 5-1, 5-0.
I don't think he liked the marks.
5-1.
Dmitry Dimitrenko has taken off already. Not going to stick around and hear the second set. The first set, 4.7 to 5.1.
But the second set of marked considerably higher at 5.5 to 5.6. And certainly justified.
Dmitry halfway back to Ukraine at this point, and that puts him in 5th place overall. When we continue, the final group of men take the ice, including a 3-time world champion, a reigning world champion, Olympic champion, plus Michael Weiss. That's next. Finland, and a look outside the 13,000-seat Hartwall Arena. We're back inside. We welcome you back to our coverage of the World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard. The final group of men taking the ice right now. Andrei Plushenko has the lead here in the short program over Zheng Jinguo of China. But this is an elite field. You talk about this last group. It includes the reigning world champion, Alexei Yagudin, Dick.
And he's really out to prove the fact that he was right in leaving the tight little world of men's figure skating in St. Petersburg, of leaving Alexei Mishin and coming to the United States to work with Tatiana Tarasova.
How about Michael Weiss, the U.S. champion?
Well, he must be feeling a greater sense of confidence after having performed his first quadruple jump in competition, of being able to do it under pressure. And I think he's probably very happy about that. These jumps look very confident.
Evgeny Plushenko of Russia, Brian.
Well, you know, he's grown a lot in the last year, and I see signs of him struggling with his consistency because of his new body.
Another Russian, the 94 Olympic champion, Alexei Romanov, had the injury, the groin injury, over the past couple of years.
Yeah, and there's something different about the way he approaches competition. In the 6-minute warm-up for the qualifying round, he only did doubles. Maybe he's changed his tactics, or maybe it's an injury that, you know, that is keeping him back.
Speaking of injuries, the other man, the King, coming back from a groin injury.
Yeah, he had a great warm-up today. It was solid and confident, and I think that he's skating in a great order for him. It's last, and he's a fighter.
Elvis Stoico, a 3-time world champion. Well, here's the reigning world champion, though, only 19 years of age, and it may have seemed like a quick, easy rise to the top for Yagudin, but it's a wealth of life experiences that have made him a champion. And as Leslie Visser tells us, they haven't all been positive.
Growing up in St. Petersburg, Alexei Yagudin suffered hardships at an early age. As a boy, he and his mother were abandoned by Alexei's father. He was often so sick that doctors told Alexei's mother to find some sport, any sport, for her 4-year-old son to play.
My mother and my uncle were out for a walk, and they read an ad on a street lamp inviting children of my age to enroll in a figure skating class. My mother didn't take long to make the decision.
I'd never been a figure skating fan. I never meant for him to become a competitive skater. Of course, we were late for the tryout. The door was locked. By a sheer miracle, the coach came out and said, "One more boy? Come on in."
In walked the future world champion with a talent even his mother recognized.
When I got a little older, like 8 or 9, my mother was still working with me. We would go to an outdoor ice rink and skate a lot, in addition to my training. I think she made a big investment in me, and I feel that I'm still using that reserve which she helped me create.
The bond between mother and son was solidified, not only on the ice, but from living in a 2-bedroom communal apartment where Alexei and his mother shared a room, as well as sharing a kitchen and a bathroom with another family. Alexei dreams of securing an apartment for his family rather than of winning a world championship.
He realized that I could never get an apartment by myself, and buying one was out of the question. He always dreamed of having his own place, at least his own room. Not a whole house, but just his own little corner where he could have his stuff and where he could feel like the boss.
Last year, at the age of 18, Alexei became the first men's world champion from post-Soviet Russia. That victory, along with wins at the 1998 European Championships and other competitions, meant that Alexei was able to save enough money to give back to the one person who'd given him so much. He was able to move his mother into their own two-bedroom apartment.
Everything I did in my life, I did it because I had to. It's so tiring to skate every day. I wake up every morning and I think, my God, again I have so much I have to get done today. But that's my life, and I have to make myself get up. Now, of course, I'm not skating just to make money. I want to repeat as world champion. I want to win the Olympics.
He's in good position to be the world champion, but he has a slight injury to his left calf, which he says makes some jumps more difficult. His triple toe, triple axel, triple salchow, that's because those jumps all have a left-footed takeoff. That puts more pressure on his left leg. Yagudin said he can feel the injury even walking down the street, but it will in no way prevent him from competing for the world championship. Terry?
All right, Leslie, thank you. Just moments ago, too, during the warm-up.
Look at that. Right there, he pulled that. I suspect that that's part of the problem of his leg hurting him. But, you know, he's very, very strong. He's very powerful. He wants this more than anything. He's out to prove himself.
Take a look at the skate order right now. It is Alexei Yagudin who will be first to skate in this final group, followed by Alexei Romanov, one of the other Russians, of course, then Takeshi Honda. And his birthday being celebrated on Tuesday. Michael Weiss, the U.S. champion. Evgeny Plushenko. And then Elvis Stoico, the three-time world champ from Canada. Well, no one can doubt his perseverance, fighting through all that he's had to in life, and now the injury here in Helsinki. We'll see how much it affects him. Alexei Yagudin, the reigning world champion, the two-time and reigning European champion.
And the costume. The reason for it, the music, Russian circus.
And coming up is his triple axel, triple toe loop jump, and nobody has more hang time in the air than this man when he gets a great takeoff.
Did you notice how over-rotated he was on the landing? He didn't check the landing of the triple axel, and that over-rotated it into the triple toe loop. And nobody can make a mistake in this short program if they expect to hold on to the top place. Triple lutz.
That was beautiful. Now, that was one of the triples that doesn't hurt his left calf. He's been having a little bit of trouble with that left calf, and he said sometimes when he's walking down the street, it'll just collapse. That's a beautiful death drop. You don't see him better than that.
Spending time lately in St. Petersburg, Russia, his hometown. Grand Prix final was held there a few weeks ago, but he'll head back along with Tatiana Tarasova to Freehold, New Jersey to live and train after this championship.
Well, I don't think that he liked this skating order too well, because I saw him backstage earlier, and I said, what did you draw? He said, I drew first. And I said, well, that's good. And he said, why? And he shrugged his shoulders. He would definitely rather skate later.
overall, that was a very strong performance, but one major error on that triple toe loop combination. But otherwise, very, very solid performance.
Yeah, he's really grown. As he gets older and older, he matures and he becomes a man and he skates like a man.
Well, you know, he's not gray-haired and all yet. He's only 19 years old. He's got a long way ahead of him.
Here you see his triple axel, triple toe. He doesn't get as much hang time on this triple axel. He lands here. He's a little over-rotated. He has to recheck his arms and go for the triple. It slows his momentum down, and he can't hang on to it.
We'll see how much the one mistake really did cost him. There's Tatiana Tarasova. Next, Alexei Yagudin. First set of marks for technical merit, 5.4 to 5.6.
Well, you know, even a tenth of a point at this level can be very crucial.
He was in first place in his qualifying group, though, so he comes from a good position there. The presentation marks, 5.6 up to 5.9, and Yagudin now has the lead. When we come back, Alexei Urmanov, the 94 Olympic champion, takes the ice, looking for the one international prize he has yet to claim, a world championship. He'll skate when we come back to Helsinki. When you talk about that Russian triumphant, Alexei Urmanov, the 94 Olympic gold medalist.
The music, Toccata and Fugue by Bach.
Safe to say he's a different skater than he was at that point, though. He's had the groin injury, kind of like a pitcher who loses his fastball in his later years and has to go to something else.
Speed on that triple axel to do the triple toe afterwards.
But it was a very good first jump. Excellent.
He needs this. This is his triple lutz out of the footwork. Beautiful.
Nice, nice.
He really is a great performer. He has matured so well, and when you're sitting here live, he lights up the crowd. He lights up the auditorium.
He has a constant awareness of style and dance through the program. Slightly angular and offbeat, off-center, but nevertheless, he doesn't ever drop that quality throughout the program.
He almost went down on his footwork, too. It's not a good footwork night.
Shades of Dmitry Dimitrenko.
Yeah.
Did you notice how he rose up first before he dropped into that sit spin? Jump over to a back sit spin. Position should be somewhat lower. Now watch this straight line footwork. Watch the slide that he gets into in the middle of it. Right there. Final combination. Difficult position forward back in the camel.
Biggest reaction from the crowd all night.
It was a very solid performance all the way around. I think that the fact that he did a triple-double combination might hurt him a few fractions of a point, but that was the same thing that was done by Yagudin. 'Cause, 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 '
Here you see his triple axel, what's going to be a triple toe. He gets great height. It's a great jump. He's a little far forward. He slows down on the landing. He can't get the extra rotation because of the momentum. Here he comes around for a circular footwork, and he's going to see right here, he just gets overboard, and he catches an edge, and he can't control it.
5-5.
Well, he's won 5 Russian championships, the European title, the Olympics, but never a world title. Now, the first set of marks, 5.4 to 5.6.
Well, it puts him in second place in this short program.
Now, overall, after the presentation marks, 5.7 to 5.9 as he sits alongside Alexei Mishin. He is now in second place behind Alexei Yagudin. When we continue from Helsinki, Takeshi Honda takes the ice. The 2-time Japanese national champion skates when we return in a moment. Yagudin, the reigning world champ ahead of Romanov, then Plushenko of Germany, as Takeshi Honda of Japan takes the ice.
He's got one of the technically most difficult programs planned, and you might think it's a little risky for him to be doing a quad, but in the years to come, when he's going to be at the top of his competition, he's going to need it.
First a triple axel combination. Again, a double, not a triple. These guys can do triples with their left hand tied behind their back, but not in the short program so far. Except for Yagudin. Pop and down right underneath it.
There were 6 successful quad jumps in qualifying. He tried one and 2-footed his. Now he's fallen in the short program.
You know, it was still gutsy of him to do that.
Casey's still not 100%. He injured his ankle in January and had to take a month off the ice. So he's still very sore.
Had a little trouble on the takeoff of that double axel.
They came in with a lot of confidence. He had just won an international competition, the 4 continents competition. Twice the Japanese national champion. Had some problems here in the short, though.
And look at this. First, as he lifts into this, you see this edge, how it skidded over. That caused the trouble on the landing and the fact that he couldn't be in a position able to do a triple as the second part of that combination. But look at this quad toe right here. Now, watch the step, the toe pick, the good tight position in the air, but just the landing was out of control, out of position, and of course he was so close to the barrier that he smacked right into it.
Casey Honda with his coach Doug Lee over on the right. He also coaches Elvis Stoico, of course. First set of marks for technical merit, 5.0 to 5.3.
Not very satisfactory for somebody in his position.
5-5.
And now for presentation, 5.3 to 5.7. That puts him in 4th place overall behind Plushenko.
5-5. 5-5 and 5-4.
And up next here in Helsinki, the U.S. champion Michael Weiss. At the U.S. Nationals, he fell on his quadruple attempt. Then, at the Grand Prix final 2 weeks ago, almost, but he two-footed it. In qualifying here in Helsinki, he nails it for the first time in competition. A sign of how far he has come this season.
I think putting together a solid, consistent year was something that was very important for me, and gaining the respect of the judges and building my confidence throughout the year. I've skated solidly in all the events that I've been in this year, and I think that's a key. I've used each one as a stepping stone and a building block in order for me to get to the point where I am now.
Alexei Yagudin of Russia, the reigning world champion, first place, ahead of countryman Alexei Armanov, and then Andrei Plushenko, Takeshi Honda. But here's the reigning U.S. champion. There are his folks, too. Marjorie and Greg cheering him on. They went nuts in the qualifying when Michael Weiss completed his first quad jump in competition. Here he is in the short program.
The music Egmont Overture by Beethoven.
And it looks as if Michael's changed his pants since the warm-up. He had a different pair of pants on than he has now. And when you have to do something like that, it can sometimes distract you when you have other things on your mind other than the job at hand.
Part of the intricate strategy of taking the ice, changing your pants before you go out there.
No quad this time, instead a triple axel. Oh, look at the scrape off on that edge. I cannot believe that. And yet he pulled off an absolutely terrific one.
A triple left. It's so easy for him.
You know, this entire program has been strong and powerful and straightforward. I think this is one of his better starts.
And this is actually his European program. He does a classical program in Europe, and he does a rock and roll program when he's in the North American region.
Did the Van Halen program at the U.S. Championships.
Two-footed on that first triple flip, but he still pulled off that triple toe. That was a real fighter.
For him. This is one of his best performances that I've seen him do. Nice position. That's nice.
They're up out of their seats, and it's not just his parents. Michael Weiss believing even more now that he's got a chance to medal here at the World Championships. His wife, Lisa, there's Audrey Wiesiger, his longtime coach. Smiles all around. Well, he's got to be thrilled with this.
Well, I think we have to be very congratulatory because he's a long time coming. He's been struggling for a long time. And how nice it is to see when it finally takes off, you know? Now, the takeoff edge here is the most interesting part. Look at how that skids, and he almost leaves part of the turn on the ice. But the jump was high and straight and good edge coming out. That was very nice. This combination, though, a little more problematical. Watch as he does a 4-5-6 into this right there. Now watch the landing. A slight, I almost think there was a tap there, a double foot tap, but he did do a triple on the second part of the combination, which some of the other skaters were forced to drop off.
Well, the judges aren't going to miss much here because at the World Championships they have instant replay. They can take a second look after the performance. There it is right there. They can hit a number and pull up any one of the 8 elements that they want to and take a look.
And there you see 2 of the marks that he had. We have a sneak preview of that.
This has got to be excruciating now, though, for Michael Weiss. He sits there and he just waits.
Well, you know, it was a first-rate performance. It had energy and completeness to it, and that was very nice to see.
Here's the first set now, Dick, for technical merit. That's a wide range.
But the technical merit is really very good. Mostly all 5-6s and 5-7s.
All the way down to a couple of 5-3s, too. And now for presentation. 5.4 to 5.8. And Michael Weiss moving into second place ahead of Romanov and behind Yagudin.
Thank you.
And coming up next from Helsinki, Evgeny Plushenko, a member of that Russian troika. In fact, the Russian national champion. He'll skate next. And then Alexei Romanov, your top 3. As the 16-year-old Evgeny Plushenko of Russia steps onto the ice. He was the bronze medalist a year ago at the World Championships.
The music, Hava Nagila.
Beautiful. Triple axel, triple toe. He had so much speed in between the 2 jumps. That triple toe just flew.
That was the best of this entire competition.
Absolutely.
Oh, wow. Did you see the lean on that? Woo.
Now he's got the 2 hardest things out of the way. His job is to sell the rest of the program and don't make any more mistakes. He's going to go wild on this footwork.
He's out of control. And his final spin, combination spin. Watch the catch foot Heelman position right here.
And he knows he's had the best performance of the night.
Well, you know something? It was a very interesting performance. The combination spin at the end, not a great spin at all. It slowed down. The positions weren't good. The jumps at the beginning were terrific.
He had everybody in the house right here in the palm of his hand within the first 30 seconds, though, and he knew it.
But he also, I also think that he let it slow down at the end, and that might hurt him a little bit.
His triple axel, triple toe. Watch the height. Watch how far he travels across the ice. He lands with so much speed that helps him pole vault into the air and do an even better triple toe. The best one of the evening. Here's his footwork. And you see he just really lets it loose and goes out of control in a controlled way. But this is what gets the audience going, and it gets what the people behind him.
The Russian national champion trying to become the youngest men's world champion ever. Now the first set of marks. 5.7 to 5.9.
Those are very high. And so are the artistic impression marks.
Now the presentation marks 5.7 to 5.9 as well. And Plushenko into first place ahead of Yagudin.
Those are extremely high, the artistic impression marks.
And up next, Elvis Stoico, who completed a quad in qualifying and says his injury is no longer a major issue.
The injury has been sort of a roller coaster ride the last year. And at the moment, it's been feeling quite good as long as I don't overstress it. I can stress it more, obviously, than I did in the fall. But it's at a point now where it's not really an issue. It doesn't affect my movement. It doesn't affect me mentally. I don't really feel it when I'm skating.
Plushenko, the Russian national champion, is in the lead over the reigning world champion Yagudin, and then Michael Weiss, the U.S. champion. But here is Elvis starting his quest for a 4th world title.
The music titled Lion, Kodo drums.
And there is no more difficult place than to be in this man's position right now after a great performance. He knows that. He has the hardest technical program planned, and he needs to hit it.
Double toe. Now the question is what he'll do here at this next move, whether it will be a quadruple toe or a triple Lutz.
It's going to be the quad. Two-footed. Yeah.
Good speed on this sit spin.
Remember this short program with 30% of the overall score, the free skate. You can catch that tomorrow night, 9 o'clock Eastern, over on ABC Sports.
Straight line footwork. This is some of the best of the night.
Beautiful double axel. He's really going all out on this. He is moving on this footwork. He's giving it 150%.
And that's very, very difficult footwork, too. Final move, combination spin.
That was a gutsy performance.
It was a wonderful performance. I think it would have been a very difficult marking situation had he done a triple-triple combination at the beginning. But he didn't, and that's the name of the game.
There's an intensity there that just is wonderful. Not there with most of the other skaters.
That's right.
3 times the world champion. Trying to win his 4th. Forget about the injury. He's as confident as ever. Setting him up for the free skate. Elvis Stoico back with his marks in a moment.
Elevator to...
Here, if you watch, he gets a great takeoff. He's leaning a little bit outside the circle. His check is hard to hold, so he has to turn it into a double instead of a triple toe loop. Here's his quad. He pole vaults off the left toe. He doesn't quite get the quickness he needs at the beginning, and he doesn't quite get the rotation at the end, and he two-foots it.
So with all the quadromania going around here, they talk about the quads. We've seen one successful quad jump tonight, and that was from Guo of China,
who was way down in the rankings.
Yeah.
5-4.
So the first set now for Elvis. Here they are.
5-4.
Some 5.4s there that he is not happy about at all, up to a 5.8.
6. Presentation. 5.
And now for presentation, Dick, 5.5 to 5.9.
I think those are very fine marks. He should be very proud of that. It was a good presentation.
And it does put him in the top 3, although you no longer necessarily control your own destiny in the free skate if you're in the top 3 going in.
Everybody at home. Hi, Barry. Hey, Canada. Hey, America. North America.
So the Russian champion, 16-year-old Evgeny Plushenko, in the lead going into the free skate, ahead of Yagudin, Stoiko, and then Michael Weiss, who is terrific. He's ahead of Romanov. Down the line, Zheng Guo of China, the only man to pull off a quad, in 8th. The other 2 Americans, Timothy Gable and Trifon Zivanovic, in 13th and 14th place, respectively. Right now, let's join Leslie Visser. Leslie?
Terry, he split his pants in the locker room. He changed them. It didn't make a difference. Michael, Dick Button said that was one of the best performances he's ever seen you do. How did you feel about it?
It felt great. You know, the audience really got into it. I was surprised. At the end, I hit a really good spin at the end, and to finish the program to that ovation, really felt great.
Do you have enormous confidence now, having finally landed a clean quad?
Yeah. You know, I skated a good program in the qualifying round. My goal was to come here and skate 3 solid programs. Because this is a longer event than it was last year, so I'm going to go for it in the long program again. I'm really hitting my stride. I'm skating well. I'm just going to go for it.
And do you feel you're in a great position to medal?
I think I'm in a very good position. You know, I think the winner here is going to be the person who puts together 3 good programs. And right now, I'm 2 out of 3, so I just got to get that last one.
4.5 minutes away. Thanks a lot, Michael. Back to you, Terry.
ESPN 2. It's NBA tonight. For Dick Button, Brian Boitano, and Leslie Visser, I'm Terry Gannon. So long for now from Helsinki. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of Go Network, go.com.
Teasingly rations the light, a place struggling to emerge from decades of social darkness. But somehow, from Russia's bleak northern landscape, brilliance emerged. Alexei Yagudin, the reigning world champion. Evgeny Plushenko, winner of the junior world crown 2 winters ago. And Olympic gold medalist Alexei Romanov. Through their artistry and spirit, they have dominated the medal stand this season. Tonight, Russia's future, past, and present compete for the year's grandest prize. Looking to stem their momentum come 2 men from the West. Elvis Stoiko, a former world champion seeking to regain his past form. And Michael Weiss, fresh off his first national title, is hoping that win was just the beginning. Dig in. The world's best collide tonight in Helsinki. The idyllic scenes that characterize most of Finland, a country of roughly 5 million, but that doesn't count the reindeer here. The landscape draped in snow. Near the top of the world, it is bitter cold, yet the locals still venture outside during the long winter months. As the sun sets on the capital city of Helsinki, the fans are heading inside Hartwall Arena, along with the best skaters in the world for the 1999 World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard. And hi, everybody, I'm Terry Gannon. Glad you could join us as we kick off our coverage here on ABC Sports of the most prestigious event in figure skating that is held annually. We'll be with you again Saturday afternoon at 2:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific, when we'll have the ladies' short program as well as the pairs free skate. And then in prime time, Saturday night, 8 o'clock Eastern and Pacific, we'll see Michelle Kwan try to capture her 3rd world championship. We'll have the finals of the ice dancing competition then as well. But right now, the men are about to decide their title. Hard to imagine a deeper or more talented field than we have right here, right now in Helsinki. And we welcome in 2-time Olympic champion Dick Button. Dick, Alexei Yagudin is the reigning world champion. He's from Russia, but it's not him, it's his countryman, 16-year-old Evgeny Plushenko, who is in first place right now.
Well, you know, at 16, Plushenko is on the verge of being the youngest men's world champion ever. And with his dazzling, you know, jumping ability and his wild steps, he's got a very good chance at that. But there's one operative word here, and that's at 16. At 16, he can fluctuate wildly between some dazzling programs and some rather untamed, unfocused performances. And I think that's the clue right there.
How about the U.S. champion, though? Michael Weiss, only 22 years of age. He's come here to Helsinki. He's been terrific all week long.
Well, you know, for the first time, not in practice, but in the actual competition, he completed his quadruple jump. And I'll tell you something, that gave him a whole lot of confidence, a whole lot. It pushed him to a new level of accomplishment. I think he's a new man. He's within a shot now of the medal. And I think he's been a different man and a different skater here just because of that.
That quad in the qualifying round, but he's in 4th place, so there's no question he's within striking distance. From one Olympic champion to another, Brian Boitano joins us now. I want to talk about Elvis Stojko with you, a 3-time world champion. We've seen him fight throughout the years. He's helped really elevate this sport. But over the last year, the groin injury, it hasn't been an easy year.
Yeah, well, Terry, Elvis is a man who is used to being on top. He's the one who revolutionized the quadruple jump in competition, and now at 27, he finds himself in the position of the challenger to 2 Russian teenagers. When I talked to him after the short program, it was clear he was struggling to maintain his competitive edge after a year-long groin injury. But he said he's feeling better this week than he has for the whole year. But the most important thing to remember about Elvis is you can never count him out.
No, we've learned that over the years, as a matter of fact. Well, a little bit tougher for the men this year because the format is different. 3 different rounds. The qualifying round worth 20%, the short program 30%, and now the free skate worth 50% of the overall score. And here's your leaderboard heading into the free skate. Plushenko ahead of Yagudin and Stojko. Michael Weiss in 4th. You can't count out Alexei Romanov either, the 94 Olympic champion. Then down the line, 2 other Americans, Timothy Gable in 13th place and Trifon Zivanovic in 14th in his first World Championships.
Seuraava luistelija on next to skate is Timothy Gable, Yhdysvallat, the United States.
And here is the U.S. bronze medalist, Timothy Gable, and he did it again this week. He completed a quadruple Salchow. Now he is the only man in the world to do that at the World Championships. That was in the qualifying round.
And I talked to his coach, Carol Heiss, earlier today, and she said that after the national championships, he was bombarded with input of people of how to improve his skating. And finally, it just got so much that she told him, just forget about what everybody's saying and just skate.
Chosen Malagueña for his music. And he's been choreographed by Alexander Zhulin, the very talented Russian ice dancer.
World champion himself back in '93.
Combination, triple.
And that has been a volatile jump for him, so it was a great combination. It's good that he started off the program that way.
Choosing music like this is really a tough choice. It's a very difficult dance form. But What a beauty that was.
Quad side triple toe. He added a triple toe.
Oh, no, that's just part of the move.
That was an incredible combination.
Quadruple Salchow.
Triple toe.
He's done it 3 times now in his career. The only man ever to do it, and that was in combination. Only 18 years old. And a silver medal at the Junior World Championships in '97.
Second triple axel.
He is so slender-hipped, but I think that must help him somewhat in the quickness of the revolution in these really incredible jumps.
He just tried a quadruple toe loop, and he almost did it. Now he throws in a triple loop right there. He's playing gutsy tonight.
Yeah, but you see the business of throwing these moves in is very offsetting. You should be concentrating on your next moves, not how you're going to change them. And that's one of the difficulties of the rules of this competition. So-called hydroplaning move into a very beautiful triple Salchow.
He sure made an impression in his first world.
His parents, Ginny and Richard, yeah, I think he made a pretty nice impression, as a matter of fact. How about making history in his first Senior World Championship?
Brilliant, brilliant jumping. The revolution in the air as tight as anybody that we've ever seen.
18 years old. You don't think his future's bright, do you? The bronze medalist from the U.S. National Championships, Timothy Gable, will have his marks when he returns.
Watch, he doesn't get a lot of height, but he's so quick. Watch his left arm right there. It releases. He has to reset it before he goes up in the air on his triple toe.
First time that has been done at the World Championships, of course. First set of marks now for Timothy. A 4.7.
5-5 and 5-6.
They must have felt that there was a mandatory mark down, or else they're holding him down in the overall, you know, comparative to the other skaters.
And a 4.9 for presentation from the same
Well,
judge.
that is not far from the 5.0s or the 5.1s.
He is, though, in first place in terms of those that have skated in the free skate.
Thank you. Next to skate is Zhenzin Guo of China.
Here is 23-year-old Zhengjin Guo in 8th place after the short program and part of the rapid rise of Chinese figure skaters. Each of the last 2 years in the free skate at Worlds, he's done 2 quads in this long program.
Watch how light he is on his feet, and watch how relaxed his body stays going into the jumps, which helps him be quick in the air because he has lightning quick reflexes.
Triple axel. Wonderful distance on that.
That is huge.
How effortless did that look?
The interesting part was that it was a long jump. I mean, a jump is not only supposed to go up, it's supposed to go out. And he did.
Watch how quick this is, his quad toe.
Up.
A little far forward, but still hung on to it. Triple Lutz, triple toe. He threw in the triple toe that he didn't do after the quad toe because that was meant to be a combination in the quad jump.
Well, finished 12th at last year's World Championships. Had a better finish, though, at the Olympic Games, where he placed 8th.
And he's 8th here after the short program.
Well, I like the fact that he's wearing his wristwatch because most performers don't wear their wristwatches when they're performing.
He's got someplace to go.
That tells him how far into the program he is.
A little slower of an entry. The speed across the ice going into that wasn't as fast. That's why it wasn't as big as the first one.
He's a brilliant athlete, just brilliant. The revolution, the height, the distance that he gets in his jumps is extraordinary. Unfortunately, there's not much excitement in the personality of his skating. That spin didn't help him or add to the artistry of this program.
Well, the interesting thing about him is when he gets tired and he misses jumps, he just pitches him forward a little bit. He doesn't fall like the other guys. He's like a cat who always lands on his feet.
Seems to be slowing down somewhat now.
4 minutes, 30 seconds, the time for the free skate. And now he's got 3 rounds of competition to go through.
He does look fatigued, and if he's going to try another quad, it's going to be coming up, and that is pretty late in the program.
No, he did not. See, that spin just doesn't have any zing to it or position or style, and I think that'll hurt him in the second mark. Yeah, did you see the crossed eyes at the end? And the way he looked over there, that's the first spark of personality he had in the whole program.
That wristwatch didn't move fast enough, did it? That was a long 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Zheng Xin Guo of China, though.
Well, one brilliant athlete.
Yep. Right now, Timothy Gable has joined Leslie Visser backstage. Leslie?
Terry, he's young, he's proud, he's happy, and he made history. Can you talk a little bit, Tim, about being the first to hit a qual-sal triple combination?
Well, I knew going into this event after I landed the quad in qualifying, it was the first quad-sal at a World Championships, and I knew if I did the quad triple that it would be the first of that too. And I was kind of hoping to do 2 quads. That would have been the first to do 2 different quads in a program. But I was close, but not quite there.
Did you feel it tonight? It seemed that you were so on and so confident out there.
I did. I felt really comfortable this week. All my practices have been good. The warm-up was really good. And I just went out there knowing in my heart that I could do what was in my program.
Well, he said he was never going to come to a Worlds until he had earned it. That he did. Congratulations. Back to you, Terry.
When we continue from Helsinki, 18-year-old Takeshi Honda, twice the national champion of Japan. He'll skate next.
Shows his athletic ability, even though he had a problem on the end. Look at the height, the distance, and he hung on to it. He did not splat. And this combination, a triple Lutz, beautiful height, wonderful revolution, stepping right down into a smooth triple toe. I mean, that's as good as it comes.
2 sets of marks, the first one for technical merit. And as you look at those, remember, if he can finish in the top 10 overall, China will get 2 spots in next year's World Championships.
And one of the judges that has been holding everything back, has very low marks, has been the Slovakian judge. She gives him, or he gives him, a 5.6 at this point.
And now the second set of marks for presentation. 5.1 up to 5.5 the range, but good enough to put Guo in first place right now in terms of those that have skated here in the free skate.
5.5 and 5.4. So we're almost to the end. Next to skate is Takeshi Honda, Japan.
Well, here is 18-year-old Takeshi Honda of Japan, twice the national champion of Japan, in 7th place after the short program. There you see his finish at the 98 Worlds, and he has a quad planned in this program as well.
And after a coaching change that he made, he seems more self-assured and focused, but he's really putting that concentration to the test because he didn't have his greatest skate in the short program.
The music, the man in the iron mask. Necessary to do a quad, it will be right here, a quadruple toe jump.
Beautiful quad toe loop. That's the one that he missed in the short program. He's got to feel great about that.
There was a time when all the talk about quad mania may have been hype, but not anymore. 3 in a row. Gable, Guo, and now Honda, who have done quads.
Look, everybody is doing every triple and every quad in the business right now. You've got to do them brilliantly. You've got to do them with height and suspension and good position. Otherwise, forget it. It's just another jump. The day of the rarity of the quad has long since passed.
He had a triple axel, triple toe planned in the opening. He's about to do his repeat triple axel. He didn't do a combination in the beginning, so he has to do a combination here, but let's see if he has enough energy to make it into a triple-triple or if it's going to be a triple-double. The triple is a little bit backwards,
Just
but you know.
jumped out of it. Just jumped out of it.
right now he's feeling great. He has one last thing here, the triple Salchow. That's his hard thing. Now he feels fabulous because all he has to do is ride it out to the end of the program.
So maybe now is the time to note that he's musical and that he has a sense of dance, a presence that we've seen really for the first time this year.
With this performance, he has proved a lot to himself. He kept focused, he did all the hard things, and he had a great skate.
And he knows it.
And I think added to that is that there's a very strong artistic quality here. He's very musical. He follows the beat and the melody beautifully, and on top of that, he takes his time stylistically. There's certainly a very strong movement presence there, and that is nice to see.
Takeshi Honda of Japan, his effort in the free skate. We'll see what the judges thought when we come back after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
You know what I want.
Yeah, me too.
Don't come back with that one.
Takeshi Honda of Japan still thrilled with what he did here in the free skate moments ago.
And on his quad toe, watch how he stays ever so slightly forward instead of straight up and down on the axis. It makes you be able to be quicker and land it better.
Zheng Jingguo, the leader right now, when you talk about those that have already skated.
Those are wonderfully powerful marks.
Wow.
And, you know, add to that, the quality of dance, the way he's developed poise, the way he takes his time with his individual moves, which will result in this mark, I think, being quite substantial. And it is. It's the best of the program so far.
The presentation marks, what a men's free skate we've got going on. With Gable, with Groh, with Honda, setting new standards in terms of the quad jumps and the performances. Coming up next, a generational showdown in the men's free skate. Evgeny Plushenko, at 16, he could become the youngest men's champion in history. Alexei Yagudin, the 19-year-old reigning world champion. Michael Weiss, 22 years of age and still celebrating his first U.S. national title. 25-year-old Alexei Urmanov, who's 5 years removed from his Olympic gold medal. And three-time world champion Elvis Stoico. A world champion will be crowned when we return to Helsinki.
Were captured on tape, possibly signaling to each other. During the free skate of the pairs competition won by Berezhnaya and Sikarolidze, it appears the Russian and Ukrainian judges could have been collaborating. Does it seem the Russian judge on the right is moving his foot with intent while the Ukrainian judge is watching? Chairperson Sally Ann Stapleford spoke for the judges.
I guess I construed with everybody else that there was some kind of contact, but whether it was concerning the skating, it's, you can't say.
But judges are forbidden any communication. As it states in Rule 426, judges are not permitted to converse with one another or to indicate errors by action or sound.
You say to the judges that once they're on the stand, they are viewed. I said, you've got television cameras everywhere. Everybody is focusing on you. So please keep absolutely focused ahead. I said, don't let anybody give them an opportunity to criticize you, because people will criticize, rightly or wrongly. they will say, oh, you were talking about that, you were talking. So never give them a chance of criticizing you.
Sally Ann Stableford said that as of this moment, there is no reason for reprimand, but that the judges tonight will be even more vigilant in appearing solitary in their decisions. Well, in other news, the skating world was shocked to hear of the impending retirement of longtime coach Richard Callahan, who directed Tara Lipinski to the Olympic gold and guided Todd Eldridge throughout his career. Richard Callahan told me that after 27 years, he is simply tired of the travel, and he said, quote, there are no other circumstances involved in this decision. He said he'd like to stay on with Todd Eldridge as a consultant, and that for this competition, he has signed a 3-week agreement to coach Angela Nikodinov. Terry?
All right, Leslie, thank you. Straight ahead from Helsinki, Michael Weiss and the final group of skaters eye the gold medal. The men's title is on the line next.
Elevator to lobby. By George.
It's being thrown out by practically everybody in this championship that it's no longer exclusive. One after the other, they're doing them. And there have been some beauties.
Zheng Jinguo of China held on for his, and then Takeshi Honda had a beautiful.
And look at the ease of it and the lightness of it. I mean, the jumping here is spectacular.
So already it's been a great night, but here is the final group, and there's your overall leader, Evgeny Plushenko, at the age of 16, could become the youngest men's world champion in history if he can hold it together for the next 4.5 minutes when he takes the ice. Right behind him in second place, the reigning world champion, Alexei Yagudin, his countryman from Russia. He's had an injured left calf, but it hasn't slowed him down at all throughout this competition. And the 3-time world champion, Elvis Stojko of Canada. What a tough 1.5 years he's had trying to come back from the groin injury. He's battled his way to 3rd place and in a position perhaps to win. And there's Michael Weiss. Terrific week. He is in 4th place overall right now. He had his first quad jump ever in competition during the qualifying round.
And he started out this practice session with enormous energy.
Well, ever since Dick Button, our colleague, took this sport higher and higher back in the 40s and the 50s, the jumps have just continued to evolve. They've gotten higher and higher as well. And now, as Dick tells us, the quad has become the benchmark for the men these days.
In a sport known for artistry and grace, the quadruple jump, a move of raw power and athleticism, is now defining men's skating. The quad, it defies gravity, and it's a true test of courage.
Rotation can happen quite easily when we leave the ice. However, controlled rotation is another thing. You can see guys jump into the air and spin as many times as they can, but have no idea where they are. That is what makes the quad so difficult.
Airborne for less than a second, the difficulty of the quad is magnified when attempted under pressure. After several attempts, U.S. national champion Michael Weiss was just credited with his first quad in competition this week.
There's only a handful of people in the world right now that can do a quadruple jump, and you think of it as just one more rotation, but one more rotation is 10 times harder.
Imagine trying to jump up in the air and spin around 4 times. Now imagine balancing on a very thin piece of steel and gliding on a very slippery surface. And you have to go from 1 foot, jump up, turn around 4 times, and land on 1 foot, gliding backward.
Until a few years ago, the quad was performed by few men. But today, skaters are doing it in combination with other jumps. 3-time world champion Elvis Stojko has pioneered many combinations, but still feels added pressure before attempting them.
You usually in practice can feel the timing, you know it. But when you go to competition, you're numb. You're nervous, you're stressed, and now you got to trust it. That's a whole different ball of wax. That's why it's so difficult.
In the 11 years since Kurt Browning changed the course of figure skating with the first ever quad at the 1988 World Championships, skaters have continued to raise the bar. Now the quad is not only allowed in the short program, but it's almost becoming a necessity.
The sport has definitely reached a level where, for the male skaters, they have to be able to do 8 triples in a quad. I think it'll be a rare situation where one of the men becomes a world champion without that kind of a long program.
Nonetheless, Kurt Browning and Elvis Stojko remain the only world champions to have won with a quad. 1996 champion Todd Eldridge won when he impressed the judges with a program full of brilliant triples.
If you've got a skater that goes out and does all his triples great and has great style, then the judges have to kind of decide what's more important with the program.
The philosophy that we are being preached at is that you award a clean jump a higher mark than a poorly performed jump, so that we should reward a clean triple higher mark than a poorly performed quad.
Whether the 1999 world champion will need a quad remains to be seen, but clearly the quadruple jump is the future.
Well, the future seems to have arrived ahead of schedule. It's already here. And Ryan, is there any downside to this quad mania?
Well, I think it's going to take its toll on their longevity. The window of peak performance may get smaller to 1 or 2 years because it's so physically demanding.
How about Plushenko now? What can we expect from him tonight?
Well, what you look for with Plushenko, 8 triples. Now, this is his strength. The speed going into them, the height, the quickness of rotation. With his quad, look for him to repeat it if he misses it. With the Bielman spin, it's a show of flexibility, which is unusual for a male skater. And with maturity, well, youth works for him on one level. That's technical level. And yet on the artistic level, it works against him.
How about Elvis Stoiko, Dick?
Well, you've got pretty much the same group of things. There's going to be the usual 8 triples, and he is really a powerful jumper right down the line. You're going to have to watch every one of those. He's got 2 quads planned. Now, that is right at the peak of the situation. Remember his footwork. It's strong, it's powerful, it's very fast. He has learned to develop in this area. But the main question is, will he go all out because of his groin injury?
Well, sit back and enjoy a who's who list in this final group. The order in which they will skate: Elvis Stoiko takes the ice first. Then it's Alexei Yagudin, the reigning world champion, Alexei Urmanov, the '94 Olympic champ, then Plushenko, the leader, Andrei Plushenko of Germany, and Michael Weiss, the U.S. champion, will skate last.
Next to skate is Elvis Stoiko, Canada.
He is in 3rd place, but he does not control his own destiny. With the new format, he needs some help to win the gold medal. Here is Elvis Stoiko.
Music from the motion picture Merlin.
And when I talked to him today, he said he was relieved with the first skating order because he's been skating last in so many important competitions this year. He wants to just skate, get it over with, and watch the rest of the competition.
First move, a triple flip. Does his quadruple jump, it will be right here. A quadruple toe loop. He two-footed the quadruple in the short program.
Thing to keep your mind from doing at this point is thinking of another quad that he does have planned, is making sure that you don't make the mistake on that.
he has improved with tremendously is the maturity of his skating. He's taking his time with these movements. They're choreographically presented. They're musically good. And this is second quad. Good. Yeah. Good boy. You really have to respect him for the way he has handled himself in spite of this injury.
And in many ways, he was the man who started all of this about the quad combination. 1997, he did the first quad triple.
He was the one who started doing them consistently in competition, and the other guys rose to the challenge.
At 27 years of age, though, speaking of the toll that you mentioned earlier, it takes on your body, you wonder how long he can continue on this level.
And especially when you're dealing with an injury like he has for a year, it exhausts you to deal with something like that. Triple axel, he really needed that. That was great.
Watch this flying sit spin, this change sit spin. Very hard jump, spin. At 3 minutes and 50 seconds into a program, there's now another triple Lutz.
You know, the thing I love about Elvis's skating, he's always fighting. He might do a jump not as well as he could, but he always fights through the whole thing, and that's what he's doing right now.
Final move, a triple Salchow. Spin. Well, good for him. I've got to take my hat off to him.
But he knows it wasn't perfect with the miss early on. He may have needed to be perfect when you've got Alexei Yagudin and Plushenko ahead of him. Elvis Stoico in his attempt to win his 4th World Championship here in Helsinki.
Watch on this quad toe, his left leg reaches back so far and he gets into this rotation so quick right there. Makes 4 turns, lands it a little low in the knee, but he makes it up into the double toe afterwards.
5-7, 5-7, 5-7. Presentation.
So Elvis now awaiting his scores. And the first set, 5.6 to 5.8.
And really what those scores reflect is that he didn't have a triple-triple combination tonight.
5-7 and 5-7. Thank you.
And now the second set for presentation, 5.5 to 5.7. And Elvis in the lead, at least momentarily. When we come back, the 19-year-old from St. Petersburg, Russia. The reigning world champion, Alexei Yagudin, in second place, trying to capture the gold medal. After this message and a word from our ABC stations. Yagudin, another Russian skater who has joined the exodus to the U.S. that really began in the early 90s. His move this past year was extremely emotional. As Leslie Visser tells us, it was not taken lightly.
For each competitor at Worlds, nationalism mixes with personal pride. Each time Alexei Yagudin watches the Russian flag being raised, he must come to terms with the decision he made to leave his country behind. When Ilya Kulik won the gold medal in Nagano, Yagudin criticized Kulik's decision to emigrate from Russia to train in Massachusetts. Yet last June, Yagudin made the same decision for himself. He came to train with Tarasova in the United States, claiming he had no choice.
I didn't leave my country left me.
I was born here, and I'd prefer to live here. If my country had created normal working conditions for me to develop and make progress in the sport, I would not have left.
Yagudin is ambitious. He wants to win another world championship and eventually an Olympic medal, and doesn't believe that's possible training at home, where the economic conditions have worsened since the Soviet Union collapsed.
One cannot always live like an animal in Russia. It's simply impossible to skate. I can't hear the music. They're constantly welding. The smell of cement, dust, and dirt make it impossible to breathe. There's no warm-up room, no training equipment. You have to deal with so much ahead of time. When you come out on the ice, you're exhausted.
Difficult conditions were only part of the reason for leaving Russia. The other was his coach, Alexei. Yagudin began training alongside Mishin's other stars, Evgeny Plushenko and Alexei, completing the most dominant triumvirate in men's skating. Yet Yagudin became dissatisfied with the reality of having to share a coach.
Since he had to pay equal attention to everyone, he couldn't pay more attention to me. He had no right. I, on the other hand, am the kind of person who needs more influence and attention and care. It is much easier to train in America. You come and warm up calmly in a special place. Beautiful music is playing. It's warm there. You feel so much easier and lighter. Everything is calm, clean, and convenient.
Yagudin's former coach disagrees. He believes adversity, not comfort, will make his skaters tougher.
Hunting dog with a full stomach never runs fast. Empty stomach, better.
Not in Yagudin's case. Since leaving Mishin, the reigning world champion has dominated the season, defeating his former training partners at 2 major events this year. Yagudin became world champion with Mishin. Can he stay there without him?
Alexei Yagudin, Venaya, Russia.
Well, the reigning world champion now coached by Tatiana Tarasova and training in Freehold, New Jersey. Here he is in second place, taking the ice for his free skate, trying to win his second consecutive world championship. Alexei Yagudin.
The music, Lawrence of Arabia.
Triple axel, triple toe. What a great way to open. It is definitely a different experience skating as a defending world champion, because you feel the people behind you who want your title, and that's a lot of pressure.
You have something to lose. And this is his quadruple.
Beautiful. Boy.
Came in earlier in the week with a slightly injured leg. He had an injury in his left calf. Bothered him during qualifying, but did not during the short program, and it certainly hasn't here.
Second triple axel. Enormous. He's got the 3 of his biggest guns over now. So now it's just pacing himself and hitting everything else. Beautiful. He's skating better than he has in practice. He is going to make those guys work if they're going to try to steal his title away.
And remember, if he wins the free skate, he is the overall winner.
footwork follows the music.
I tell you, if he keeps going at this pace, it's going to be hard for anyone to beat him because he is such a well-rounded skater. His marks for technical will be high as well as his marks for artistic.
Evgeny Plushenko, the 16-year-old, still to skate in first place after the short program. And even though they shared the same coach at one point, Alexei, they're not exactly close these days. Michael Weiss still to skate too.
One final series. First, a triple Lutz.
He is exhausted. He has spent all his energy, you can see.
And a final combination. But you notice that same thing happened with Stoiko. The energy output is extraordinary.
That was incredible.
Look at him fall off the end of the program and not even hold that position. He's not even attempting to hide the fact that this is exhausting. That number of triples and quadruples. Good grief. Can they ever even just skate in between it? Oh, my God.
Alexei Yagudin just drew a line in the ice. If you're going to top that, you better bring your aim game to the table.
I can't think of a jump he could have done better.
The reigning world champion trying to hold on to his title. When the men's free skate continues, don't count Alexei Romanov out yet. In 5th place, the 94 Olympic champ looking to move up.
And watch this, his quad, his quadruple toe. Look, watch him turn, stretch, reach, point. Look at the lean on the body, but it comes out just perfectly. And for that, he deserves to be able to do this.
Still only 19 years of age. You forget that with all that he's accomplished. The reigning European champ, world champ.
Well, you know, he had one great thing to prove, and that was that he was right in changing coaches from Mishin and moving to America with Tatjana Tarasova. Look at... Oh, wow! Oh! At this early stage in the game, he gets himself a 6. Now that's guts on the part of that Polish judge. Woo!
5-8.
Oh my, oh my. But if you notice it, there's still a couple of tenths of points left.
For presentation now, Dick.
Right up there, right up there. This is going to be a really tough thing if Plushenko wants to pull up over here.
5-9, 5-9, 5-9, and 5-9. Thank you.
So it's Alexei Yagudin in the lead over Elvis Stoiko, and then Takeshi Honda of Japan, who is in 3rd place. How'd you like to try to follow that?
Well, that's the perfect place to follow somebody when they've already got the audience and everybody's excitement up. You don't want to come on after a dummy has given a really mediocre performance. This is the place to be.
Nothing mediocre about that. Alexei Romanov, the 94 Olympic champion, in 5th place after the short program.
Well, I'm glad Dick would like to follow him, because if we were competing in the same event, I would let him have that skating order, okay?
Listen, don't do what I say, just do what I do, which is I wouldn't want to follow him either. But anybody in the theater always wants to follow something that's good, that gets the audience going. And that's why there's great intensity now on Ermanov's first moves.
Well, not to oversimplify this to the quad, we've talked about that enough tonight, but he has not completed one successfully since before the groin injury at the '97 World Championships.
And his was the easiest one that was out there. That was supposed to be a triple axel, triple toe combination. So later on when he does his repeat triple axel, he's going to have to do it in combination. You like to get the combination over at the beginning because you're much more fatigued at the end.
Second triple axel. And he did it with a double toe loop, but not a triple toe loop. For anyone who's counting revolutions at this point, which I doubt must be very few people.
This is the one title internationally that has eluded Alexei Romanov. Won an Olympic gold medal. He has won the European Championship, but never a World Championship.
He has a very interesting quality in his jumping. He always seems to go up into the air leaning and then straighten out and land on a straight edge. It's almost like a cat-like quality.
That's supposed to be a triple loop. That's been avoiding him this year. I don't think I've seen him hit that triple loop too much this year. And there he is trying it again. He did the triple loop. He changed it from a triple toe loop because it's a higher degree of difficulty.
That's because he heard you say that it's been avoiding him, and he wanted to prove he could do it.
I'm glad he did.
He has always had his own distinctive style of arm movement, like that hand right there.
Not his best job, but it was a good job. He's a well-rounded skater. I enjoy watching him.
He has a very classy approach to skating.
25 years of age, a 5-time Russian national champion, and of course the Olympic champ in '94, Alexei Romanov. And Alexei Yagudin backstage finally catching his breath. A job well done. Now he has to wait and watch. When we come back, the Russian champion, 16-year-old Evgeny Plushenko, has very little margin for error. If he's going to be the youngest men's champion in history, he'll skate next. The World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard, continuing with the men's free skate, and Alexei Urmanov looking at his first set of marks. Best he could hope for is to get into the top 3 from that 5th place after the short and medal, but it is unlikely at this point. For presentation, 5.5 to 5.8, so he is in 3rd right now, but that's momentarily.
7 and 5.8.
So here are your top 3. Alexei Yagudin, then Elvis Stoico, and Alexei Urmanov. As the 16-year-old from Russia takes the ice for his free skate, Evgeny Plushenko trying to win his first world championship. He finished 3rd last season. He's the reigning Russian national champion, but he's got his work cut out for him because Alexei Yagudin was brilliant.
An interesting thing is Plushenko was the one on practice this morning that was in his own bubble. He was paying attention to himself. Everybody was watching him, but he wasn't watching anyone else.
Trying to become the youngest men's world champion ever.
Without wasting time, his first move will be his quadruple attempt. Here it is.
Oh, a little cheated on the landing and a hand down. Let's see if he repeats it like he's done so many times before.
And funny, he had a great quadruple in both the quarterfinal, quarter round, and the short program. Here, triple axel. Triple toe roll. Exquisite jump.
He actually started off the program where it looked to be a little tight. He wasn't going as fast as he usually does, and he wasn't as quick as he usually is, but he seems to be loosening up now.
You see, that's a nice position.
Triple axel jump.
Did you notice how controlled it was on the exit? Triple lutz, triple toe loop.
Those are the things that can pop him ahead of Elvis Stoico because Elvis didn't do any triple combinations tonight.
This kind of footwork, one of his specialties. He has a little bit of flair. Ooh. He certainly has a flair with this. Developing well. Really taking
suck in enough air so he can finish the rest of the program.
Short program, in fact, which is only 2 minutes and 40 seconds. He had a tough time at the end of that.
Ooh, look at that. Talk about a cat landing on his feet. This camel spin, interestingly, it's sighted off in the corner of the ring, which is not a good place to see it. This program, not as choreographically complete or as dramatic as Yagudin's, but he certainly is doing well with it. Look at these wonderful steps.
He's giving every ounce of energy here at the end because he has no more technical things planned.
And this is final spin. Now watch the combination of positions. First the camel, sit spin. Now watch him catch that foot a la Denise Spielman and pull it up. Wow. Spin slowed at the end. It didn't quite help him through to the end of the performance. But what an overall quality of jump.
Probably had to be perfect to overtake Yagudin at the top.
I think it was more than being perfect. It was the quality of the artistic input of the program. His jumps were wonderful all the way through. But the whole impact of what Yagudin did was dramatic.
His target may be Elvis Stoiko, who's in second place right now. Evgeny Plushenko of Russia, 16 years of age. And remember, still to come, the U.S. men's champion, Michael Weiss, will continue with the men's free skate after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Plane tickets to the town where she was born, $1,200.
Welcome back, everybody, to Helsinki, Finland. A look at an old playhouse and museum in Helsinki, snow-covered this time of the year. Our coverage of the World Figure Skating Championships. So Evgeny Plushenko sitting alongside Alexei Mishin, who used to coach Alexei Yagudin, of course.
And here he is on his quad toe attempt. Watch when he goes in the air. He drops his right shoulder a little bit. He starts leaning over to the right, and he just has to touch his hand down.
But this combination spin has a wild variety of positions, the best of which is this Bielman spin where he pulls himself up over there. That really is limber.
All right, so where do they put him right now? Let's see the first set of marks.
Not high enough. You can see it already without even comparing
well,
it.
At least not for Yagudin. There's no question about that. Now the second set for presentation, 5.7 to 5.9, so he is now in second place behind Yagudin, and he has overtaken that spot, which was held by Stoiko.
Well, it's been a great group of skating programs, I'll tell you that.
So it's Alexei Yagudin, Evgeny Plushenko, two Russians in the top two spots. Then Elvis Stoiko, the three-time world champion from Canada, in third. And this is Andrei Vlashenko of Germany taking the ice in sixth place after the short program. 4 times he's been the national champ of Germany, twice the Latvian champion before he moved to Germany.
He's also one of the most elegant skaters of all.
Well, Dick, if you wouldn't have minded skating in that position that Plushenko just skated, and you love skating in this position, because that's hard right after 2 great programs.
And the audience may need a rest right now.
Which will bode well for Michael Weiss.
Oh, a double Salchow for that triple Salchow. to do this upcoming triple axel in combination because he didn't do it in combination before.
And he popped it into a single axel. Watch this flying change sit spin. That's very nice. Sit spin could be a little lower, but the air position was first rate.
Andre, 24 years old, but on the scene for some time now. This is his 5th trip to the World Championships. He placed 5th a year ago.
Sideways or layback spin. Toe, but fell out at the back edge. Well, he certainly is.
Andre Plushenko, 24 years of age, from Germany, in 6th place after the short program, was hoping to move up with that effort in the free skate. When we come back, Michael Weiss tries to earn a medal by riding the momentum of his win at this year's U.S. Championships.
It was great for me to go out and skate 2 solid programs. It's more of a relief for me than anything just to get it out of the way and just get that first title out of the way. You know, hopefully I can carry that confidence and use that as a stepping stone for me to skate here at Worlds.
U.S. champion came into the free program in 2nd place and proceeded to hit his triple combinations and triple jumps flawlessly.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
After winning his first world championship, he draped his gold medal around his biggest fan, his mother Ruth.
Those are the first marks for Andre Plushenko. He is not pleased at all. He was in 6th place after the short program, and with those presentation marks now, he drops down to 8th.
5-5, 5-4, 5-5, and 5-4. Thank you.
So here are the overall standings at the World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard as the final skater takes the ice. Yagudin, Plushenko, and Stoiko, your top three. And it's Michael Weiss, the U.S. men's champion, who certainly has a chance to get on the medal stand. Elvis Stoiko in third. That's who he has in his sights.
And Michael Weiss has been off the ice for close to an hour, and it's cold in here. So if he can skate well after he knows that these guys have skated so well before him, he's done a lot in being able to deal with the pressure.
His dad, Greg?
See, already his positions and his back, his style, have improved dramatically this year. This is his quadruple.
A little two-footed on the landing.
Slight back inside edge, but you know it was a good solid attempt.
Fell on his first quad attempt, came back later with one. Michael Weiss pulled off his first successful quad in qualifying earlier this week.
This is triple axel combination.
Double toe.
Triple combination.
And he's going to need that if he's hoping to catch Elvis in third place.
So nervous is the way he skids off the entrance edge. That keeps him from getting the height that he should be able to get, which is more than what he's getting now. But it was a very good jump, very solid, and will be perceived well by the judges. That spin and followed it through, I think it would have had much more effect, as good as that effect was.
He's skating well for this high pressure position that he has to skate. He has one triple left, and he's done a good job.
His entire performance in this championship in every one of the divisions has been infinitely superior. combination.
Hard to imagine he expected much better than that. In fact, there's his wife, Lisa. Hard to imagine that he expected much better all week. His father, Greg. Been a terrific week for Michael Weiss. Now, the question is, was it good enough to catch Elvis Stoico, who is in third?
We'll find out.
You won't go out on a limb.
I won't go out on a limb.
We'll find out in a moment. We're He's champion next to his wife Lisa and his longtime coach Audrey Wisiger.
Here's his quad toe. You can see that watch when he pole vaults off of the left toe, he gets all the way around. He does 4 complete turns, but watch the left toe right there. It touches down on the ice, and then he hits the ice again on the way back.
The marks, please.
Here's his triple flip, triple toe combination. His right toe goes in, 1, 2, 3, good position, good reach back, and a real nice triple toe afterwards.
Now, he was after Elvis Stoico, who was in third place. Remember, Weiss started the free skate in fourth, the first set of marks.
Presentation. 5-7.
And now the second set for presentation, they're good enough.
5-7.
Very interesting. Oh, brother, is that going to cap his week?
Michael Weiss, the bronze medalist here in Helsinki. And the crowd has just realized it.
Well, finally.
There is folks, Marjorie and Greg. Yep, and Greg finally stood up to cheer this time. That deserves a standing O.
Well, that's a big moment when you first break into the medal category.
Hyvä yleisö, tähän päättyy miesten kilpailu.
The American flag's flying high, and Michael Weiss will stand on the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes men's competition.
Here are the final standings from Helsinki. No question as to who is number one. Yagudin over Plushenko. Michael Weiss edging out Elvis Stoico for the third spot. Now, the other Americans, Timothy Gable finishes 12th, Trifon Zivanovic 16th. U.S. with 2 spots next year at Worlds. Let's join Leslie Visser right now.
Terry, his coach, Audrey Wisiger, said there'd be no gifts tonight. He'd have to earn it, and that he did. Congratulations to you. What went well for you, Michael?
Everything. This has been an incredible year. When we planned our goals at the beginning of the year, I said I wanted to be consistent, and I need to backlog things and make sure that the judges have the confidence in me if I come and do it at Worlds. And I skated well all year, got the confidence of them, got the confidence in myself, and skated 3 solid programs here. That was my goal. Skating last was tough. I had a long wait backstage, but when they did the wave a little, it kind of broke the ice a little bit for me.
Do you think coming here as American champion, that gives you new confidence?
It sure does. The national title is a huge title in the United States to hold. That gave me a lot of confidence, but I think it started right at the beginning of the year. Skate America was a big competition for me to beat Elvis for the first time and Romanov and those people. And I just wanted to carry it through the World Championships and be consistent, and that was my big goal, and I can't be more psyched right now.
Did you know coming here the Russians are so strong? Did you know that you would medal here?
I knew I had a chance. I was coming here to skate my best, skate 3 solid programs, and I think throughout 3 events you're going to come up with the best 3 skaters because it's 3 programs as opposed to just 2. So I came here knowing that I would have to do 3 solid programs, not just 2, and I was the one who did that.
That you did. Much to be proud of. Congratulations. Back to you, Terry.
All right, Leslie, thank you very much. Dick and Brian, let's take a look at the head-to-head comparison in the battle for the gold medal.
Well, on the quads, there was no doubt. Yagudin had it hands down because Plushenko put his hand down on his quadruple.
And on the triples, I can't imagine that Yagudin could have done any triple in the program better. There was no flinch on anything.
And I'd give the spins to Yagudin because overall they were far better than Plushenko's, although Plushenko did have that wonderful Bielman stretch. That was extraordinary.
And on the footwork, even though Plushenko tripped, his footwork was filled with abandon, and it was tricky and fast.
And finally, the artistry I'd give to Yagudin because overall his program was a far more mature, complete performance.
And the judges agreed with you too. Another look at the quadruple jump that helped win Alexei Yagudin the gold medal. We saw 7 clean quads in this competition, the most ever in one event. Back with a final word from Helsinki in a moment.
ABC as the ladies take the ice. Michelle Kwan beginning her run toward a third world title. It was an extraordinary night here in Helsinki on many accounts. If there's any question coming in, there isn't any longer. The quad is now a routine part of men's figure skating. For Michael Weiss, he's become a father, a national champion, and now a world bronze medalist, all in the same season. Evgeny Plushenko, he'll have another shot at becoming the youngest men's champion in history next year at the age of 17. But right now, it's Alexei Yagudin who stands atop the world. For Dick Button, Brian Boitano, and Leslie Visser, I'm Terry Gannon. Good night from Helsinki, Finland. Naya and Anton Sikaridlidze are hoping to regain the confidence that led them to the world title in 1998. They'll be challenged by Shen and Zhao, who are trying to win the first world championship in China's history. And from the U.S., the sister-brother team of Danielle and Steve Hartzell skate in their first senior world competition. The master thespians of ice dance, the reigning world champions Krylova and Ovsyannikov, start defense of their title tonight. They'll continue their rivalry with the fiery French team of Anasina and Pezera. Also, the U.S. ice dancing champions Naomi Lang and Peter Chernyshev. And Michelle Kwan skates for her third world title as the ladies' short program begins tonight from Helsinki, Finland. Helsinki, Finland, the capital of one of the world's northernmost countries. Snow and ice shape most of the landscape here, and winter sports are an essential part of the Finnish culture and Finnish pride. And we welcome you inside Hartwall Arena for our continuing coverage of the 1999 World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard, along with Peggy Fleming, Dick Button, and Leslie Visser. I'm Terry Gannon. Tonight, we'll see the pairs, ice dancers, and ladies begin their quest for gold medals, part of our 13.5 hours of coverage this week on ESPN2 and ABC Sports. And it's the pairs short program which is about set to get underway. And stepping on the ice first will be the two-time German national champions, 27-year-old Peggy Schwartz and 24-year-old Mirko Müller. This short program worth 1/3 of the overall score. It lasts 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Ilman ensimmäisenä luistelevat Pörskin Saints are Peggy Schwartz, Mirko Müller, Saksa, Germany.
The bronze medalist from the '98 World Championships. Not quite the same success so far this year, though. They finished 4th at the European Championships in Prague.
And there's kind of a flashy excitement about this couple. They give a lot of energy to their program.
And the music, PM Undercover, Roto Sounds.
This is music, by the way, composed for them. And the PM stands for Peggy and Mirko.
She missed that side-by-side triple toe loop. That'll cost them. Is a throw triple Salchow, taking off from the back inside edge. She was touching down with her foot of her free leg on that takeoff, sort of helps secure her in the rotations up in the air so she goes up straight. Spiral sequence they're doing there with the choreography.
Inside back death spiral. Very nice arch as she descends into that rotation.
Very nice. Only like one mistake in that triple toe loop on her part. But otherwise, a pretty nice performance.
But it hasn't been the kind of season they've wanted so far. They're trying to make up for it. One reason, Peggy's had a pulled groin, and we've seen that with Alexei Romanov, Elvis Stoichko. That's a very serious injury in figure skating.
And here was the mistake on the side-by-side triple toe loops. She just didn't get a good toe pick on that triple, so it didn't give her that lift and spring she needed to complete the turns.
And that'll be a mandatory 0.3 deduction.
And that was the nice triple Salchow, throw triple Salchow that they did. She had a little falter on that landing.
Now, there'll be two sets of marks, of course. The first four required elements, the second for presentation. Remember, the short program worth 1/3 of the overall score, and the required element marks 4.9 to 5.2. Of course, it does not help to be the first ones on the ice. The judge is always leaving room for presentation in the 5.3 to 5.4 range. Coming up next, Yelena Berezhnaya and Anton Sikaridlidze of Russia. The reigning world champions begin to defend their title next. The 1999 World Figure Skating Championships are presented by this week of the 1999 World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard. Hi again, everybody. I'm Terry Gannon along with Dick Button and Peggy Fleming. The pair short program underway here, and taking the ice next, the reigning world champions, Yelena Berezhnaya and Anton Sikaridlidze of Russia. But Peggy, as of late, they have skated like anything but world champs. They've struggled. Only one loss this season, but it came 2 weeks ago in their hometown of St. Petersburg, Russia.
Yes, that's true, Terry. I thought it was going to be a slam dunk for them to come in here and defend their world title, but that might not be the case. I mean, they are the most beautiful pair team around today, and their weakness is really the mental game. But it really comes down to, you know, it's tougher defending the title than winning one.
What do you do now? If you're an athlete, you know you have the talent, it hasn't been going well. What can they do coming into this?
Well, they do have an advantage of working with the legendary coach Tamara Moskvina. I mean, she has a history of pulling out that mental toughness out of her teams. But she's not only a coach. She's almost like a sports psychologist when she's working with her skaters. But, you know, a coach can only do so much, and it ultimately comes down to the skaters themselves.
We'll see if it begins to turn around in just a moment. But, Dick, you've got a number of other pairs who can go for the goal. This thing's wide open after Berezhnaya and Sikaridlidze if they do falter, including one that's been red hot, Shen and Zhao of China.
Well, you know, they're really tough people. I've got to tell you, they are not a pair that will allow self-doubt to get in their way. I mean, not for them will there be any emotional insecurities or worrying about the greater meaning of life. I mean, they're a young pair that they're machine-like, they're strong, they're powerful, and they're going to bulldoze their way to the top if they possibly can.
Is this the start of a Chinese juggernaut, maybe?
Oh, I think we're well into the middle of it. I mean, look at the same way that the Russians have become such a dominant force in figure skating in the past 20 years. The Chinese are well on their way to it now, along with the Japanese and the Australians. It's a very powerful force.
And here's a look right now at the 8 required elements here in the pairs short program. Points will be deducted for failures to complete any of these. It lasts 2 minutes and 40 seconds overall, and it's worth 1/3 of the total score for the skaters. So we begin to see right now whether Tamara Moskvina can lead the reigning world champions back to the form that allowed them to capture every competition in which they skated since the '98 Olympics. But that experience in St. Petersburg a couple of weeks ago has got to loom large on their minds. Here are Yelena Berezhnaya and Anton Sikaridlidze.
Well, the elegance and the power of this couple is wonderful. But the question is, will they be consistent in this short program? We'll have to wait and see. And they're opening with a side-by-side triple toe loop. Very nicely done. Good unison, good speed on that landing. Lift, the double twist, almost a delay. Beautiful.
To notice in this program, and that is their fleetness, the speed over the ice, the speed they have coming out of jumps and lifts, as fast as they are going into it. That shows they're right at top form.
Beautiful positions in these side-by-side spins. Good extension.
Lasso lift, that means two-handed lifting. Oh, that almost looked like a slop there at the end, didn't it? An up and down turn, but it wasn't. That was just the impression. I think it was probably just a fine lift.
These moves very typical of their coach Tamara Matvina, very inventive moves.
Not terribly attractive, but spectacular. Like that spin, I don't think is up to their level of elegance.
Well, they skated very well.
Beautifully fleet. The edging is just magnificent. Their speed, their security. They're right back at top form as they were earlier this year.
Well, this has got to give them a lot of confidence.
Well, whatever happened at the Grand Prix final, it certainly didn't happen here in Helsinki tonight. A great start for the world champions, Berezhnaya and Sikaridlidze. And whatever they worked on in practice the last couple of weeks has worked as well.
Now, look at this double twist. She toe picks, splits her legs, very easy. That is not a difficult move, but it's done beautifully. And this throat triple salto, always dangerous. But look at this, the distance, the tightness, and the speed that she has coming out of it. That's the important part. Such a security. That's amazing. And in this last lift, we'll see how this went. I'm not sure. Right there, he has her pressed up. Now watch him switch to one hand, and it's almost there as though she's missing. Very, very sort of difficult to judge that.
5'8", 5'7", 5'7".
Well, we've mentioned St. Petersburg a number of times already. It's less than 200 miles from here, and Yelena's mother is in attendance. Anton's parents are here watching them skate in Helsinki. First set of marks for required elements, Dick.
Well, now, if you look at that, those marks are not quite as high as they should be. I suspect because of that bobble at the end, and also because of the kind of sloppiness on the spin at the very end.
And for presentation, 5'8", 5'9", obviously. Berezhnaya, Sikaridlidze set the standard.
And they are very high and very nice.
And coming up next, the brother-sister team of Danielle and Steve Hartzell, the U.S. champions.
This is a move they invented, the heart attack lift. She practically does a handstand. Gives her parents a little heart attack on the side, too.
It was an emotional and somewhat unexpected victory at the U.S. Nationals.
I don't think that neither one of us expected it, and you know, our main focus was always making the world team, and then just winning was like kind of a big shock. So now it's just starting to set in. Everyone's beginning to notice us.
Yeah, it seems like our lives have changed overnight almost since we won the national championships.
Who's now at Hartwall Arena with the newly crowned U.S. champions, Danielle and Steve Hartzell, their first trip to the Senior World Championships.
Well, I hope that that confidence of winning that national championship continues for them in this short program.
That'll be a mandatory deduction of at least 0.4 of a point.
Triple Salchow. She really held on to that landing. It was a little bit shaky.
You see how much better a spin that was than Berezhnaya and Sigurilidzi's in positions. And Berezhnaya and Sigurelidze are far more elegant to pair, but this was a better pair spin. There's a security about them and sort of a confidence that's come along. I think that's very nice to see.
These kind of moves are a little bit awkward. Their spiral sequence, one of the required elements.
Ah, that's nice with the back inside spiral with his foot, her foot on his. That was a very nice move leading into this back inside death spiral. Well, I've got to tell you, despite the fall, that was a very nice program. This couple has come a long way. I must say I'm impressed by them. I think that they've improved themselves dramatically this year. And this was a very confident, very strong program. I'm very pleased for them.
Well, I think the choice of music and the choreography really helped bring out their style.
A lot of Americans here in Helsinki as well to watch. The junior world champions from 1997. First trip to the Senior Worlds. Danielle and Steve Hartzell, the brother-sister team from Westland, Michigan.
This was the disaster that started their program, the side-by-side triple toe loops. They both got up in the air, did their triples, and almost landed it, and both fell on the landings. Very unfortunate beginning. But this was one of the nice moments of their routine. A real nice stretch line to this, and a good blend into the next move, which was a back inside death spiral. Very nice stretch, long line. Very nicely done.
Required elements. 4-3, 4-4.
A lot of composure, though, after the early mistake to bring it back together. Now, the two sets of marks. Required elements, 4.3 to 5.0.
Presentation.
Danielle, a senior in high school. Steve at Oakland University right now. And the second set of marks for presentation, 4.8 to 5.4. And that places them behind Schwartz and Mueller of Germany in third place in terms of those that have skated. The ice from Russia, Tatiana Topmianina and Maxime Marinin, both from St. Petersburg. And as we've mentioned, not far from here, less than 200 miles as the crow flies. She is only 17 years old, and Maxime 22 years of age.
And in the next 2.5 minutes, we're not only going to hear the Grand Canyon Suite, but also little Mendelssohn violin concerto. Good combination for 2.5 minutes. One thing you note about Russian pairs is they all have great speed. That goes back to the days of Irina Rodnina and Alexander Zaitsev. This is a press lasso lift. 2 hands.
And now coming up is their throw triple loop from a back outside edge.
Oh, wonderful revolution.
Really tight in the air.
Into that death spiral, not a very good one, but the rest of their skating is elegant, wonderful lines.
And there was a real calmness about their skating and their overall performance in this short program. They did all the elements, skated really well.
Well, they finished third at the Russian Nationals, and that's saying a lot. There is Naya and Sikoriladze were the winners, they're the world champions. Petrova and Tikhonov came in second, and they're the European champions. Tatiana Topmianina and Maxime Marinin.
Now look at these very difficult triple toe loops, and look at her in particular, that wonderful landing edge. His is excellent also. Very difficult jumps, and they do them with great ease and lightness. And in this throw triple jump right here, this loop, look at the landing that she achieves. Solid. Now watch this position right there. That is nice.
5-4, 5-4.
And now the scores for the young Russian pair.
5-0, 5-2.
And the first set of marks, 5.0 up to 5.4.
5-3.
And the second set of marks for presentation,
5-5, 5-4.
A little bit better.
5-3.
5-3 to 5-5, the range.
5-3,
Tatiana Topmianina and Maxime Marinin.
5-3. Thank you.
When we come back, Shen and Zhao, they burst onto the international stage this season. Now they're trying to be the first Chinese pair to medal at the World Championships. They'll take the ice next. World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard. Your top 3 right now here in the paired short program. 2 Russians at the top. There is Naya Sikoriladze, and then Topmianina and Marinin, and then Schwartz and Mueller of Germany. But stepping on the ice right now, the pair that's been red hot this season, Shen and Zhao of China. They won Skate Canada, the Asian title, the 4 Continents competition, and the Grand Prix final.
And look at the crispness they had in that first move, the speed and just the zing to it.
They're very striking on the ice. And they are opening with side-by-side triple toe loops. Beautiful unison. Oh, that just floated over the air. Beautiful double twist.
Certainly not intimidated by Berezhnaya and Sikaridliza. They just defeated them a couple of weeks ago. Trying to become the first pair from China ever to medal at the World Championships.
Did you notice how he lifted her up into that? That's why it's called a lasso lift. It's almost as though he's lassoing. Jump that they've taken is a throw triple loop, and that lean on the landing, that inability to control the landing, I think will be very disastrous for them in this short program, in the marking in comparison to Berezhnaya and Sikaridliza.
They were very clean.
Very exciting to watch.
That was really interesting to see. That they were brilliant at the beginning. Such tightness, such presentation, such control. And then as it got to the end, it just seemed to fall apart a little bit and to, not make it quite so builds to such a climax.
All they're trying to do, though, obviously being in a position to win after this short program.
And this was their beautiful double twist. It floated in the air. Very easy, very airy. Nice opening. And now this lasso lift where he wraps her around and up they go with this extension. Nice flow over the ice and nice smooth transitions. Good positions, very easily done. And now their final throw triple loop where they had the problems. She got good height in the air, but she kind of anticipated that landing and fell forward and touched her hands down. And that'll be a big deduction.
You want to be in the top three heading into the free skate, which, by the way, is Saturday afternoon at 2:30 Eastern on ABC Sports, 3:30 Pacific. That's when you can catch it. The first set of marks for Shen and Zhao, 5.4 to 5.7. And now the second set, Dick, 5.6 to 5.8, and it puts them right behind Berezhnaya and Sikaridliza. They're in second place. The French team, Sarah Abitbol and Stéphane Bernardes, on the verge of breaking into the world's top echelon of skaters. They're on the ice next. Back in the Hartwall Arena, Helsinki, Finland. Sarah Abitbol, Stéphane Bernardes, the six-time French national champion, stepping on the ice here in the pairs short program. The bronze medalist from the European Championships for the third time recently in Prague.
And you'll see quite a different style here. Much rougher.
Well, their energy and their throw lifts are their strongest elements. They're opening with a double twist. Nice spring to that. Good tight turns in the air. And now this is one of their strongest moves that they do, is this throw triple loop. She says she lands it all the time. Whoops, but not tonight.
Maybe not all the time.
That was excellent timing, Peggy.
Right.
Wonderful timing.
The
That's
kiss
what
of
she
death.
said.
Peggy Fleming.
Side-by-side triple toe loops. Positions are not as good as they could be. They're a little bit almost scruffy or coarse in comparison to either Berezhnaya and Sikora-Lidze or Shen and Zhao. Somewhat better style and position than he does.
I think they're trying for a real polished quality by accentuating the music with real sharp moves. But I think they come off just a little stiff.
That's a very poor descent into that death spiral. But there's that very roughness, that very energy that they have is also very appealing.
Right. I think the audience enjoys that. It adds that excitement to their skating.
And the flow of this spin was actually better than many of the ones that we've seen so far. That's very admirable.
Very disappointing.
They just seem to get to a certain point and can't get beyond that. 3 times the bronze medalist at Europeans. At Worlds last year, they finished 8th. Sarah Abitbol and Stefan Bernadette.
Now, they have wonderfully strong throw jumps. Look at the way he does this triple loop jump. However, right there, she is unable to sustain that landing. Remember, he's lifted her into the air, and then she drops down, and that's one heck of a long way to go. These side-by-side triple toe loops right there. Watch his his right hand, rather, as he almost reaches for the ice, cannot sustain the landing.
We've seen them have great performances, but it's been tough for them to put a couple together. Sarah, 23 years of age. Stefan, 25. Live and train in Paris.
5-1, 5-3.
And now their marks here in the short program for required elements 4.7 to 5.3. You can tell their disappointment, the look on their faces. And for presentation, 5.3 to 5.6, but that's good enough to put them in 3rd place, right behind Shen and Zhao of China.
If they can hold that, that's all they need.
Short program, Berezhnaya and Sikora-Lidze of Russia in the lead. Shen and Zhao of China in 2nd, and Abitbol and Bernadette of France in 3rd place. But here are the 4-time Polish national champions, Dorota Zagorska and Mariusz Szudek. Silver medal at the European Championships this year. Last season finished 5th at the World Championships.
And watch this opening double twist. Watch the delay. Very nice.
Where was the delay, Peggy?
Well, it was a short delay.
Certainly do have a bright red in that material of those costumes.
Sort of the neon orangey red.
Where's the red, Dick?
Electric. It's on the ice. You can't see it on the television set because that changes the hue.
I see.
decide. You're colorblind.
No pair from Poland has ever medaled at the World Championships. Zagorska and Shudek, the first to ever capture a silver medal at the Europeans earlier this year.
And this is their throw, triple Salchow. Wonderful height. Nice control in the landing, good speed. Stretch in some of those moves on that lift, more extension in the legs and pointed toes. They skated very well.
It's a pair that has very nice moves, very good athleticism. Everything is very good. It just doesn't sing. There's nothing in it that really makes them stand out that will raise them up above either Berezhnaya and Sika-Relidze or Shen and Zhao or some of the other top pairs.
But certainly, Dick, room to be in the top three because Evgeny and Bernadise did not skate that well.
No, they're quite wonderful. You know, it's just that they don't sing out. And look at this, right here in this throw triple Salchow. Now watch her crossed legs right there. That's very nice. Did you see how tight they were and how low down the cross was? And in this last lift, this lasso lift, watch him almost as though he's lassoing. Now watch her change feet. That's very tough and also difficult crossing over. And with this dropout, she can catch her feet at any time on his clothing, and that would not be good news.
I still hold my breath every time I see a move like that. You've got to have so much trust in your partner.
Well, I'll tell you something. I've seen some falls through the years, particularly the Jelenics, if you remember them from a couple of weeks ago at the European Championships, in which absolute disaster has happened.
A couple of years ago, yeah. 5.4 to 5.7 for required elements, and now for presentation, 5.3 up to 5.7, and that is good enough to put Zagorska and Shudek into third place ahead of Abitbol and Bernadise. Coming up next, Maria Petrova and Alexei Tikhonov, the surprise winners of the European Championships, skate when we come back. Solid. Well, ESPN and ESPN2 have been the reigning world champions. Berezhnaya, Sika-Relidze on top ahead of Shen and Zhao of China. Then Zagorska and Shudek of Poland in third. The two American teams that have skated so far, the Hartzels and Handy and Binabos, round out the top 10. But here are the stunning upset winners of the European Championships this season. Maria Petrova and Alexei Tikhonov of Russia. They finished behind Berezhnaya and Sika-Relidze at the Russian National Championships this season.
And you feel an emotional connection for this team right from the start. And your choice of music helps them too, from the soundtrack of Dr. Zhivago.
Well, that kind of mistake is not going to do them very well. It's a mandatory deduction right there that will pull them down.
And this their throw, triple Salchow, back inside, edge takeoff. Very nice, easily done. She had plenty of time to prepare for that landing, which was very solid, good stretch.
They've only been skating together since July. Maria used to to skate with Anton Sikoridlidze. As a matter of fact, together they were two-time junior world champions.
Well, their styles really blend very easily together. Seems like their timing and their ability for the technical side of jumps and things are pretty good. Watch this next lift. It's a tuck position. Watch her tuck and then spring out of this lift. Adds a little extra excitement. Very different. They lacked that spark that I have seen them do in the past. They looked a little slow.
But remember, they've done this before and come back. At the Europeans this year, they were in 5th place after the short program and won. Of course, we should point out Berezhnaya and Sikoridlidze had to withdraw because she was sick in Prague this season.
And this was their side-by-side triple toe loops, which he missed this jump. They're very straight, very nice position in the beginning. And up they go. She does the triple, and he fell out of his. And now the triple Salchow, the throw triple Salchow, the back inside edge, good lift, nice and tight in the air, nice control, good extension on that landing.
Required elements. 5-3, 5-0.
And now the marks for Petrova and Tikhonov of Russia.
5-5.
They won't be as high, obviously, as they had hoped coming in. Required elements, 5.0 to 5.5.
That's actually, I think, rather sad for them. They're rather depressing for them because they should not have made that mistake, and it was unfortunate.
Really had to feel like they had a chance coming in. Presentation 5.2 to 5.8, and they are now in 4th place.
Thank you.
Here in the pair short program, there is Naya Sikoridlidze, Shen and Zhao, and Zagorska Shudek. And here are the two-time and reigning Canadian national champions, Christy Sargent and Chris Wirtz.
The music, Violin Concerto, number 4 by Tchaikovsky.
Their opening move, side-by-side triple toe loops. Nicely done, a little far apart. Stretch in his spiral extension right there. This part's very pretty.
That was called mirror skating for obvious reasons.
The choreography went very well with the music.
Marina Zueva is the choreographer, a dancer, a great renown. gate.
Now their throw, triple Salchow.
Oh, good. I'm glad she faked that. They're such an appealing pair, aren't they?
Yes.
Beautifully matched in size and physical proportions. And look at how nicely she bends into that back death spiral. Not with any of the fannies sticking up in the air like we've seen on some of the others.
Well, they can be very proud of that performance. They skated very well.
Plenty of Canadian fans here, too. Kind of a North American section, right along with all the flags from the United States, the Maple Leafs. Christy Sargent and Chris Wirtz, twice the Canadian champions. They finished 7th in the world a year ago. Expecting good marks tonight.
Now look at how difficult and how clean these were. Side by side triple toes. Very nice. I mean, that was a difficult move. And in this throw, triple Salchow, watch the security of takeoff edge. Watch him lift her into the air and open. You always wonder whether they're going to land that, but she did, and very nicely.
Christy Sargent, one of 2 moms here in the pairs competition. Peggy Schwartz of Germany, the other one. Christy's daughter Tristan is 7 years of age.
5'5".
And their coach is Paul Wirtz.
5'4". 5'5".
Chris Wirtz's brother. They're lookalikes, aren't they?
You can't tell at all, can you?
5'4".
Expecting good marks. They're hoping to move into the top 3 now. For required elements, 5.1 to 5.5.
And they're not shabby marks at all. They're quite strong.
And for presentation, 5.2 to 5.7, not quite good enough. It puts Sargent and Wirtz into 4th place.
And that's excellent position.
When we come back, Kyoko Ina and John Zimmerman, led by the Russian coach Tamara Moskvina. More on the story of the U.S. silver medalist. Then they'll take the ice next in Helsinki.
Pairs short program and the final pair set to go. The U.S. silver medalist Kyoko Ina and John Zimmerman. Together only 8 months and a blend of experience and promise. Leslie Visser has more on this newly formed American team that is under Russian direction.
It is impossible to know the paths where fate will lead. 2 years ago at Nationals, Kyoko Ina stood atop the medal stand as John Zimmerman, the bronze medalist, looked on. Fast forward to last month when John and Kyoko, skating together, claimed the silver medal at Nationals. Their partnership comes as a result of her well-publicized breakup with Jason Dungeon. In yet another twist, they've solicited the help of a legendary Russian coach in the hopes that this will be the beginning. At the height of the Cold War, Tamara Moskvina won a silver medal for her country at Worlds. She has since coached her teams to 7 world championships in the last 2 decades. Ironically, she now lives in America and coaches an American pair, a fact that has brought criticism from the Russian press and authorities.
I answer them like this. For example, if you have your own child and you adopted another child from another country or from another family, will you treat that child differently than your own? No, you will treat them as your own child. Being in the country, using the facilities of the country, you can't be so possessive not to give something back.
And what a gift this diminutive woman has given to 2 Americans who needed balance in their skating.
You know, when I have my skates on, I'm about 6'3". I don't know what she is. She's maybe like 4'11",
or so.
4'10". I'm like looking down at her, which means nothing, the height, because the way she looks at you, she's 10 feet tall no matter what.
Tamara has gazed upon 3 Olympic gold medals. If her current students could add their names to her legacy, well, that might be the ultimate irony.
When you think computers, you think Intel, Microsoft. And I think when you think pair skating or ice dancing, you think Russian. The Americans tend to be a little more show busy, and the Russians seem to be more classical. So if we can bring a little bit of showbiz into classical, we'll have a style that the Russians don't have either.
It would have seemed so odd a couple of years ago, but not in today's world. A top American pair learning from a Russian coach. Well, here's your top three. There is Naya Sigrid-Lidze in the lead over Shen and Zhao of China. Then Zagorska and Shudek. The two other Americans, Hartzell and Hartzell, Handy and Binabos in 12th and 13th place. As Kyoko Ina and John Zimmerman step onto the ice.
Music, Don Quixote by Mavis.
Nice opening side-by-side triples.
Nice height on that. Mistakes they've had through this year, it's very nice to see this strong opening. This, a throw triple Salchow.
Well, coming off a disappointing finish that we saw a couple of weeks ago at the Grand Prix final where they finished 5th, stayed in St. Petersburg to train with Tamara Moscovina and Berezhnaya and Sigrid-Lidze for that matter.
She is a very strong athlete with great technical skill. I'm surprised that she wasn't able to hold that landing.
But Kyoko has said that they both have very different timings from their former partners. They just need more time to get more in sync. But they're a very handsome couple on the ice, very striking.
Side-by-side combination spins. Despite that fall, their performance seems infinitely more mature, more put together, and better coordinated now than it was even as late as a month ago.
But as I'm looking at them here in this arena, they look like they're moving a little bit slow and a little cautious.
Well, maybe that's all right, since they're working to get unison and security. That spin is really quite spectacular. And I notice a great deal more pleasure in her face. You know, even though there was that major mistake, this was a much better performance than I've seen them do over really the last 3 major competitions, including the national championship and the recent international competition. I think that's an improvement. Yes, it was slow. Yes, it wasn't free and exciting. But yes, also, it was much better unison, much more of a pair skating. And that's a forward step forward for them. And look at these side-by-side now, triple toes. And watch the security there, particularly on his part. He's been the one that's been having trouble with technical merit, and he did that very well. Yeah, and isn't she happy? But on this throw triple Salchow, it was a surprise and a shock. A good takeoff, good strong revolution, and she is such a powerful girl, but she tripped on that landing. I don't know why that. I guess she didn't check it, and it caused that mistake.
5-1, 4-9, 5-0.
Their finish overall very important for the U.S. in trying to keep 2, perhaps 3 spots at next year's World Championships.
Remember, there's a mandatory 0.3 of a point deduction.
4.9 to 5.3 for required elements.
Well, I think that was probably very severe marking.
5-5.
And for presentation, 5.3 to 5.6. So Kyoko Ina and John Zimmerman, that puts them in 8th place after their short program. So the standings heading into the free skate, the world champions back in top form. Berezhnaya and Sikaridlidze over the red-hot Shen and Zhao of China. Zagorska and Shudek in 3rd. The top 3 control their own destiny. Remember that. Abitbol and Bernadise a disappointing 6th. Ina and Zimmerman 8th. Down the line to the 2 other Americans, the Hartzels and Handy and Binabos in 13th and 14th. Maybe tough for the U.S. to keep 3 spots at the Worlds next year. Leslie Visser is with the leaders now.
Terry, much stronger than we saw them a couple of weeks ago in St. Petersburg. Anton, why so much improvement in only a couple of weeks?
Because it's World Championships, you know. And in St. Petersburg, it was not really good skating. And here we must skating good because, you know, Orients and everybody waiting a good skating here on World Championships. And, you know, we must be strong.
Well, it looked like you were strong. You look so at ease, so confident. Were you?
Yes. I've learned much from that competition, and now I'm ready to go.
Well, it's true, as Anton says, this is when it counts. Good luck to you. Back to you, Terry.
All right, Leslie, I guess we have learned when the stakes are high, the world champions skate like the world champions. Yelena Berezhnaya and Anton Sikaridlidze of Russia. You can see them skate for their 2nd straight gold medal at the World Championships in the free skate tomorrow afternoon, beginning at 2:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific on ABC Sports. Not done yet tonight, though. The original dance is up next. Another World Championship team looking to defend their title, Krylova and Ovsyannikov. Trying to fend off the team that's been on their heels the entire season, Anasina and Pezara of France. The ice dancers take the ice when we return to Helsinki. Championships presented by MasterCard. The original dance about to get underway. They're on the ice warming up already. It sets things up for the free dance, which you can see Saturday night on ABC Sports in prime time, 8 o'clock Eastern and Pacific. That's the start. Also at that time, Michelle Kwan and the ladies skate for gold in the ladies free skate. But right now we welcome in 5-time U.S. ice dancing champion Judy Blumberg. And Judy, this original dance worth 30% of the overall score. What can we expect to see?
Well, 30% is right, Terry, but this is actually the last time that the judges are going to see the skaters perform a prescribed rhythm. It is the waltz. The OD is the waltz. It can be any timing, but what it must have is a diagonal or circular sequence of footwork and one big lift. Now, they'll have many lifts in and spins, but those are the 2 requirements that must be met.
Well, a big lift and a big rivalry in ice dancing. In fact, maybe one of the best, if not the best, in all of skating this year. You've got Krylova and Ovsyannikov, the reigning world champions, Russians at the top, but Anasina and Pezara from France have been on their heels throughout the season. And then you throw the Canadians into the mix, Born and Kratz.
That's right, but there's a rivalry, too, amongst the coaches. They all competed against one another. Krylova, Ovsyannikov are perfection in their performance. They have very strong material, and they are here to win. Anasina, Pezara are passionate. You get caught up in the magnetism and the electricity in their performance. And Born and Kratz, well, they're playful. They create a dance for you, and they put something out there. It's very subtle, so it's a nice mix, and it should make for a nice competition.
The skaters have already competed in 2 compulsory dances, now getting set for the original dance. Here are the standings. Krylova and Ovsyannikov in the lead, but a tie for 2nd place between Anasina and Pezara and Born and Kratz. The U.S. champions, Lang and Chernychev, they're in 10th place right now, and Yves Shalom and Matthew Gates of the U.S. are in 16th.
Seuraavina on the ice.
Champions, Angelika Krylova and Oleg Ovsyannikov of Russia. They have won every event in which they have entered over the past year since finishing 2nd at the '98 Olympic Games.
And right away, Angelika and Oleg are showing you their circle sequence. Sort of sets the pace and the tone of this piece from La Traviata, the drinking song. What makes them so different from Anasina Pezara and Born and Kratz is the performance aspect. They go out with consistency and confidence and perform well every time. They are so confident.
You think of how different this is from their free dance, which you can see on ABC Sports Saturday night, along with the ladies' free skate. Much different theme, much different tone.
As you watch them move, though, you can see it's all about the performance. She's very much out to the audience. It's not so much to him. In Anasina Pezra, you'll see a much different character on the ice.
Does her expression ever bother you? There are some that think it's over the top.
Sometimes it is over the top, but that's not something that she's going to change now. It works for her. I don't particularly care for it, but it does work for her. It's very big, and when she's in a big stadium, remember, we're watching it on TV. These people up at the 700th row are seeing it. It does have the feeling of a waltz, though, and that's very important that the character of the waltz carry through the program. And I like that no waltz rhythm is excluded. You can have any timing with it.
Two minutes, 10 seconds of the world's best. Angelika Krylova, Oleg Ovsyannikov, the leaders after the compulsory dances coming into this original dance.
They are unique, Terry, in that they go out every time and put it in front of you. No mistakes, no trips. Their lines are very clear. You may not like what they do, but they do it very well. And you can see it's so committed. This lift goes up very easily. And she comes out with a clear position. And it's all about the gesture and the placement of their heads, their hands, their feet. And her body, in this case, around him. Everything's larger than life.
Well, they've been winning everything this year, but they have felt the pressure from the French team and, of course, Morning Crash from Canada, too. We'll see about their marks. The first set, 5.6 to 5.8 for composition.
And a 5.6 from the Hungarian judge, but if there's no Hungarian team qualifying here in the top 10.
And for presentation, 5.8s and 5.9s, very high.
Obviously, they had a great performance. The waltz is complete. It is different from the other waltzes. You compare.
Krylova and Ovsyannikov, the reigning world champs. Coming up next, Marina Anasina and Gwendal Pezra, the passionate French team with a classical flair. They've been on the verge of #1 throughout the entire year. They'll take the ice when we return to Helsinki. Gwendal Pezra getting ready to skate. Leslie Visser has more on this Russian-French couple. Leslie?
Terry, we're used to great male Russian skaters who come to train and live in the United States, but in one unusual twist, a great female Russian skater left not to train in the U.S., but to become a citizen of France.
6 years ago, Marina Anasina won the Russian junior title, then lost her partner when he fell in love with another skater. At 17, Marina had to start over, so she wrote a letter to French skater Gwendal Pezra. He was available and interested, but he was also training in his hometown of Lyon. Marina, determined to skate, packed her bags and began a new life.
Big difference with Russia. And at the beginning, it was not so easy to change everything. I didn't speak French. I didn't know the country at all. But now I know everything.
Marina had a lot to learn, becoming acquainted with a new partner, new choreography, a different culture, and a foreign language all at once. On the ice, she and Gwendal improvised, creating a bouillabaisse of French, English, and Russian, which allowed them to somehow make their way through the first few months of training.
Actually, we handled it pretty well during practices.
mixing 3 languages at the very first moment was okay, because when you're on the ice, the body will speak more than the tongue.
Marina has adapted to her adopted city. She joined a health club and recently moved herself and her mother into a chic downtown neighborhood of Lyon. While Marina is in constant movement, Gwendol is tranquil and studious. He's working on his 4th university degree, this one in business, at a school not far from where he grew up. Unlike his emotional partner, Gwendol is cool and calm, but when they perform, the chemistry is obvious.
We're so different that we're very, very additional. And we choose not to lose one and to take just the other one. And that's what makes our couple very rich.
In a move which has become their trademark, they perform a lift in which she appears to be holding him aloft. They see this move as a way of celebrating the opposite yet equal strengths of male and female. Yet if they are to beat the reigning European champions, they must hope that the judges are ready to embrace this feminist view as well.
3 major international wins for Marina Anasina and Gwendol Pejara this season, but they have yet to defeat Krylova and Ovsyannikov. We'll see if they can start to do that right now in their original dance.
Do so well in this dance is they build with this music. They started very subtly, and look at the excitement through the lifts, through the footwork, the turns, and the accents they put into it. That's very important because that reads.
Silver medalist at Worlds a year ago. Silver medal at the European Championships this season.
Interesting to see the way they use the music. They are very subtle in their movements, and they're quiet. They've kind of set a tone, and they're letting you into the story. Marina are wonderful practice skaters. They perform on practice, and I think they finally had a performance here today that they can say they did it.
Well, when they took the ice, you could sense that the crowd was with them. There was a much bigger reaction for them, in my mind, than Krylova and Ovsyannikov. And so they at least matched that.
There's a passion and an energy between them, and it takes you in, and I find that very convincing. They slowed up in parts, but it was okay. The music and the choreography sort of allowed it to.
Marina's mother, Marina on the right, on the left, Gwendol's mother, Monique.
They move in such a dramatic way, and she puts her head back and places herself in these positions, and there's a flair, there's a finesse. When they move, you know they're there for a purpose. And their feet work well. They're fast, and they're efficient. And when you're working this close together, you best be efficient.
Well, the smiles as Marina walks off the ice. We'll see. We'll see what the judges think. And that's been obviously the concern throughout the season. At the European Championships, many in the audience, I think just like here, thought that they should have been the winners, should have been in first place. It didn't work out that way. And we await the first set of marks now for Anasina and Pezera. Remember, they're at the heart of the block judging controversy a year ago at the Olympics.
And it always depends on the panel. And this panel has awarded them very, very good marks.
5.5 to 5.9 for composition and 5.7 to 5.9. Guess what? Anasina and Pezera jump in the first place ahead of Krylova and Ovsyannikov. Who says change doesn't happen once in a while at least?
And it should. It should. That's exactly what should happen.
And the crowd has just gotten word. Monique Gwendol's mother standing and cheering. Well, it finally happened for them. They've still got a ways to go, though.
Canada.
Back in Helsinki for the World Figure Skating Championships, presented by MasterCard, the original dance. Anasina and Pezera lead Krylova and Ovsyannikov. But here are Shailin Bourne and Victor Kratz of Canada, tied for second place after the compulsory dances. Do you think, Judy, it has any effect on them taking the ice after huge ovation for Anasina and Pezera and seeing them, who've been their rivals for that second place position, overtake Krylova and Ovsyannikov at the top?
Well, you don't watch your competitors perform, and they really have to go out and just do their job, but their dance is so different. They can't get hyped up by the excitement because their dance is much more quiet, playful, but certainly just so different from Krylova, Ovsyannikov, and Anasina Pezera. The dance was choreographed by Jane Torval and Christopher Dean, so you'll recognize a couple of the steps. And as they head into their large circle, this should really skate out. And it doesn't quite have the power or the difficulty that Anasina Pezera had or Krylova Ovsyannikov. Smooth and quite lovely, Terry, but it doesn't have the energy and waltz quality that I think you should have in this OD.
You like the choice of music?
I like the choice of music, but not for the waltz original dance at the World Championships.
Well, they skated the river dance in the past, more from the Emerald Isle. This time from Shailin Bourne and Victor Kratz of Canada. Plenty of Canadian fans have made the long trip here to Helsinki to watch them. They were tied for second after the compulsory dances. We'll wait and find out what the judges think here of the original dance.
It's a little problem coming out of that lift. She didn't quite have her free leg behind her. But you can see the steps are pretty and they intertwined with one another. But they're not that difficult. And I think these two skaters are very strong. These two people can really skate. Watch their footwork sequence, a lot of 2-foot. That's with the crossovers. And remember, they're required to do twizzles, 3 turns, choctaws, and just about put anything in this sequence.
Position. 5-6, 5-8.
7-time Canadian champions.
5-7.
Now the first set of marks for composition.
5-6.
Born in Kratz.
5-7, 5-6.
5.6 to 5.8.
Presentation.
Remember, they were tied
5-6,
second.
5-8, 5-8.
The presentation 5.6 to 5.9. So Born in Kratz dropped from second. Now they're in third behind Krylova and Ovsyannikov. Back with more original dance performances right after this.
Our inventory reduction means
Rita Drobiačko, Povilas Vanagas, Lietuva, Lithuania.
So it's France, Russia, and Canada, your top three. And Asina and Pezera over Krylova and Ovsyannikov, then Born and Kratz. As Margarita Drobiačko and Povilas Vanagas from Lithuania take the ice tied for fifth after their compulsory dances.
I'm so impressed with this team, Terry. They've come a long way since last year, and what they do to this Valse Triste by Sibelius is so elegant and so understated. But watch the emotion in their faces with one another. The moves are worked into the choreography so well, you hardly see them happen. This is a theme throughout, this spinning with the high leg, and they use it very well because it's nice and fast. You can have as many as 4 small lifts and 2 large lifts, but only one is required. And watch the quickness of this circle. It just moves out, along with keeping speed and doing the difficult steps.
Russia, moved to Lithuania to skate with Povilas. That's where he's from. And the Soviet Union broke up. They were in 5th place heading into this original dance. So we'll see if they can jump into 4th. They were tied with the Italian couple who they have skated against. And a couple of weeks ago at the Grand Prix final actually jumped ahead of and finished 4th. They've been moving ahead as of late.
It was a beautifully laid out program. The pattern was interesting. It had great steps that fit the music, and I love the way they used the music. They used the highs and the lows, and they used levels in their choreography. And that's what you want to see in a top dance team. They just move out so beautifully. They move well together. Their bodies fit together. The shapes are right.
So now the marks for Drobiačko and Vanagas of Lithuania. The crowd does not like the first set, 5.4 to 5.5 range.
I much preferred that program, both in the composition and the presentation, to Fusarpoli.
Fusarpoli and Morgalio, the Italians we spoke of who skated earlier in this original dance here in Helsinki. And
thank you.
The presentation marks 5.5, 5.6, that range. So Drobiačko and Vanagas can't move up. They stay in 5th place. Pezera backstage celebrating after his great effort in the original dance, vaulting into the lead. Back at the World Figure Skating Championships, presented by MasterCard, Irina Lobacheva and Ilya Averbuk of Russia take the ice in 4th place heading into the original dance. Twice they have won the silver medal at the Russian National Championships. That the last 2 years. They won a gold in '97. Finished 4th last year at Worlds.
Traditional waltz. The music is a little more classical than what we've heard this evening, and the pattern is more traditional. It's what we ordinarily would have seen in what we used to do called the OSP, Original Set Pattern Dance. Kind of goes around the ice in a predictable manner. Sequence is lovely. Inside outside turns kind of against the curve. It's very effective. When you make up this OD, Terry, there are times when sometimes the simplest step works best and it'll read less is more. Using the end music as their end circle. But I would have liked to have seen that circle be bigger. It should go barrier to barrier. It's one of the requirements. You want to put your most difficult steps and turns and just your whole vocabulary into that circle.
Well, they stood on the podium at the European Championships for the first time this season. They were the bronze medal winners there. Irina Lobacheva and Ilya Averbuk of Russia in 4th place, trying perhaps to move up and grab a medal, setting themselves up here in the original dance.
They really are so lovely to watch, but they don't go out and do something that knocks your socks off. This is their last lift they had. This will be counted as their big lift. It's a beautiful shape around him. They take from Gennady Kapanasov and Natalia Linenchuk down in Wilmington, in Newark, Delaware. They train along the best, alongside Krylov-Ovsyannikov.
They've actually stayed in Moscow since the Europeans, which were in Prague, to train with Linenchuk and Karponosov. Now the marks, composition, 5.5 to 5.7.
They're right where they should be. The dance wasn't particularly hard. Needed an extra oomph to put it above Morning Kratz.
Not much oomph for presentation either, 5.6 to 5.8, so they are now in 4th place. Up next, the new U.S. champions, Naomi Lang and Peter Chernyshev, entering their first Worlds on a high note.
It was great to be on the top and everyone cheering for you and getting to lead everyone around. I mean, it was just awesome. It's probably the best experience.
Naomi Lang, Peter Chernyshev, Udusvala, the United States.
Now the U.S. champions, Naomi Lang and Peter Chernyshev, in their first trip to the World Championships and in the final group with some of the top names in ice dance here in the original dance. They are in 10th place after the compulsories. skating not only for your own success, but also that of your country. Each one trying to get up to 3 spots at next year's Worlds.
The flare theme is something they use throughout the program, and it really works. It's a very sweepy waltz. And they've utilized the music beautifully. I like the level they took going down into that shoot the duck turnaround move.
That could be critical because you skate for your country as well as yourselves. Up to 3 spots you're trying to grab for your country at next year's Worlds.
In this sequence. Ooh, she almost went down on that step. Those are the kind of trips you want to avoid in your first Worlds.
I guess.
Technically, very difficult circle. But for their first Worlds and being in the group with the big kids, I think it was a very promising showing.
Well, a top 10 finish for your first World Championships, and for the first time you've won the U.S. National Championship. You couldn't argue with that at all. A lot of fans here, not only from Canada, but the U.S. too. Naomi Lang, Peter Chernyshев, their effort in the original dance here in Helsinki.
Peter is such a strong skater, and Naomi has come so far in her skating talents. It's hard that it's really important that he not overpower her on some of these steps, and he almost ran right into her on that step. And you can't drop the shoulders. When you're working partner to partner, those shoulders have to stay level and parallel with one another.
5-0, 5-1, 4-9, 5-1.
They trained in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. Naomi originally from Michigan and Peter from St. Petersburg, Russia. Composition marks 4.9 up to 5.4.
These are the marks you'll see with little deductions, little from the cleanliness of the program. The pattern was nice.
Judy, the 5.4 for presentation. So Lang and Chernyshев marks good enough to keep them in the top 10. That's exactly where they are, in 10th place. So an upset brewing, perhaps. Anasina and Pezera at the top, but they actually have the same amount of points overall as Krylova and Ovsyannikov, so in effect a tie going into the free dance. Bourne and Kratz in 3rd right now. Down the line, Lang and Chernyshев, the U.S. champs, in 10th. Shalom and Gates of the U.S. in 17th place. The reaction of Anasina and Pezera when they finally saw their names on top of the leaderboard. They'll square off against Krylova and Ovsyannikov Saturday night in prime time on ABC Sports. When we come back to Helsinki, though, the ladies will take the ice for their... So Michelle Kwan begins her quest for a 3rd world title in the qualifying round, worth 20% of the overall score.
The music, Lamente Darien by Jules Massenet.
And there is a hush in this crowd. She takes real command of this ice. And her opening jump is a combination triple Lutz, double toe. Very solid, not real high, but very solid.
Very tentative move. And this, a Charlotte spiral. Charlotte Olschlager, the early German star of the 1910, 15, and 20 years.
Coming up is a triple-triple combination she has planned. Let's see if she'll do this. Triple toe, double toe.
By the way, this is her free skate. The skater's having to compete in 3 portions of the competition, which count now. That's a new rule this year.
That earlier 2-jump combination will have to become a triple-triple if she is going to stay abreast of the advance of triple jumps. Playing it very much safer in this performance because this is a qualifying round and of less value from a marking point of view.
In fact, it is worth 20% of the total score. This year, the first time that is being done. And of course, this is her long program that she'll use in the free skate.
Triple flip, effortless.
She's skating very conservatively. All the moves are beautifully spaced in this program. One move flows into the next. But she is not expending an excessive amount of energy because this is the easier, supposedly the easier part of the total competition.
And she has been suffering from a cold, been a little congested here. She's now on antibiotics and feeling a little better. So that might have some effect on her stamina. You can't breathe quite as well. Triple Lutz ended up being a double. She gives such emotion and expression to this music. She's just wonderful. Final triple toe. Enjoy watching her anytime. She is just great.
This is a very solid performance. She did not pull out all the stops, and rightfully so at this stage of the competition, and considering the fact that she's had a cold.
But I think she got the job done.
The purpose of this round was to qualify. It also counts for points.
She hasn't competed in 6 weeks. That might be her biggest challenge. Michelle, you've won everything since the Olympics. How dominant do you feel?
Well, I never think about being dominant. You know, I go out there every time just going for it and not worrying about anything else.
You're feeling a little under the weather. I can hear a sniffle.
Yeah, I'm not feeling too good. I started my antibiotics and my body's a little weak right now, but hopefully by the time I complete the short program, I'll feel pretty good.
How do you feel about this whole event? You have to put together 3 really strong programs. Do you think you should have to qualify?
Well, I think it's fair for everybody. You know, everybody has to do a long, short, and a long, but it gets a little bit old after a while. It's like, another program? What do you want me to do? But, you know, you got to do what you got to do.
What about for you, 7 years at this level? Which is it harder, mentally or physically?
Definitely mentally. You know, my body's ready. I can do a triple Lutz, you know, in my sleep. But it's just being able to focus on doing it when the time comes.
Well, cold or no cold, you look ready. Thanks, Michelle. Back to you, Terry.
Okay, Leslie, thank you. Coming up next, the ladies' short program as we continue from the World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard in a moment. you fail to perform any of these, of course, points are deducted. 2 minutes and 40 seconds in length, and the short program worth 30% of the overall score.
Seuraavana on the ice, Angela Nicodino, Yhdysvallat, the United States.
Well, here is the bronze medalist from the U.S. National Championships. 18 years of age from San Pedro, California, Angela Nicodino.
This young lady has a lot of natural talent. Beautiful jumps. She's working on her artistry. And she's opening with a triple Lutz double toe combination. Very solid. Good beginning.
That is her exquisite trademark. A superb layback position, one that is exceedingly rare.
And coming up, triple flip, one of the more difficult triple jumps. She singled it. That's going to cost her a lot here in this short program.
This short program, 2 minutes and 40 seconds, worth 30% of the overall score. Angela's first trip to the Senior World Championship, she did not have much fun in the qualifying round. She placed 9th in her group.
Traditional skater, exceedingly powerful, with a very, very strong technique. Her positions are right. But you can see the difference between this forward inside spiral and that of Michelle Kwan.
And these are the elements that she needs to work on if she's ever to be up in that upper range of world-class skaters. Her final combination spin. That beautiful layback position. Good turnout in the foot. Well, I think that was respectable, but I think a little disappointing, too.
She's a very steady skater, but she lacks a certain amount of flair or excitement. You have to come to that excitement through the perfection of her technique, which is not quite there yet, but is certainly on a very good path.
But a better experience than she had in the qualifying round. At least she was much cleaner than she was then.
Well, the way these events are structured right now, you have no choice. I mean, you have to do it when it's called for. Look at the speed and the distance that she gets on that double axel.
Well, there's Richard Callahan, Angela's coach for the time being. He told Leslie Visser that temporarily coaching Angela during the World Championships during this time, but of course Richard announcing his retirement from the sport the other day.
Well, she learned most of her technique from Peter Oppegaard in California at the Ice Castle.
2 sets of marks
skating rink.
out in California, exactly. 2 sets of marks now, Dick. Required elements and presentation. The first set, 4.6 to 5.0.
Perfectly respectable.
5.2, 4.9.
And now for presentation, 4.8 to 5.4 for Angela Nicodino, the 18-year-old from San Pedro, California.
And those reflect a pretty good mark for her style and her position.
We'll return to Helsinki, Finland with more of the ladies' short program in a moment. 18-year-old Lucinda Roux of Switzerland. If you like to watch spins, don't go anywhere.
Music, Lawrence of Arabia, and she is probably the finest spinner I have ever seen. His short program will not showcase her spins as much as the long program will. But you'll get an idea. She also has extraordinarily good positions. Her back is marvelous. This triple double. Well, that was good. She got through that. She's had a lot of trouble with some of her triples. But look here. Now look at the position, the back. The fact that she just maintains her speed.
Very unusual arms, too. Very effective.
Lucinda Rue, born in Zurich, moved to Tokyo, Paris, San Francisco, spent time in China. Well-traveled, world-class cities.
A marvelous sense of style and position. She has flair. You can see that she enjoys skating. The problem she has had is that her triple jumps have not stood her in good stead. Here's a triple loop. Looked like there was a little cheat at the end, but at least she stood up on it, and that's what she has to do. Now watch this flying camel. No round shoulders here.
Well, I see a real difference from when we saw her a few years ago. There's more command of the ice and more presence and more presentation to the audience. Really improved.
Nice energy, too. Double axel. Combination spin, a half sit spin.
That's a wonderful position.
Look at the speed here. Change foot in a pancake position. Good for you, Lucinda Rue. Talk about a full spin, a back scratch. Oh, terrific. I just love her skating. I think she's wonderful. She has the ability, and you know this sport will not give her full credit as they would jumps. Those spins are just as difficult, just as important, more difficult, in fact, than jumps are, but they're not specified. So whatever you give them, whatever point schedule you give them points for that. But the judges don't. They include it as, quote, part of the base mark, end of quote. I'm talking too much because I'm excited about spins and I like them.
Catch your breath for a moment, Dick.
The audience agrees with you. They were standing up and enjoying her, too.
Well, in this sport, what the audience thinks is totally immaterial. Now, look here at how tight those circles are. You see, that's marvelous. That's called centered spinning. And it's like a top on a table. Once it begins to move, as we see it moving here, the spin goes slightly off. But remember, she's not doing a speed spin at that moment, so it's less important. Look at her back. Isn't that terrific? And look at the positions that she attains in this spin. First of all, sort of a three-quarter sit spin, a full sit spin, a pancake sit spin. I mean, it's almost like a bird settling on one leg. Look at here, the backspin that she gets. Now she does, and the dropped head. I mean, this is brilliant.
0-4-7.
We watched her for the last 4 or 5 years. It's amazing when you watch her spin in practice, in competitions, wherever you see her. Look at the required element marks.
Look at those marks. Now, I mean, they are not giving her, she should be getting 1,000% for the two spins, but she doesn't. And they up, her other jumps were okay, but there are a lot of skaters around that do lousy jumps, and then they get marked down.
Lucinda Rue of Switzerland.
Next.
Well, here's the national champion of Canada, 23-year-old Jennifer Robinson. Last competed at the Senior Worlds in '96. Getting a look short program that many of those skaters who are either up-and-comers or have been on the scene for a while and trying to get into the elite. Remember the top overall contenders on ABC Sports in the short tomorrow at 2:30 Eastern Time.
Jennifer's number was choreographed by Lori Nickel, the choreographer of Michelle Kwan. Now her triple Lutz double toe. A little shaky, but she did it.
He's gotten much steadier.
Intertwining with all of the jumps and the spins. It's wonderful to see.
Jennifer Robinson from Ontario, Canada, has the same coach as Elvis Stoico. Doug Lee is her coach, same choreographer as Michelle Kwan. Lori Nickel handles those duties.
Very traditional program, very sensitively skated, sensitively skated.
Very pleasant to watch. She was wonderful. She skated well. For Jennifer, that was a real strong performance for her.
The two-time national champion of Canada with plenty of support in the audience here. Jennifer Robinson, the 23-year-old.
And this was a wonderful example of blending that choreography into the difficult jumps. Here she's doing her triple Salchow. Instead of just doing crossovers, she did movements and turns into that very difficult jump.
Which is actually
did it very well.
Which is actually a requirement of the short program, that you must do footwork into one jump.
4-7, 5-3.
So Jennifer Robinson now awaiting her marks, and the first set of marks
4-5 and 4-5.
There they are for required elements.
Presentation 5-2, 5-0.
Okay, now the marks for presentation
5-3, 5-2, 5-1, 5-2,
4.8 to 5.3. There's a hug from Doug Lee, her coach.
Thank you. Seuraava luistelija next to skate is Yulia Lavrenchuk, Ukraine, the Ukraine.
Taking the ice now, 20-year-old Yulia Lavrenchuk of Ukraine. She lives and trains in Kiev. Twice the national champion of Ukraine. And she finished 8th at the recent European Championships.
With the new haircut, she looks quite different from the way we've seen her in past competitions.
This is wonderful music. She's skating to Rockin' Gypsies Spanish medley by Willie and Lobo Orchestra. She is a very powerful skater and gathers incredible speed.
Unfortunately, she does it with this pumping up and down of her back. But the speed is there. And so is the jump.
A lot of lift in that triple Lutz double toe combination. Very strong beginning. You'll notice there's not a whole lot of choreography in this number. In between between these jumps, there's a lot of just crossovers.
Up and down, sort of like an oil rig. And that's a very bad stylistic fall, but that was a wonderful jump, a wonderful triple. She gets good speed on this layback.
And she really does skate very fast. Final combination spin, a camel, a layback spin.
Good leg position.
And unusual arms, too. And a back sit, and an attitude, and a cross, back cross spin. Kind of wandered away. I think she's proud of that performance. And she did all of her required elements. Skated very well.
And she did one of the perquisite moves now, of pumping the air when they're sort of even 50% satisfied.
And I know you love that move on the ice, too.
You mean the pumping at the end?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it makes it look very much like sort of a football game or perhaps a basketball game. But look at the quality of this jump right there. She reaches back rather in a short way, but gets nice height on it and good revolution, and it's very clean and reliable and solid.
Well, he didn't pump his fist, but you remember when Rudy Galindo high-fived someone during his national championship performance.
But didn't he wait till he got off the ice to high-five somebody?
No, it was right during his performance at some point. Came pretty close to it. Now the marks for Yulia Lavrenchuk.
Presentation
5.2 to 5.5 for required elements. And for presentation, 4.8 to 5.5 for Lavrenchuk of Ukraine.
5.2, 4.8, and 5.4. Thank you.
When we continue from Helsinki, the 17-year-old from Budapest. She finished 4th at the European Championships this year. In fact, the reigning national champion of Hungary, only 17 years of age.
She's skating to black velvet. She's a natural jumper, but she has a bad habit of stretching her chin up when she goes into a jump. Watch her do this in this opening triple toe combination. See how she stretches her chin up? It works for her.
Oh, brother, was that sensational. That's a wonderful position. Yeah, hey, good for her.
Skated great. And very thankful.
Thank heavens. Diana Pote, 17 years of age from Hungary. She is from Budapest, although she does spend the summers in Connecticut living and training.
And this was her opening triple-triple combination. Very difficult. Triple toe, but watch her chin, how she stretches that up. But she had good speed on the landing, going right up into the second triple. Very confident, real smooth, and wonderful jump.
3-5-4.
Diana Pote, who finished 10th at Worlds last season. And the first set of marks, 4.9 to 5.6.
Presentation 5-5.
And for presentation, 5.1 to 5.6 for the 17-year-old from Budapest.
5-1 and 5-1.
Coming up next, Yelena Lyashenko, twice the national champion of Ukraine. The 22-year-old takes the ice when we return to Helsinki.
You're so funny.
For the program, it's Diana Pote of Hungary who is in the lead right now over Yulia Lavrenchuk of Ukraine and Lucinda Roux of Switzerland. Here is Yelena Lyashenko, who is the reigning national champion of Ukraine. In fact, she has traded that title back and forth the last few years with Lavrenchuk.
She has a lot of confidence and strength in her skating, but not a whole lot of feeling in her presentation, in her overall program. She's opening with a triple Lutz double toe. She really telegraphs her entrance into the jumps, a real long preparation. But nicely done, a little slow in between. liked how it stopped really quickly. She's had good speed throughout this short program. Good energy. Very nice.
Sure, just made that ending in time.
22 years of age from Kiev, Ukraine, Yelena Lyashenko will have remarks when we return to Helsinki in a moment.
My brother told me.
Ukraine.
5-3.
The first set for required elements, 5.1 to 5.5.
And 5-1.
And now the second set for presentation, 5.2 to 5.6. So Lyashenko, the leader in terms of those that have skated here in the short program so far.
5-6, 5-4, 5-2, and 5-3. Thank you.
Here's the national champion of Italy, 22 years of age, Silvia Fontana. She finished 18th at Worlds a year ago, but she is skating very well this year. In fact, in the qualifying round, she was terrific.
Well, not only is she a stunning beauty and pursuing a doctorate in psychology, she's also very passionate on the ice.
Music, Fancy Free. Leonard Bernstein. She works with Evelyn Kramer at Lake Arrowhead, California.
That was intended to be a triple Lutz, double toe combination.
This is a layback. Not a good leg position.
Nice double axel.
As you mentioned, she lives and trains in Lake Arrowhead, California now, but she was raised in Rome, born in New York City.
That's a little bit of an international character. Footwork into a triple toe loop. That was very nice, very easy.
Stretches her moves and really relates to the audience and uses this choreography.
Final move, a combination spin, catch foot, good speed, bad leg, back sit. Shades of Rudy Galindo. Hey, nice.
She is so enjoyable to watch.
I think you enjoy watching her because you feel that she has fun skating and that she really enjoys what she's doing.
How much bigger could that smile be?
Oh, goodness. She's just so excited she can't stand it.
Fans from Italy, fans from America here to watch Silvia Fontana.
And here was her one mistake right at the beginning, was this triple Lutz. She's pulling back. She doesn't get the height to really finish all of these revolutions and really anticipated that landing, couldn't check out, and was awfully close to the boards, too.
Silvia Fontana now awaiting her marks. One of her fans from America, John Zimmerman, who we saw in the pairs competition earlier in our show, and they have been dating for quite some time now. Although he's on the East Coast, she's on the West Coast, so it's a long distance thing. Evelyn Kramer, her coach. First set of marks, 4.4 to 4.9. And now the second set for presentation, 4.8 to 5.4 for Silvia Fontana. And it puts her in 9th place overall.
5-3, 5-4, 5-0. Poland.
Back in Helsinki as we continue with our coverage of the World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard. The ladies' short program as Anna Reknio of Poland takes the ice. Remember, she was one of the big surprises a year ago at World. She finished 5th, but she was in 2nd place after the short program.
And she is suffering from a virus, and she's receiving IV vitamins and fluids, so this short program may take everything out of her. But she's a very strong skater. And she is opening with a triple flip. Actually, it looks like a Lutz. Triple Lutz double toe combination.
And I think this is the triple flip. Oh,
nice.
Did you notice how she went up in the air first and then turned? Now that is good jumping. First the height, then the revolution. And look at the position here. Very strong spinning. Spiral combination. Strong edges.
Well, she doesn't seem sick to me at all.
No. Trying to join that group that has a chance to win the gold medal. Realistically, remember many of the top contenders. You can see their short program Saturday afternoon, 2:30 Eastern time over on ABC Sports.
Double axel. Again, that. Oh. And that, I think, is the last difficult move. Now, that position could be improved. That's just not good enough for the way the rest of her skating is going, for the level of it.
She looks very strong. Good speed at the end of this number.
This is the circular footwork. Final move, a combination spin. First a camel, sit spin, lay back, back camel, cat foot,
Well, that was wonderful.
well, the spin at the end, I think, sort of dragged her down a bit. It didn't really have great speed. It wasn't superb position. It was an okay spin. It was not up to some of the rest of her skating, where the quality, I think, was much superior. But, you know, I don't think the judges always recognize the fact and mark down for spins that are less than perfect.
3 times the national champion of Poland, Anna Reknio.
And this was her opening jump, the triple Lutz double toe combination. She had wonderful spring in the air. Good turning, real clean, right into the double toe.
That was a little double footing there.
You think?
Know? Yes, yes. Absolutely.
Well, maybe we'll have to play that again. That was her triple flip that she's doing right now. Very clean, good, strong landing.
Presentation 5-3, 5-6, 5-5.
5.1 to 5.6.
You see, those are very creditable marks. I mean, you know, I think they've recognized the fact that she's a very powerful skater.
And she is in the lead. Women's semifinal action from the ATP Lipton Tennis Championships. For Dick Button, Peggy Fleming, Judy Blomberg, and Leslie Visser, I'm Terry Gannon. So long for now from Helsinki. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of Go Network, go.com. In skating lore, twice she's won this title. Can she become the first American to win 3 gold medals in 1 decade since Peggy Fleming, some 30 years ago? Can Michelle chip away at history once again? Trying to emerge from her shadow is the striking Maria Butirskaya, a perennial Russian national champion who has yet to win the top prize on the world stage. While in the pairs final, the reigning world champions Berezhnaya and Sikarit leads a lead, but memories of recent disappointments linger. So, for the first time ever, the door is open to a Chinese pair, the dynamic couple Shen and Zhao. Have we begun to see an unexpected shift in the world order? The World Championships continue next.
In a land that touches the Arctic Circle, with a climate that makes you glad you're just visiting, there is a long tradition of winter sports excellence in Finland, a country that spends much of the year draped in a thick blanket of snow and ice. Despite the chill outside, though, the Finns have extended a warm welcome this week to those who have traveled here from all parts of the globe. And the ice inside Hartwall Arena is reserved for the world's best figure skaters as we welcome you to our continuing coverage of the 1999 World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard. Michelle Kwan, the center of focus this week, as usual. The 18-year-old from Torrance, California, the odds-on favorite to win her third World Championship. And hi, everybody. I'm Terry Gannon. If today's action is anything like what we have already seen at these championships, we are in for a memorable day. Hopefully you were with us Thursday night as the men put on an incredible show here in Helsinki. Alexei Yagudin of Russia vaulted to the top once again. He was brilliant in capturing his second straight world title. It was also an evening in which we saw American Michael Weiss join the world's elite. He won the bronze medal here, and there were 7 successful quad jumps in 1 free skate. That's a record. So now it's up to Michelle Kwan and the ladies to try to top all of that. We're going to see them in the short program a little bit later. In fact, a group is on the ice warming up right now, and we welcome in Olympic champion Peggy Fleming. We'll see Michelle later on, and she knows the pressure is on her. She is the favorite. Now she's got a physical obstacle, too.
Oh, she sure does, Terry. Michelle came to Helsinki with a world-class cold, and she's still fighting the effects. In her qualifying round, she wasn't inspired, but she definitely was still the confident champion we all expected to see. Her teammate, 13-year-old Sarah Hughes, is the youngest competitor here, and although she's not a threat, Sarah is skating great, keeping her eyes wide open, and has already shown pretty remarkable improvement since the national championships. The only possible challenge to Michelle is the oldest competitor in this event, Russia's Maria Buderskaya. But in my mind, Michelle Kwan would have to leave the building during her program to lose this title.
So somebody locked the doors if that's the only shot at her losing. We'll see the ladies a little bit later on, at least Michelle, some of them on the ice warming up right now. But we turn our attention now to the pairs free skate, which took place Wednesday night here in Helsinki. And we welcome in 2-time Olympic champion, Mr. Dick Button. When that free skate began, there was a situation, Dick, that not many expected when you look back at the beginning of the season. The reigning world champions from Russia being threatened.
Well, on the one hand, you've got a really sensitive, striking pair. Berezhnaya and Sikharulidze, the current world champions from Russia, have won just about everything they've gone into this year with only one minor glitz. But, you know, they're very sensitive and they're very striking skaters. They're really romantic and wonderful looking. On the other hand, you have the Chinese pair, Shen and Zhao, and they are pistols. I will tell you, they have speed. They've dazzled everybody here with their flair. They attack every move. They're like 2 bullets heading straight towards a gold medal target.
So that was the situation as the pairs took the ice to settle their title on Wednesday night here in Helsinki. Here's how Peggy, Dick, and I called it. Well, here are the standings heading into the pairs free skate. The world champions, Berezhnaya, Sikharulidze in first, being pressed by Shen and Zhao of China. Zagorska and Shudek of Poland in 3rd place. The Americans, Ina and Zimmerman in 8th. Hartzell and Hartzell of the U.S. in 13th. And Andy and Binabos in 14th after the short program.
Seuraavana the ice, Danielle Hartzell, Steve Hartzell, Yhdysvallat, the United States of America.
The brother-sister team from Westland, Michigan, Danielle and Steve Hartzell, the newly crowned U.S. champions. They won a junior world championship back in 1997. This their first trip to the senior worlds, and they're in 13th place after the short program.
Well, I know that they are very disappointed in their performance here at the Worlds in their short program. They really need to skate well, not only to make a good impression on the judges, but also for themselves. Back inside edge takeoff. nicely done, not too high. This is the lift that they invented, the heart attack lift, a play on their name.
Well, they almost had a heart attack during the warm-up, too, involved in a near miss with another pair.
Yes, that came very close. They've had a very good start here. Inside death spiral. Shaky on the landing.
Danielle and Steve, one of 3 pairs from the United States here in Helsinki. Kyoko Ina, John Zimmerman here as well. Unfortunately, Laura Handy and J. Paul Binnebos, the U.S. bronze medalists, were forced to withdraw from the competition because Paul came down with the flu. They did skate in the short program and were in 14th place.
A little out of sync on those side-by-side spins.
Pair skater or skater.
You have to pay attention to every move you do when you're on the ice. Well, they did themselves proud.
You know, that's a very solid performance. How great for them.
A lot of American flags waving out here.
Whole section of American flags. And they're all on their feet right now, the people holding those flags. Danielle and Steve Hartzell, the new U.S. champions, acquitting themselves very well. Somewhat disappointed with 13th place after the short program, but they can't be disappointed at all with their free skate.
And here is the lift that they invented, the heart attack lift. She practically does a handstand up here. And she really has to keep very steady and stiff so that he can manipulate her down. Very difficult. Probably gives their parents a heart attack when they do that. And this was their throw, triple loop. Not a lot of height in that jump or that throw, and a little shaky on the landing, but otherwise very well done.
Technical merit. 5-0.
The parents, Georgia and Larry, are here in Helsinki to watch them skate. Johnny John's one of their coaches right behind them, along with Mitch Moyer and Jason Dungeon, the 2-time U.S. champion. They're the first set of marks for technical merit. 4.8 to 5.3.
5-2, 4-8, 5-0.
And the marks for presentation.
5-3, 5-1, 5-2, and 5-2.
4.8 to 5.3 the range. So in terms of those that have skated in the free skate, Hartzell and Hartzell the leaders. And when we come back, Maria Petrova and Alexei Tikhonov together for less than a year, and a stunning upset win at the European Championships. They'll skate next.
Venäjä, Russia.
Back at the World Figure Skating Championships, presented by MasterCard, Maria Petrova and Alexei Tikhonov of Russia take the ice. They pulled off a stunning upset in Prague this season, winning the European Championship. That was after finishing second to Berezhnaya and Sikaridlidze at the Russian Nationals, and they're in 5th place after the short program.
And they've only been skating together for 8 months. But they're a real natural match as a team. Their beautiful body line and their style and timing is just wonderful together. They're opening with side-by-side triple toes. Very nicely done. A lot of confidence going in and out of that move.
It's interesting to note that he is 27 years old and therefore has a great deal more maturity from all the years of professional skating that he did. It's also interesting that he is 6'1", she only 5 foot. Yet they overcome that difference in height quite easily.
Yeah, they give the illusion that they're both really long and lean line. Beautiful. Throw triple Salchow. Watch the exit of this lift. He flips her over. And this next lift coming up, watch the tuck position she gets into, and then she lifts up to do the exit. Nice excitement and very inventive.
Different, yeah. Well, her link with Anton Sikaridlidze goes beyond just hailing from the same country. She's his former partner. In fact, they won 2 junior world championships together. We mentioned they're in 5th place heading into this free skate. That's where they were at the European Championships and ended up winning.
There's a calm, gentle quality to this pair. Triple toe, very light, just was floating up in the air.
Here.
lift as he swings her into a wrap lift. Wonderful. They're very inspiring to watch.
First trip to the Worlds together. Maria Petrova and Alexei Tikhonov, and a positive one in 5th after the short. Didn't harm their chances at all with that effort.
I think I detect a little romance budding there. He says that she's one of the kindest people that he has ever known. Could this be the start of something?
Ah, you're starting things here.
And this throw, triple Salchow, was definitely a highlight in their program. Look at the height and the ease in which she did this. Beautiful, controlled landing, real strong position. And another highlight was the throw, triple toe. Watch this entrance. It looks so confident, so calm, so much in control. She just lifted right up, had plenty of time to land.
Technical merit, 5-5. 5-6.
So we check the marks now. The first set for technical merit, 5.5 to 5.7.
And they're very nice and very well deserved. That was a fine program.
And for presentation now, remember this worth 2/3 of the overall score, this free skate. 5.5 to 5.8, Dick.
And justifiably so. He has had a lot of experience, and he's bringing her along very well.
The best so far in the lead in terms of those that have skated in this portion of the competition.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard. The final group of skaters here in this pairs free skate on the ice, warming up. The title about to be decided. They're the reigning world champions, Berezhnaya and Sika Redlidze. They're in first heading into this free skate. Peggy, what can we expect?
Well, they're a wonderful team, but every world-class pair program has to have a successful side-by-side triple jump. They have planned side-by-side triple toes, and watch their throw triple Salchow. It is wonderful. Watch the height and the lightness and the speed in which they do this move. But what really sets them apart is their posture and their elegance and their extraordinary body line. Both of them have this wonderful stretch to their skating.
But right behind them from China, Shen and Hongbo Zhao have grabbed a lot of headlines and attention this week, as they have throughout the season. They've been red hot.
And they've been wonderful, too. They have planned side-by-side triple toes just the same as Berezhnaya and Sika Redlidze. They've been very consistent with this move in the last few events. But what makes them stand out is their quick, sharp moves. And another striking feature is their speed and their energy in which they cover the ice. It is wonderful.
So here's the order in which this final group will skate. First on the ice will be Christy Sargent and Chris Wirtz from Canada. Then Berezhnaya and Sika Redlidze of Russia. Shen and Zhao follow them, trying to win China's first medal at the World Championships. And Zagorska and Shudek of Poland. Poland has never won a medal at the Worlds either.
Chris Wirtz, Canada.
The last 2 years, they have been the Canadian national champions. Christy Sargent and Chris Wirtz in 4th place after the short program. A 7th place finish a year ago at Worlds.
They are a well-matched pair. Their heights are 5 foot and 5'7". They're 25 and 29 years old. They will marry in May, and they're skating to Duke Ellington. What more can you ask?
And there's a casualness to this program because of that choice of music to that comfortable Duke Ellington medley. And I think their energy and spark really comes through in this number. They're opening the program with side-by-side triple toes. Salchow was a little out of control.
That's called a life-death spiral, and that one was also first done by the Protopopovs in the 1960s. A forward inside death spiral. The original one was an outside back death spiral. Double axel. Magnificent height.
Christy, one of two moms in this pairs competition. She has a daughter, Tristan, who is 7 years old. The other mom, Peggy Schwartz of Germany. It'd be a great thrill for them to be able to medal here. Their best finish in 3 previous trips at the World Championships. A 6th place finish 2 years ago. And plenty of Canadians here in Hartwall Arena to watch them.
And that was supposed to be a double axel. She singled, he doubled.
There is such pressure here in this pair championship that mistakes of that nature are going to be a very serious detriment to their pulling up from the 4th place position that they now hold. Program sort of came to a dead stop there.
Right.
And it wasn't the break in the music. Straight line footwork. One of the requirements, diagonal from one corner of the ring to the other.
Nice choreography and interpreting the music. Final move, the back outside death spiral.
It sort of missed a little bit at the end. The timing wasn't as perfect as it could be. It seemed somewhat rough, both in the last spiral, death spiral, and the final position.
Their reaction, you can kind of tell they agree with you there, Dick. Although the fans up and cheering, obviously. And we'll be back to Helsinki with their scores in just a moment. They'll try to hold on to their lead and defend their world title when we continue at the defending world champions, Berezhnaya, Sikora, Lidza, take the ice. Hard to believe they've only been together for 2 years. Many have already compared them to the champions like Gordiev and Grinkov. Leslie Visser takes a closer look at the latest in the long tradition of great Russian pairs.
Yelena Berezhnaya is very shy, very quiet. She looks very beautiful, like a movie star, like a person who does commercials. Anton Sikora is like a match. The moment you put the light, it explodes. For the skater, in a way, it's good because he's temperamental and you can see that temperament on ice.
This unique blend of grace and fire have proven to be a potent mix over the last year as Berezhnaya and Sikora dominated the world of pair skating. After winning the silver medal at the '98 Winter Olympics in Nagano, the two went on to win every competition they entered until this past January. They may be different in personality, but in 3 years as a team, they've skated with a single purpose.
They work well together because they have the same goal. They would like to be best skaters in the world. They would like to get 6-0 at the competition. They would like to be well known. They would like to please the public. So this is their goal, and they adapt their feelings, their temperament to this goal.
Recently, however, they have dealt with disappointment. In January, they were forced to withdraw from Europeans after the short program because Elena had the flu. They were leading at the time. And just 3 weeks ago, they placed second after a frustrating performance at the Grand Prix final.
Something's wrong. She stopped.
To their coach, disappointment is something all couples must learn to endure.
This is the best lesson for them, as there is night and day. Right now, those European Championship and this Grand Prix final was their dark times in their competitive life.
They rely on their relationship to get through times like these. Once romantically involved, they are now best friends.
He knows how to work with me on ice. When I can't do something, he knows what to say to settle the problem and to help me continue the work. This is the most important feature because it is so rare among pairs, and that's why we've become a team so quickly.
She's a very strong person. You know, she's small, but here in her head, she's really, really strong. It's like man. And you know, sometimes I want to be like she.
They're good friends, and he takes good care of her as a gentleman, and she completely respects him and trusts him, and this is a very good working relationship. People, when they watch them, they like speak like dream of such a nice couple.
Well, coming into this championship, there is Nayan Sikaridlidze, although they had only lost one event throughout the season. That happened a couple of weeks ago in St. Petersburg, and they were not skating like the world champs. They have here in Helsinki, and they lead.
Well, no other team here has the lightness or lyrical quality that this pair has. They had a good short program. Now they need to remind us all once again that they are the world champions.
By the way, the scores for the Canadian champions, Christy Sargent and Chris Wirtz, 5.4 to 5.5 for technical merit, and for presentation, 5.5 to 5.7.
Here comes their side-by-side triple toes. Very beautiful. Elegantly done.
Split twist.
That's wonderful.
Little bit of
air and height.
But a little bit of a difficulty on the set down. It was a little rough. I mean, this is nitpicking because this is a gorgeous pair. Look at the speed they have. Side by side. Axles. There has always been difficulty on those, on the axle move, the forward outside edge on the part of Russian pair skaters, including Gordiev and Grinkov and the rest.
And this is their throw triple Salchow. She's just is so tight in the air. Wonderful height.
There was Yelena, who had problems at the Grand Prix final just a few weeks ago. So no signs of those up until this point. With the fall a moment ago.
Beautiful emotion to this music and a wonderful feeling and flow over the ice.
simple that move was. It was done so well that it maintains interest and is just marvelous to watch.
These are very inventive angles and transitions. Makes this very interesting.
Throw, triple loop jump. Press lift. A very difficult dropout. A layout that she gets, a sideways star position.
And he lets her down so soft, very gentle. And the spin here at the end, it's a very gentle way to close this program. Beautiful.
Tamara Moskvina, their coach. Not far from St. Petersburg, their hometown, in fact. And Yelena's mother here. Anton's parents are here watching in Helsinki.
I think they're relieved.
Sigh of relief right now, yeah.
One major disaster, but the rest very elegant, very beautiful.
One major disaster with Shen and Zhao still to come.
Makes it quite a different story. Now, watch the side-by-side double axel. Watch the way they step up into the jump with that disastrous and very difficult forward outside edge. That can be so treacherous, it can throw you out at any time. This throw triple loop should be steadier. A back outside edge always is. Look at the tightness of the legs, the crispness, the cleanness of that revolution was just extraordinary.
Russia.
The mistake by Yelena, but they came back strong for the rest of the program. Something in the last month or so that they've not done consistently. The first set, very high. 5-7s, 5-8 sticks.
There is plenty of room there. Only tenths of a point need to separate them from two remaining to come. But these marks, all 5-9s for the artistic impression is a tribute to their line and their elegance and their beauty.
So it's Berezhnaya and Sika-Ridlidze trying to defend their title in the lead over countrymen Petrova and Tikhonov right now. When the pairs free skate continues from Helsinki, Xue Shen and Hungbo Zhao in second place, looking to capture China's first gold medal in pairs history.
79 World Championships, Ty Babylonia and Randy Gardner skated to near perfection to accomplish something no American team has done since.
This could be a little sporting history. The end of their program. And there it is. It is it. You're looking at only the second American pair ever to win the World Championship in pairs figure skating.
Elevator Skating Championships presented by MasterCard. The pairs free skate, Berezhnaya, Sika-Ridlidze at the top. Petrova and Tikhonov, their countrymen, right behind them. But on the ice right now, the pair that was in second place after the short program, Xue Shen and Hungbo Zhao of China.
And the music is Mulan, the motion picture. And the thing to watch for here is their strength, their power, their speed, the way they attack every move throughout this program.
They really really make every move important and crisp and sharp.
First of all, side-by-side triple toe loops.
Wonderful
Toes under
unison.
control. That was fabulous.
Yeah, that's great.
Also the energy and the ability that he has to lift her. We see here in this split triple twist, she's almost parallel to the ice in the air.
Now coming up is a throw, triple loop, the back outside edge takeoff.
Oh, what height that had.
That was wonderful.
Again, the disastrous move that can attack anybody is this forward edge axle. Neat and clean.
This is a pair, Dick, that's just burst onto the scene this year. They've had 3 major international wins. No other Chinese pair had ever done that. And now they're trying to become the first pair from China ever to medal at the World Championships. And they're trying to make it gold.
The speed and the flow in which they do all these transitions. Beautifully done.
Look at that back leaning death spiral. That's a very unusual entrance into it. It's been done through the years, but you see it rarely because of its difficulty. Salchow.
In their skating. Not only do they have good body line, but they have crisp and inventive moves. And the speed and their unison as they cover the ice, I think that combination makes them really outstanding.
The position in that star lift, not the best. Again, double axles.
Very nicely done. It was wonderful unison. They're very close together.
Just very exciting.
Oh, how exciting for them. A wonderful performance.
If they make it into first place, it's because they maintain speed and energy and, unusual moves right through to the end. Not quite the same elegance as Berezhnaya and Sikora-Lidze, but the overall impact of this program clearly right at the top.
And the reigning world champs did have a mistake.
A major mistake.
But we knew about them
before this season, but they've taken it to a higher level. 4th at the World Championships a year ago. Who knows? Maybe gold this year.
And this was one of their outstanding moves they did at the beginning. This triple twist. Watch the height that she gets in her unusual position in the air, almost parallel to the ice. Very exciting. And now their throw triple Salchow that they did very well, taking off from that back inside edge. Throws her up in the air, very tight. Watch how she turns so tight in the air. Very clean landing, strong.
Technical merit. 5-8.
Did we just watch the major upset of these championships? We'll find out in a moment. The first set of marks, Dick.
Well, I'm afraid not. Those marks are a little bit higher. Technically, the real question comes in the artistic impression mark. Remember, Berezhnaya and Sikharelidze had all 5-9s, and these marks are 5-8s, 5-7s, 5-9s, 5-7s, 5-8, and the audience does not like it.
One bit. Not one bit.
Oh, brother.
Shen and Zhao of China in second behind Berezhnaya and Sikharelidze. Wow.
Holy cow.
When we come back, Dorota Zagorska and Mariusz Szudek in 3rd place, trying to capture Poland's first medal ever at the World Championships. Especially the bears on the ground. A pantry from the 1800s.
Back with the final skaters of the pairs free skate. And Berezhnaya Sikharelidze barely holding on to first place over Shen and Zhao of China. Petrova and Tikhonov of Russia in 3rd. But here is Dorota Zagorska, Mariusz Szudek of Poland in 3rd place after the short program, trying to capture the first medal in pairs for Poland ever.
They said when they started pair skating, there were no role models in Poland. They said they only had a wish. Opening with a throw double axel. Beautiful. Very easy. Very strong. Now they're side by side, triple toe loops.
Those were solid.
They were wonderful.
The marvelous thing about the opening throw was the fact that she completed the revolution in the air and then settled down. That's the way a jump should be done. Position. Becoming a one arm and a turning out descent.
Very smooth.
Shades of Mino and Sand in that dropout.
Yes.
Dorota, 23 years of age. Mariusz, 26. They've already had a couple of firsts in terms of Polish pair skating. A silver medal at the Europeans this year. In a top 10 finish at Worlds, it was actually a 5th place finish last year.
Traditional pair skating program. triple Salchow on that touchdown is what the judges will remember. That one small mistake in an otherwise very well skated program.
Transitions on very difficult moves. That was wonderful. She just was kind of twisted around and lost her edge on that death spiral. They were enjoyable to watch.
You know, that was a very powerfully skated, strong program up till about the last 45 seconds. Then they ended with an overhead lift that was in very weak position. She fell on the death spiral just prior to that, and the ending did not succeed in holding our attention. It didn't rise to the occasion, but strong all the way through.
And this was one of their mistakes that they did in the throw, triple Salchow. She takes off on this back inside edge. He throws her into the air. She gets pretty good height, but she is like anticipating that landing and leaning forward. Couldn't hold on.
5-7, 5-7, 5-6.
When they took the ice, they were 4.5 minutes away from possibly realizing one of their dreams, medaling at the World Championships. Did they hold on to stay in the top three? The first set of marks, 5.5 to 5.7.
And those certainly are clearly in the realm.
And as you see, they've just found out with the presentation marks, 5.6 to 5.8. You talk about going from so low when they left the ice to now knowing that they're going to medal here at Worlds.
Well, I mean, they're a very honest pair. Traditional. You know, it's just nice to see. They have worked very hard for this. It has been a long time coming, and it's a first for their country.
This concludes pairs event. Please stay with us for the medal ceremony.
So here are the final standings. Not everyone's going to agree with what took place at the top. Bereshnaya and Sikora Lidza, the two-time and reigning champions now. Shen and Zhao, the first medal in pairs for China. Zagorska and Shudek the same for Poland. They finished with the bronze. Americans Ina and Zimmerman 9th, Hartzell and Hartzell 10th. So as we reflect back now on that pair's final, Dick, not only did we have the unpopular decision, at least in this house, of placing the Chinese pair, Shen and Zhao, in second place, but also a judging controversy that emerged with the Ukrainian and Russian judge as the Chinese pair left the ice.
Well, it's been the scandal of this competition. Specifically, the rules state that two judges cannot communicate with each other. Now, if you look at this footage, you'll see the Russian and the Ukrainian judge. They are clearly talking to each other up front, but from the back, you can see his foot. Now, is he communicating here? That's the question. Tap 1, tap 2. Is that the ranking that he just put that skater at? There was a press conference. Ottavio Cinquanta, the president of the International Skating Union, presided over it and stated very clearly that the subject would not be pursued now because he didn't want any negative psychological effects on the championship. It would be taken up later, provided there was sufficient evidence. So the matter, for the moment, is on the ice, and please don't ask me what my opinion about it all is.
I won't press you. We'll find out later what takes place. But there are no truth to the rumors, by the way, that the Russian and Ukrainian judge will work the Holyfield-Lewis rematch. Straight ahead from Helsinki, the ladies take the ice. And the question swirling around town all week is Voiko Kukan Voita Michelle Kwania. In other words, can anyone stop Michelle Kwan? Right now, let's check in with Mark Jones in our Wide World of Sports studio in New York. It lasts 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and it's worth 30% of the overall score. Among those in this group, 13-year-old Sarah Hughes from Great Neck, New York. Normally, she would be too young to compete here at Worlds, but she captured a silver medal at the Junior World Championships 3 months ago. And as Leslie Visser tells us, for this young lady, barely out of childhood, that silver earned her the honor of representing her country.
It sounds so sweet being only 13, but Sarah Hughes is not like most 13-year-olds.
I always bring my pillow when I go away with me. And I have my good luck pajamas, actually. And I always wear my good luck pajamas the night before I compete. And they do get washed.
Sarah began competing at a young age, just like her 5 brothers and sisters. Her father, John, had captained the 1970 Cornell University hockey team to the NCAA title and passed his love of skating on to his family.
She must have been about 3 and a half, and her 2 older brothers were in little hockey classes with hockey skating. And she said, I want to do that. And I said, you can't do that, you're too young. And she had a temper tantrum. She said, I want to do it. I want to do it. I said, well, I'll tell you what, we'll rent you skates, and we'll see how you like it.
10 years later, she won the junior national title and placed second at Junior Worlds. But her parents always made sure that skating did not disrupt their family life or Sarah's childhood. No moving away from home or being schooled by tutors.
I don't think I miss out on anything because if I want to go see a movie, no one's stopping me. If I want to go to the mall, no one's stopping me. I think that I skate because I love to skate, and I don't give anything up to skate.
It was that love of skating that kept her going when 2 years ago, tragedy struck. Sarah's mother, Amy, was diagnosed with breast cancer. Sarah was only 11 when her mom started weekly trips to the hospital for chemotherapy.
I really wasn't around for her for a good 6 months, 7 months. And you know what? She grew up a lot in those 6 or 7 months.
Mother and daughter learned that Sarah's skating was more important than they'd ever realized for both of them.
Skating definitely helped me through it because I just forget about everything and all my worries and all my problems and my mother's sickness. It just let me go in sort of another world.
It was the same for her mother when she made it to one of Sarah's competitions.
I had a really bad reaction to the chemo. I really was sick. They sat me down in the stands and I watched her skate. I didn't feel sick. It was a miracle.
Back outside takeoff. Oh, nice. Beautifully done.
Last month at the National Championships, Sarah Hughes skated to a 4th place finish and a spot on the world team. As Amy Hughes looked on, her cancer in remission. It was a moment of particular poignancy, a moment of triumph for mother and daughter.
Seuraavana on the ice, Sarah Hughes, Yhdysvallat, the United States.
The product of a strong, talented family, and she has certainly kept everything in perspective to this point in her life. 13 years of age, Sarah Hughes from Great Neck, New York, takes the ice. She skated very well in qualifying. She was 4th in her group, and of course, with the new format, that counts for 20% of the overall score now.
And she is such a refreshing 13-year-old. Dick and I spoke to Sarah right after the qualifying, and all she could talk about was how beautiful all the skaters were. This is going to be quite an experience for her. Nice opening double axel.
a very interesting difference between this performance and the one that she had at the national championships just a short while ago. Already her back positions have improved. Spiral combination, one of the 8 requirements, the design of which is the skater's own. Again, a very difficult footwork into a triple flip jump.
Nice. And one of the more difficult triples to do in a short program, so that'll give her added points because of that difficulty.
Combination spin, lovely layback position. That's nice. Catch foot back spin. Very accomplished. I must say she's skating with more flair and security than I suspected was possible in such a short time.
Well, you can see that she is paying attention to her hand movements and her choreography in this program. And her final spin, this layback, beautiful position. Nice turnout in the leg, beautiful arms. Wonderful.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. And you know, there was a wonderful trick that she did at the end of that. She sat in the position of the layback.
Her father, John, in attendance here in Helsinki.
When she sat in that position, she didn't change it, and therefore you looked at it with greater and greater enthusiasm. It held your attention. It's a wonderful, wonderful element to keep going.
Okay, and here is a look at the footwork going into her triple flip jump. And here is her preparation here as she reaches back, right there, taps in, gets good spring to this jump. Nice, solidly done, good landing, good position.
Well, as far as she has come and the way she has handled herself this week here in Helsinki, you forget she's not much older than the flower girls who picked up the teddy bears out the ice.
But look at these marks. What apparently is the Austrian judge has given a 4-4, and the I can't see the third judge at 4-7. The rest 5-3s, 5-4s.
5-2.
For presentation, those good enough to put her in third place in terms of the skaters in the short program. Look at the smile on her face and from Robin Wagner.
But the most important.
Look at her dad, Patty.
He's already telling Mark, Grandma at home.
He's proud.
The quickest phone call after Mark's in history. Up next, the bronze medalist from the '97 World Championships, 20 years of age, Vanessa Guzmaroli of France. 15,000 seats, and I know who has the best one right now. Let's join Leslie Visser.
Terry, like most athletic venues, Hartwall Arena has a souvenir shop, a cafe, a cash machine, and a sauna. There are 1.4 million saunas in Finland, and one of them is available during sporting events. It's part of the traditional Finnish experience, and people don't think it's strange to be slapping each other with birch branches during intermission.
This is so extraordinary and original. This can be done only in Finland. You can watch figure skating world championships and sit in a sauna with a bottle of beer.
Finns consider the sauna spiritual as well as cleansing and say it adds to their enjoyment of the event. Terry, I think you ought to come over here on your next break.
Well, Leslie, I would, but I didn't bring my towel with me today, so I guess I'll check with you next time. Well, taking the ice right now, Vanessa Guzmaroli of France, 20 years of age. She finished 5th at the European Championships this year and 2nd in her qualifying group here in Helsinki.
And she's skating to St. James Infirmary Blues by Irving Mills.
And she has struggled with inconsistency over the years, but she had a great skate in the qualifying here.
This will give you a clue as to to her athletic ability. Good athlete, but not really controlled in these jumps, and that has been part of her problem. She gets near the top, but hasn't yet made it into the big leagues.
I like this position. It's very unusual. Nice variation on the spiral.
Now again, this next move requires step movements into the jump, and that's what we're seeing right now as she turns and then steps into that triple loop jump.
Peggy, you mentioned consistency has been her problem. 16th a year ago at Worlds, but in '97, she won the bronze medal at the World Championships.
And tonight she's skating very well too. She's gotten all the difficult things out of the way.
That's a nice combination spin. A back inside edge on that landing that was a little bit rough. It should be on a pure outside edge. That breaks the flow of the jump.
She's a very versatile athlete. She was a national water skiing champion, and she's also an avid snowboarder. Good for her.
So she's good on water, whether it's frozen ice, snow, or the real stuff. Second in her group in the qualifying round, and a big smile on her face after her effort here in the short program. Vanessa Guzmaroli.
Now, look at this very first move of her program, the Lutz. Watch her reach back, go into the air, land with a very tentative position, and that sort of foreshortens the second jump, the double toe loop. But this combination spin was a much better effort. She has a nice catch foot position, then another catch foot position a la Denise Bielman.
And now her marks. The first set 5.4 to 5.6 for required elements. Remember, there are 8 required elements here in the short program, and for presentation, 5.4 to 5.8 for 20-year-old Vanessa Guzmaroli of France.
I think that those are very generous marks.
When we return to Helsinki, Maria Butyrskaya, the 6-time Russian national champion at the peak of her career. She skates next.
Russia.
Welcome back to Helsinki and our coverage of the World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard. The ladies' short program underway, and here is the 2-time and reigning European champion, 26-year-old Maria Butyrskaya, perhaps the stiffest threat to Michelle Kwan's attempt to win her 3rd World Championship.
Well, she looks beautiful and mature on the ice, but there's a coldness about her presentation, and that, combined with her history of nerves, is what has held her back in the past. And she is opening with a triple Lutz, double toe combination.
Right there you can see exactly what the problems of her athletic ability are. She has a rather stiff-kneed landing, and it kind of is almost like a stalky kind of quality. She lands on a back inside edge. It's not a smooth, graceful, soft landing. Triple loop, but that was neat and very clean.
Wonderful extension on this.
That first position really was quite first rate.
Maria, up until her loss a few weeks ago at the Grand Prix final, was enjoying the best season and a half in her career. 2 other Grand Prix wins.
You see the ice on the ice that mark the low 8 curve from an inside to an outside edge?
Well, she has most of the difficult elements out of the way now. I think she wants to show that her mature interpretation sets her apart from all the younger field of skaters.
This next element, a spiral sequence. Remember how she does it and then compare it with Michelle Kwan's later. Best of positions.
Oh, she can be very proud of herself. She skated very well.
Made no mistakes, no major errors. And of course, that's the purpose of the short program. It's there to demonstrate your ability to do 8 elements. And woe be to the skater that misses any one of them.
A much better effort for Maria Butyrskaya than she had in the qualifying round. She's told us throughout the year she believes she can win a world title.
And here is her opening triple Lutz double toe. She went in very cautiously, not a whole lot of spring, and a little problem on the landing, a little shaky, not a whole lot of speed. And this was her beautiful triple loop, taking off from that back outside edge. It just was floating up in the air, came down very solid, very pretty jump.
The first set of marks now for Maria Butyrskaya, 5.6 to 5.8 for required elements. The 6-time Russian national champion trying to win her first world title. Not many thought she had a chance, but she told us all year she thought she could beat Michelle Kwan, 5'8", 5'9", and she is in first place right now. When we continue here in Helsinki, the 17-year-old from Russia, Yulia Soldatova, who won the silver medal at this year's Europeans. She'll skate after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Seuraava luistelija on next to skate is Yulia Soldatova, Venäjä, Russia.
Here is one of the young skaters from Russia that we have seen throughout this season. Yulia Soldatova, 17 years of age and a junior world champion in 1998. She finished second at the European title and third in her qualifying group.
And she has a very appealing quality. She really plays to the crowd in a very soft way.
Remember that qualifying round now worth 20% of the overall score, part of the new format this year.
Has good speed at this point going into this triple Lutz double toe loop combination. Now here come the step movements into a triple flip.
I love her landing position. It's real strong, very much in control. Good stretch.
There's a 17-year-old quality about her. Energy. Brightness.
The position could be a little better. Spin.
Now she has good fast turns, but not very good positions. But one thing she demonstrated very well was a good athletic ability. This young lady is a fine athlete.
Yulia Soldatova of Russia, one of the young skaters who beat out Arina Slutskaya for a spot on the Russian world team here.
And here is her triple flip jump, one of the more difficult triples. She had good spring, good solid landing, good stretch and control.
Required elements. 5-7, 5-7, 5-7.
Yulia alongside
5-6,
her coach, Elena
5-6,
Tchaikovskaya, appropriately dressed, I guess, for this part of the world. The first set of marks now, required elements, 5.5 to 5.7, Dick.
And those were very nice marks and very good skating.
And now the second set for presentation, and those marks place her right behind Maria Butyrskaya. She's in second place.
And I think they're a little bit lower because she is still only 17.
When we come back to Helsinki, the two-time and reigning world champion, Michelle Kwan, takes the ice.
There are times when I'm in a bad mood. I put my skates on, I get out onto the ice, and suddenly I become happy. All my fears, all my sadness, everything is out of me. When I hear the music, it just takes me. I feel like I'm the instrument. The music is coming from within, and it's coming right through me, and my heart is in the palm of my hands, and I'm giving it to the audience and sharing all the emotions that I have inside. There are times when I feel like the audience is with me. I make a mistake and I can hear them going, oh, and that's what I'm saying to myself when I'm skating and I fall and I go, oh. There are also times when I can hear them getting louder and louder until there's no music and they're still clapping. I feel like, why is this ending? Why has it come to an end? I wish it would last forever. It feels like you're flying. You feel free, you have room, you have so much space to work with. It's like saying to an artist, okay, you have this much paper to work on. You're limited. But when I'm skating, I feel like I have the whole ice as a canvas and something I can work with and something I can just do whatever I want. And I like that freedom.
Seuraava luistelija on next to skate is Michelle Kwan, Yhdysvallat, the United States.
Somehow Michelle Kwan has been able to motivate herself time and again, even when there's no one else to do it with her. And her mother, Estella, one of the rare moments when you'll see her sitting there watching her in the arena. Here is Michelle's short program.
Well, this kind of pressure is nothing new for Michelle. She is the standard for skating today. Opening jump is the triple Lutz, double toe.
Ooh, and she was doing that in practice where she leaned back on the landing, almost out of control, but not. Therefore, everything is just fine. axel. Oh, did you see the entrance edge? Again, that is the signal.
Well, she was having trouble on the warm-up on that double axel.
Well, that double axel is the most treacherous jump of any. A forward outside edge can throw you in any position at any time.
Coming up, her triple toe. Nicely done.
That's back to her old self.
Spiral sequence. She makes this move look so easy from an inside edge, changing over to the outside edge.
But what makes it special is the height and steadiness of the free leg, along with the arch of the back.
And her final move, a butterfly back sit. Performance, but she's still so wonderful. I mean, the overall package of the choreography and her passion for the sport is still coming through.
But I think what's happened is that everybody here is a little bit aghast at the fact that she's made 2 mistakes within this program. Listen, even with the mistakes, it's better than anybody else's.
Smile on the face of her mother, Estella, but this audience, when the program ended, there was a moment when you didn't know what to do.
But look at this now, the triple Lutz. Now watch her tap. Already you can see her leaning forward, and she comes over. Her back is too far back, and she has to struggle to be able to complete that combination. But on the double axel, watch here now. This forward outside edge right there. Watch the skate. Do you see how it goes far to the left, and she is leaning out of the circle to the right and falls.
Required elements, 5-4. 5-3.
Frank Carroll told us earlier today that Michelle was feeling much better, but not 100%. The first set of marks, Dick.
They have a required deduction for a fall of 4/10 of a point. So you start with the base mark and then take off 4/10 of a point. But these marks here are very good. They show, except for Austria, they show very high marks for her presentation.
Shockingly, Michelle Kwan is in 4th place. Oh, that's a moment.
Ooh.
Kwan has to win the free skate and have Maria Butyrskaya finish 3rd or lower there in order to have a chance at the gold medal. Sarah Hughes of the U.S. in 9th place right now. Well, a disappointing afternoon from Michelle Kwan, obviously, and graciously, she has joined Leslie Visser backstage. Leslie?
Terry, an uncharacteristic performance from Michelle Kwan. Michelle, can you talk about the shaky start?
Well, you know, I started out with the triple Lutz, which was, I couldn't believe I landed it. And then I go into the double axel, which I don't usually miss. And then I took off a little weird and tried to pull in still and couldn't hold the landing.
Well, you sound a little congested. I know you haven't been feeling well. Did your health matter? Was that significant?
No, not really. I've been taking my medication and I've been feeling okay. Today, you know, out there, I felt a little too strong maybe. I rested a lot and, you know, things like this happen sometimes.
Sure. What do you do now sort of to bring the focus back, make sure the next performance goes well?
Well, I guess you just have to refocus, leave this behind me, and then just focus on the long program.
2-time world champion, we think you know what to do. Thank you very much, Michelle. Back to you, Terry.
All right, Leslie, thank you. So Michelle Kwan in a position that no one thought she would be in 4th place heading into the free skate. She'll have to draw on all of her abilities to make a comeback, and she needs some help. We'll have coverage tonight, 8 o'clock. Prime Stay Skate On is fragile.
So too is the competitive nature of their sport. Just 7 weeks ago, Michelle Kwan won her 3rd national title. Tonight, she looks to chip away at perfection on the world stage. But a disappointing performance in the short program has left her in 4th place. Maria Butyrskaya currently leads, but the beleaguered veterans must overcome a history of self-destructive demons. So now, with the year's grandest prize at stake, the reigning world champion must summon her best while hoping for others to falter. But first, the intense heat of ice dancing. The defending world champions, Krylova and Ovsyannikov, are exploring new horizons with a daring dance program. But they find themselves in 2nd place, trailing the stylish upstart duo from France by way of Russia, Anasina and Pezera. Will this be a night of upsets in Helsinki? The free dance and the ladies free skate are next.
Santa Claus may be on vacation this time of year, but his reindeers are still hard at work here in Finland. The picture-perfect images of the Finnish countryside have remained unspoiled for generations and still provide a snow-covered Scandinavian playground. Tonight, the focus has moved to the city, though. Hartwall Arena in Helsinki, the site for the 1999 World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard. Michelle Kwan, she finds herself in an unusual position tonight. She came in as the overwhelming favorite, but when the ladies take the ice a little bit later on to decide their title, she will be playing catch-up. Hello and welcome, everybody. Along with Dick Button, I'm Terry Gannon. It's already been an extraordinary week here in Helsinki, but maybe the most unlikely of scenarios has now played out. Michelle Kwan finds herself in 4th place after the ladies' short program. And Dick, if you haven't seen it all, you've seen most of it in this sport. What do you make of this?
Well, it proves the old point that there's nothing secure about this sport, that it's always been slippery, and I think always will be. But the interesting part is Michelle Kwan did not fall down on a difficult jump. She fell down on a relatively simple one, the double axel, but the one jump that has that very treacherous forward outside edge. Now, the real point here is, though, that she still can win this championship, but only under 2 conditions, and that is that, number 1, that she wins the free skate, and that the current leader, Maria Butyrskaya of Russia, comes in 3rd or lower in the free skate.
We'll have to wait a little bit to find out. The ladies take the ice a little bit later on. First, though, the gold medal is up for grabs in ice dancing, and I mean that literally. You've got perhaps the best rivalry in all of figure skating taking place with Krylova and Ovsyannikov of Russia, the reigning world champions, and Anasina and Pezera, the French team.
Well, you know, you've really got to take a look, an overall look at the world of ice dancing. I mean, it's the best soap opera in town. The women are beautiful, the rivalries are intense, the politics are cutthroat, and the public perception of the way this thing is judged is simply disaster. Now, what happened at the Olympics was that everybody got the clear impression that you come into a championship at whatever rank you make, you cannot progress forward. Now, that has got to have been changed. What has happened here is suddenly there is light at the end of the tunnel. Anasina and Pezera, the French champions, came in 3rd place, moved up to 2nd after the 2nd compulsory dance, and then moved to 1st place after the original dance. Zut alors, will wonders never cease happening. This is a breakthrough in the world of ice dancing.
And in fact, when we look at the current standings after the original dance, at the top you've got Anasina and Pezera, but Krylova and Ovsyannikov actually have the same amount of points overall, so you have a virtual tie at the top heading into the free dance. The Americans laying in Chernychev in 10th place right now.
Next to skate are Naomi Lang, Peter Chernychev, Yugoslavia, the United States of America.
And here are the newly crowned U.S. champions. 20-year-old Naomi Lang from Michigan, 28-year-old Peter Chernychev, originally from Russia. And this is their first trip to the Senior World Championships.
And their music, Adios No Niño by Astor Piazzolla. footwork pattern, one of the requirements in ice dancing.
This free dance, by the way, lasts 4 minutes and is worth 50% of the overall score. These skaters have already competed in 2 compulsory dances and the original dance.
This one of the great pieces of music to dance to, and also an exceedingly difficult. This tango is in honor of their friend and advisor and inspiration, Peter Mulligan, one of the great tango dancers. Their speed, the quality of their steps is extraordinary. And they're a dramatic pair physically as well. Required spins. Ice dancing now has several jumps and several spins that are required, making it almost into a mini pair skating routine.
Mentioned Peter, originally from Russia. He is waiting to get a citizenship in time for the 2002 Olympics.
This corner-to-corner diagonal footwork that they're doing right at this moment. There's a very great Russian influence in this pair. Peter Chernychev is from Russia, from St. Petersburg, and they are taught by Igor Spielban, who is also Russian. But one of the great characteristics of Russian dancing, which is speed, was not so evident in this performance.
In 10th place after the original dance, Lang and Chernychev, hoping to move up with that effort.
Now, look at this. First of all, this lift, one of the difficult and unusual ones. Great stretch, great limberness required, a turning move. Also one of the required moves. Also another requirement is diagonal footwork from one end of the rink to the other. It should have highs and lows and changes of positions.
Peter Chernychev, the United States. Technical merits.
The 2 sets of marks now, one for technical merit, one for presentation.
And remember, what the judges are looking for are all different kinds of dance moves, dance positions, dance, strong edging, speed, interpretation of the music.
The first set of marks, there they are, 4.8 to 5.2.
And they're really quite strong, except for the German judge, who has a 4.8.
5.5.
Remember, you move with the speed of a glacier in this sport, except at the very top in this particular championship.
As we've seen here, yeah, 5.0 to 5.5 for presentation for Naomi Lang and Peter Chernychev of the United States. Well, here are Shailin Bourne and Victor Kratz of Canada, the 7-time Canadian national champions, and they are in 3rd place after the original dance.
And the music Meet her at the Love Parade by Dahu. A techno program with techno music.
Times they've won the bronze medal at Worlds. They were hoping for better this time around.
Now look at these moves, very reminiscent of the great ice dancers Jane Torval and Christopher Dean, who incidentally choreographed this program with repetition of turns, so typical of Torval and Dean. What you have to look for in this total dance is the concept, the music. Does it rise and lull? Is it fast and is it slow? Does it have a beginning and a middle and an end? They have beautiful edging. But she's had trouble with her knees, and they may not have had as much time as necessary to train this program.
She has a very sore left knee still. She injured it a couple of weeks before the Canadian Championships.
One of the many lifts that must be included, a minimum of 5 different lifts. But at no time can the man's arms rise above his head. Kind of a dance, very much riskier than the traditional romantic storyline of dance. You need pure danceability here. Steps that continue and maintain interest, lifts like this. It also requires a very high level of dance technique. Now there's a perfect example of probably not having trained this program, had the opportunity of training this program as much as they would have liked. What a shame. They're a beautiful couple. The dance certainly has a very interesting quality to it. I think a big question becomes whether that dance is suitable enough for them to be able to pull up over somebody like Anasina and Pesarat or even Krylova and Ovsyannikov. Very difficult dance.
A lot of support here, Dick, for Born in Kratz. A lot of Canadian fans, but 4 minutes into it.
Right here, you can see what happens. He lifts her up and over. Now watch right there. He did not set her down properly, and she caught her foot on his foot.
Technical error. 5-7.
Well, disappointing mistake at the end, about 4 minutes into the performance. You know, here are the first set of marks.
Not a heavy deduction for that, but there is a mandatory deduction for falling down and stumbling.
And now the second set of marks for presentation. 157, the rest 5'8".
That's uniformity of intention, isn't it?
So Born and Kratz first in terms of those that have skated in the free dance, and that's the standard that is set right now, at least. Back at the World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard. Taking the ice right now, Barbara Fusser-Poli and Maurizio Margaglio of Italy, the 6-time Italian champions, in 5th place heading into this free dance.
Now the music is from the motion picture Bram Stoker's Dracula, an interview with a vampire, in case you didn't already guess that.
And Maurizio plays the character with every ounce of his being and enjoys it.
History buffs of the world of ice dancing. Do you remember the performance to Dracula that Klimova and Ponomarenko did? The world champions from Russia. Being done with the same speed and technical ability that we've seen either with Shaylin Bourne or Naomi Lang and Peter Chernyshev.
Their 4th World Championship. 96, they finished 10th last year, all the way to 5th.
And these twizzles that they've been doing here, right, there's another one. Remember, there's a minimum of 4 of those twizzles required by each partner. There she's doing another set.
grief. You know, with the upside-down world of ice dancing, when you see the girls lifting the guys, you sometimes wonder how long it's going to be before, in a role like this, the genders are reversed and that she plays Dracula.
It may happen very soon, as a matter of fact. Barbara Fusser-Poli and Maurizio Margaglia.
Well, it was a dance that was certainly very, I think, exciting and interesting. This opening move, a 4-revolution spin, was, I think, very reminiscent of the pair skating influence sneaking into ice dancing in a very subtle way. And these twizzles that are necessary, a minimum of 4 by each partner. You can catch your foot on those very easily.
5-5, 5-6, 5-5.
Now remember,
5-6,
this free dance worth 50% of the overall
5-5,
score, the technical merit marks.
And there again,
5-5,
we have almost
5-5.
perfect unanimity among the part of the judges. But the marks seem to be lower than that or afforded to Born in France, who actually, I think, were more beautiful skaters in the sense that their stroking and their line and their speed and their technical ability was a little better. This couple seemed to struggle a little bit on some of the individual moves, the lifts and the spins and the intricate hand movements.
When we come back, Marina Anasina and Gwendal Pesera of France, the leaders after the original dance, trying to win their first world title. Right after this message and a word from our ABC stations. There are the current leaders, Marina Anasina and Gwendal Pesera. For more on this Russian-French team, here's Leslie Visser.
Terry, if the relationship of the skaters is central to their success, then these two are most interesting. She left her homeland in Russia to join him in France. She didn't know the customs, she didn't know the culture, she didn't know the language, but they both spoke the language of dance.
Marina Anasina and Gwendal Pesera, two strong young athletes moving together in a sensual balance of strength and grace. This is ice dance, where the sultry combination of skill and emotion can create a chemical reaction, even verging on the erotic. When Marina and Gwendal began their partnership, they didn't even speak the same language, but when they let their bodies take over, the work started to flow.
Actually, we handle it pretty well during practices, because when you're on the ice, it's the body who speaks more than the tongue.
7 years ago, Marina won the Russian junior title, then lost her partner when he fell in love with another skater. At 17, Marina had to start over. She was told there was a handsome French ice dancer who had also lost his partner. They met and felt an immediate attraction. Marina's life and career suddenly took a drastic turn. She left Russia behind and moved to Lyon, France to start again.
It's big difference with Russia, and at the beginning it was not so easy to change everything. I didn't speak French, I didn't know the country at all, but now I know everything.
Against a backdrop of a strange language and culture, Marina had to learn to blend her mind and body with Gwendal, and the two of them couldn't be more different. While Marina is constantly on the go, Gwendal is tranquil and studious. He's working on his 4th university degree, this one in business, at a school of economics only a few miles from where he grew up. Unlike his partner, Gwendal is cool and calm, but their individual qualities and magnetism combine to create a smoldering pair.
We're so different that we are very, very additional. And we choose not to lose one and to take just the other one, and that's what makes our couple very rich.
Anasina and Pesera yearn to be creative and push the limits of their discipline. They've developed a move in which she appears to be holding him aloft. This reverse lift adds a modern dynamic celebrating the opposite yet equal strength of male and female.
Both characters are very strong, and we had to show that in the choreography. That was not done for just to say, okay, we're going to do something original.
The Russian woman raised in the rich Soviet skating tradition, and the French man from the culture of romance. Together they create a dynamic force, striving not only for a medal, but also to stir the audience with their passion.
On the ice, Marina Nissina, Wendell Petera, Ranska, France.
There's never been a better opportunity than right now for Marina Anissina and Gwendal Pesera. In first place after the original dance, and they have never beaten Krylov and Ossianikov.
And the thing to watch for is their relationship to each other. They skate for each other. The music, the man in the iron mask.
Even Gwendal was surprised that they finished first in the original dance.
Anybody can forget the program they did, Romeo and Juliet at the Olympic Games. They've been known for the uniqueness of their lips. Hair spiral. Oh, look, the lean and the edge there. Images that stay with us, that stay in our memory. Doesn't that? I just find their lips are thrilling. They have such a romantic passion, such a relationship between the two of them. Look at this, the quality of this face-to-face dancing. Wonderful footwork. The turns, the separations, the build of the music. Well, in my book, that was one of the best performances that they've given of this dance this entire season. We've seen them before in Prague. We've seen them at various competitions, but this was a brilliant evocation of that music. Not a literal interpretation of the man in the iron mask, but a wonderful demonstration of the emotion that it raises and how they relate to each other. It's extraordinary to see.
It's been a long, steep hill that they've been climbing, and they may have just reached the top. We'll have to wait and see. Marina Anasina and Gwendal Pézera of France.
And their lifts are so incredibly imaginative. They've invented the idea of the lady lifting the man. We saw it at the Olympics in some of the most wonderfully passionate lifts. This one again. And this too, at the end of the program, watch him lift her from this position, stretch back. Now watch the way he drops her down into their final position. Just magnificent. Just magnificent.
Monique Pézera, Irina Chernieva.
5'8", 5'8", 5'7", 5'8".
Marina's mother, in fact, a former pair skater herself. Now the first set of marks, Dick.
There they are at 5'8" and 5'7". Still marks that can be beaten. This was a wonderful dance, but the competition is still open, even with this straight row of 5'9".
This is where they make it right here. You got 5.8 from the Russian judge. By the way, no French judges on the panel tonight.
Well, I think it's totally up to what we see from Krylova and Ovsyannikov next.
They are the leaders. When we come back, they've got their work cut out for them. Angelika Krylova and Oleg Ovsyannikov of Russia, the defending world champions. They've yet to lose this season. They'll skate next. Angelika Krylova and Oleg Ovsyannikov, the products of a Russian system that has produced 23 world champions since 1970. But as Leslie Visser now tells us, they may be carrying on the Russian tradition, but not necessarily the Russian style.
Krylova and Ovsyannikov have been spectacular, winning 7 consecutive competitions since their silver medal at the last Olympics. But medals aren't their only goal. They are artists pursuing a bolder vision. This year, Angelika and Oleg chose African drum beats for their music, a break with tradition that has met with some cynicism.
Nobody in figure skating had ever tried to do anything than just a drum beat. That's why we were so compelled to try it. Since the idea was so unique, why not?
I think that it is very hard, incredibly hard, because you have to do each movement precisely to the rhythm. You lose the rhythm, and the character of the dance is gone.
It's a risk to travel outside the traditional boundaries, but these two don't spend much time second-guessing the judges.
We don't skate to please the judges. We skate for ourselves and for fun.
I want to say that everything new takes a certain risk to be born. It has always been very difficult to introduce something new. But we took that risk, and I think we did a great job.
Seuraavina on the ice, Angelika Krylova, Oleg Ovsyannikov, Venäjä, Russia.
Well, there were many in attendance at the European Championships who thought that the result should have been different. The mobile update of the current standings, Anasina and Pézera, and then Bourne and Crouch, your top two. Fusarpoli and Margallo in third. Now here are the reigning world champions, Dick.
Now this is a risky dance. It is not your usual ice dance. It is all drum beat, African drum beat. Bella dance for the money. This is a dance based on rhythm. And it's very reminiscent of the dance title that the Duchesnays performed.
If you're judge watching the styles of the two-ton teams, you couldn't have a more distinctive difference from which to choose.
This straight line footwork.
This is a very tough dance to sustain interest and enthusiasm, and I think they're skating brilliantly. There's a lot of side-to-side skating, such as we're seeing right here, which is not as difficult as some of the intricate footworks in face-to-face ice dancing, like this. Great kickback. And this straight line dance step, the repetition of broken spread eagles. And this wonderful lift to the end. Now, I can only tell you that from the intensity of the applause, that I don't think the audience feels they should be the champion.
There's no question the reaction was better for Anasina and Pezera.
And whether that will convey itself over to the judges, I don't know. Look, both dance couples are brilliant. Both do a masterful job of ice dancing. This was a far riskier program. And you've just got to always go ahead and take risks. Look at these moves here. Their projection, on the other hand, as you see, is not between each other, but outward to the audience. They project outside. And this, of course, is a wonderfully inventive lift. I mean, the position that they're into is extraordinary. And the way that he sets her down is just lovely.
Technical merit.
Angelika Krylova about to stare a hole in the monitor where the marks come up.
Well, this has been an extraordinary, competition between the two of them.
5'9", 5'9",
and the first
5'7",
set of marks.
5'9",
Those are higher, I believe, than the technical merit marks for Anasina and Pezera.
And now the second set for presentation.
5'8".
Now notice, where are they?
5'9".
And of course the Russian gives them a 6, but the rest are all 5'9". And again, the revolution does not take place.
Krylova and Ovsyannikov still, at least at this point, have not lost. It's coming in second at the 98 Olympics. And Angelika's mother going wild. Standings, Krylova and Ovsyannikov over Anasina and Pezera, then Born and Kratz in third. And here are Irina Lobacheva and Ilya Averbuk of Russia. They are in fourth place after the original dance. They now live and train in Newark, Delaware.
Evidence of the continued Russian invasion of skating in America. I think also that on the previous dance that we just saw, that the panel, that the way it's structured without a French judge, etc., was very helpful to the Russians. But the basic element between it was that there was no clear winner above them. So therefore, politics can raise its slightly tarnished head.
Lobacheva and Averbuk, the team that has finished right behind Krylova and Ovsyannikov at the Russian Nationals the past 2 seasons.
They have been sitting patiently in their position, hoping to move forward. There's no room at the inn ahead of them tonight.
They are in fourth, and you've got Bourne and Kratz in third. So the battle is perhaps for the bronze.
What we were seeing tonight is really a brilliant demonstration of ice dancing. I mean, the level of moves and difficult lifts and spins has just leapt forward within the last few years. Sometimes you wonder about the concept after you've had the history and tradition of ice dancers like Torvill and Dean, how much it's changed in the 10 years, the 15 years since they were the Olympic champions. Very, very charming move. You know, it's easy to like this dance because it's very melodic and it's very inventive and sexy and fun to watch. You don't have to think hard to get into it. The fact that they're married certainly shows in the way they relate to each other and the way they move together. A great fluidity. Wonderful stretch. They certainly do have vim and vigor, speed, energy, and a marvelous pairing of two people. Marriage helps.
Arina Lobacheva certainly does. And Ilya Averbuk of Russia in fourth place before this free dance, trying to move up. Will have their marks. Backstage, Krylova and Ovsyannikov celebrating another gold medal. We'll be back to Helsinki after this message and a word from our ABC stations. Back in Helsinki for the scores of the final team, Arina Lobacheva and Ilya Averbuk here in the free dance.
And you'll note the technical merit is right up there with the rest. Very creditable for them.
And they took the ice trying to get into third place over Bourne and Kratz of Canada, and it was not enough as they look at their presentation scores.
5-8, 5-7, 5-7, 5-7, and
Angelika Krylova and Oleg Ovsyannikov, though, come out to the stand to celebrate with their countrymen. Lobacheva and Averbuk, the gold medalists. They still have not lost this entire season.
This concludes ice dance.
So by the slimmest of margins, 5 judges to 4. Krylova and Ovsyannikov edge out Anasina and Pezarov for gold. Bourne and Kratz capture the bronze. Americans Lang and Chernyshев, they finished 10th. And Yves Shalom and Matthew Gates from the U.S., 17th. Krylova and Ovsyannikov complete a perfect season and defend their world title. And for Anasina and Pezarov, yet another disappointment of being oh so close. When we return to Helsinki, 2 women will skate for 1 crown. Can Michelle Kwan summon the strength to rebound from her disappointing short program to earn her 3rd gold medal at Worlds? Or is tonight the night that Russia's Maria Butyrskaya proves that she has the competitive medal to reach the top step of the medal stand. Who will carve their name in history? The ladies' free skate is next. Line here in the ladies' free skate. Maria Butyrskaya of Russia trying to seize an opportunity that very few expected her to have. And right now, Michelle Kwan focused on a dramatic comeback in order to win her third world title. Hello and welcome again, everybody. Along with Dick Button and Peggy Fleming, I'm Terry Gannon. The original script that was written before we came to Helsinki, well, in just one day, Peggy, really with just one jump, it's been scrapped already. And incredibly, Michelle Kwan has to make a comeback now.
Well, she sure does. Before the short program, I said Michelle Kwan would have to leave the building to lose this title. And in the technical sense, she landed very near the door. Michelle is in fourth place after wobbling on one required element and falling on another. And Terry, I spoke with her family after the performance, and they said that they told her, you know, she's only human. And after she skated, after that major disappointment in her interview, this remarkable 18-year-old athlete didn't blame her cold, the time change, or the weather. Michelle Kwan took full responsibility. She said she just didn't skate well. And you know, it's been said that sport doesn't build character, it reveals it. I think she'll rebound.
Speaking of building character, the 26-year-old Russian Maria Butyrskaya has done just that throughout her career. And Dick, you look at her, it's really amazing. She now has a chance to become the oldest ladies champion ever at this event. Hers is really a story of perseverance, isn't it?
I have no intention of touching her age, but I will tell you that the key to Maria Butyrskaya is her nerves. When I spoke to her right after the short program, which she won, when she seemed truly frightened, she seemed unable to catch her breath. She was scared. And then I said to myself, hey, wait a minute, look at the background of this young lady. And when she was 15, she was kicked right off the Russian team, but she persevered. When she was competing in 1995, she won the national championships, but her federation refused to send her to the world competition. She just kept right on going. She lost coach after coach after coach. She endured. This young lady has stuck with it and to it. She is old and she is experienced, older and experienced. And the only question is whether she will get that golden ring as she rides the very last round of this wild roller coaster of a merry-go-round.
The best chance of her career tonight,
right here
in Helsinki. You cannot forget, though, about another young Russian, 17-year-old Yulia Soldatova, in second place right behind Maria Butyrskaya. Michelle Kwan does not control her own destiny. She is in fourth and needs Butyrskaya to finish third or lower in the free skate to have a chance at the gold medal. And now in her first experience at the Senior World Championships, the bronze medalist from the U.S. Nationals, 18-year-old Angela Nikodina from San Pedro, California.
The music will be variations on a theme by Paganini. And watch for her strong, powerful skating and good positions.
She has been working on this past year is using her arms better, feeling her music more. But what she really excels at are these jumps. Her first is a triple Lutz double toe. Very solid. There's a calmness about her when she skates.
Off that toe, you can see the snow coming off of it.
But it was a nice triple flip double toe.
Beautiful.
So two combinations right at the very beginning.
Distance on that. Superb speed coming out of the jump.
She seems to be getting better as the week goes on here in her first trip to Worlds. She had a much better short program than her performance in the qualifying round. Of course, these ladies have to skate 3 different portions of the competition, which do count now. Qualifying 20%, short program 30%, and the free skate 50% of the overall score.
Now coming up is a triple loop, this back outside edge takeoff. Very nice.
The thing that she really excels at is this layback. That position is marvelous. And it's hard to realize how difficult that is and how much energy it takes. That triple toe is really the flaw in this performance, which has been superb to this point.
And now her final triple she has planned, another triple toe. 2-footed it and turned out.
She did not control the landing edge, doing 2-3 turns. Final spin. Beautiful back position.
But respectable performance.
She is a clean, steady, secure, traditional skater with superb technique, superb positions in her camels. In fact, the quietness of her, the calmness of her, almost lends one to believe that she could use more of a theatrical flair. But technically, it's just magnificent. Now, look at here, when this triple toe loop, where she reaches there and then just opens up, never gets off the ice. I suspect a great deal of that is the toe kick.
Sitting next to her, Richard Callahan, who has announced recently his impending retirement. He is coaching Angela through the World Championships, though. The first set of marks for technical merit.
Well, Italy certainly is not very happy with her at a 5-0, but the rest of the marks, you know, are quietly consistent. I think had she not fallen apart at the end, had she been better trained for this, she would have really been able to.
She was in 17th, Dick, after the short program, and now the leader in terms of those that have skated here in the free skate.
This priceless moment brought to you by MasterCard, the official card of the World Figure Skating Championships. 1998 was a landmark year for Michelle Kwan. After a devastating loss at the Winter Olympic Games, she came to the World Championships in Minnesota more focused than ever. And with the grace and competitive spirit that is her trademark, she won her second World Championship. Michelle has gone on to win each of the next 10 events she's entered.
On the ice, Yelena Lyashenko, Ukraine, the Ukraine.
Welcome back to the World Figure Skating Championships, presented by MasterCard. The ladies free skate underway here in Hartwall Arena. And here is Yelena Lyashenko of Ukraine. 2 out of the last 3 years, she has won the Ukrainian National Championship. And right now it's in 7th place.
And you know, for many of these Eastern European skaters, just accomplishing daily practice is a struggle. Elena takes a bus an hour and a half each way to practice in an unheated rink that she shares with hockey players. And her opening jump is a triple Lutz double toe combination. She takes a a long time for this preparation. Look at the edge she's holding.
But a good revolution. That long entrance detracts from then the perfection of the jump. And also sets up the jump so that it takes place right in the corner of the ring, which is never a good idea. It distracts you from watching the jump. Look at this setup. Not a good position. Takes a long time, but she got an okay jump out of it, even though the landing needed a little better checking.
This is a powerful opening. She has planned 4 triple jumps right at the very top of her program. Been a good start. Her 4th triple. She has planned a triple loop jump. It's a back outside edge takeoff. Here she goes for her preparation. Oh, 2-footed that landing.
Elena, 22 years old now. When she was a young kid, at the age of 6, she had bronchitis and pneumonia. In fact, the doctors told her family she was not going to survive. She had 4 operations on her lung. And like many of the skaters from the former republics of the Soviet Union, was actually advised by the doctors to pick up a sport to become healthier.
It's a remarkable story. She spins so tight in the air. Really nice.
Skating program is a straight line step that goes either from one end of the ring to the other, diagonal, serpentine, or circular pattern. This was hers. She chose a straight line.
Beautiful extension on the landing, how she stretched her arms and her free leg.
Double axel, double salchow rather, triple salchow. And spin combination. Extension over the arms. Now watch the head.
Spectacular.
She's brilliant. She's a joyous skater. She has such fun with it. I've never seen her without a smile on her face. She really raises my spirits to watch her.
19-year-old Lucinda Roux of Switzerland. And that is amazing to watch her spin on the ice. That's almost inhuman.
Well, the question is whether the judges will give this credit for this. Look at the centering of this. That is so difficult to keep that spin in that one spot. Now watch as she rises into this pancake position. I mean, that's brilliant. And the, oh my gosh, I mean, she just is magnificent. The end of the program was this combination spin. Watch, first she catch foot. Now watch as she's, look at the strip and the re. That's absolutely marvelous.
Technical merit, 4-9.
And you can hear the boos already because they've seen the first set of marks and they think they should be higher.
Well, there's a very simple problem here, and that is that the world of figure skating does not credit spins with anywhere near the same amount of value as they do jumps. They are harder, they're more difficult, and fewer people can do them superbly.
For presentation, a little higher, 5.2 to 5.5 for Lucinda Roux.
And 5-4.
And up next, the 13-year-old American who has had a blast at her first World Championship so far. Sarah Hughes takes the ice when we come back.
Yhdysvallat, the United States.
The youngest competitor here, and she is from Great Neck, New York. Sarah Hughes, 13 years of age, normally wouldn't even be able to compete here. You have to be 15 by the previous July. But she won a silver medal at the Junior World Championships 3 months ago.
Music is Swan Lake by Tchaikovsky, and she's right where a 13-year-old should be.
Well, she has learned so much in this last month about being a competitor and being a performer. She is in awe here, but she's not overwhelmed, and she is showing us that she deserves to be here at Worlds. She has 7 triple jumps planned, just like in Michelle Kwan's program. Her first jump is a double axel, nice and smooth and calm. And now her first combination, triple Lutz double toe. Nice. This is where her improvement has been since the Nationals, is holding these moves a little longer, putting more feeling into them. And now coming up, a triple loop combination, the same one that Tara did. First one. She didn't add the second one. She did that at the Nationals, though.
The fact that she didn't do the second one does not mean there will be any deduction of marks. This is a free program, and she can have the choice.
Nice positions in this combination spin.
Mentally into that posture.
Nice triple flip. She gets so excited when she lands these jumps. This big, huge smile comes on her face.
She's worn that smile most of this week. Remember, she finished 4th at the U.S. Championships, right behind Naomi Narinan, who is too young to skate here at Worlds.
Triple Lutz. Good girl. triple Salchow.
Oh,
Very well
nice.
done.
Very nice. Wonderful flying camel with illusions at the end. And oh, isn't she happy? Oh, marvelous.
Only 13 years old. It's not only the American contingent here in the arena that's up on its feet. John, her father, came all the way here to watch her.
Her mother is at home with one of her brothers who is not feeling well.
13 years old, Dick, her first trip to the World Championships.
But the interesting point is that at 13, she's not ahead of her game. She's not one of those precocious little 8-year-olds that can play the minute waltz in less than a minute. She's just right.
And this was her triple Lutz double toe at the beginning of the program. A little shaky on that landing, a little slow, but she did it. And it got her on her way. And this was her triple flip jump. Watch her preparation. She taps back and gets good spring in it, solid, and very happy about it.
How about a top 10 finish or better in your first trip to the World Championships?
Well, I think that's spectacular. The marks are really wonderful, and they reflect the fact that she was consistent and steady and did everything. And that's nice. It's a good overall package that she has. And here, for the style and the presentation. Oh,
that's wonderful. I think this past month has been the most inspirational of her whole life.
That sincere enthusiasm on her face right now. Sarah Hughes, a terrific effort here. The final group of skaters steps onto the ice here in Helsinki when we come back after this. 13-year-old American Sarah Hughes has just lifted the tone of this free skate, and now she joins Leslie.
Terry, as Peggy said, she showed why she deserved to be here. Well done, Sarah. What was your attitude? What was going on for you out there?
Well, in this program, my main goal was just to perform and show that, 13-year-olds can come and look like they belong.
Do you feel like you made a great improvement since Nationals even?
Yeah, I feel that I've improved a lot since Nationals because I felt that, my posture's improved a little bit. And Nationals, I felt a lot of pressure at Nationals, so, my performance level wasn't really where it should have been. Well, so I wanted to show that I could do that here.
It did show tonight. Congratulations to you. The American flags were flying. Back to you, Terry.
All right, Leslie, thank you. The final group of skaters taking the ice here at the World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard. And Michelle Kwan was well aware of the pressure she would face when she decided not to turn professional. As Leslie Visser reminds us, it is very difficult for an athlete to stay on top.
It's a challenge to try to stay on top, to try to be number one. I love trying to get better, working really hard. And you have to remember there's only one goal.
As long as you're corralling yourself up the ladder, you think of going from fourth to third, third to second, second to first. You never think of losing a place. Now, she's the champion. And there's only one place to go, and that's down.
Michelle Kwan's challenge now is trying to stay on top. The pressure of holding on to perfection for 3 more years is immense, but Michelle has a master plan for keeping physically and mentally sharp.
I think if you plan your schedule wisely and not overwork yourself and know your limitations, then you'll be fine. 2 years will go by like that. But if you constantly on the go doing competitions, exhibitions, pro-am competitions, then you're gonna drain out. You're gonna be tired, and you probably won't make it to 2002.
Michelle is keeping fresh outside the competitions by enjoying the spotlight, from cameos and public appearances to starring in her own special. Michelle enjoys meeting celebrities as much as being one.
All I did was wear my skates to school.
But 3 weeks before a competition, the diversion ceased. No media, no appearances, just practice. It's the focus necessary to stay on top, ahead of the new young challengers with their own Olympic dreams.
Every year is harder for her. She now has to defend her world title. I rather suspect we'll have more Tara Lipinskis coming up at a young age, doing some triple combinations. And as Michelle matures and gets older, it gets more difficult. And the stakes are higher.
You have no control over the up-and-comers. All you can do is work on yourself and your skating. If the skater in front of me lands a quadruple toe, triple axel, I mean, if I can't do that, it doesn't motivate me. I can't do that. So the thing I do is just get into myself and what I can do better.
How much better can she get? Michelle has yet to lose since Nagano, but can she sustain this level until 2002? And what if gold eludes her again?
It's a sport where you have literally 6 minutes to go out and prove you're the best. And one split second can determine whether you win the gold or the silver or whatever. It's really an intense pressure.
I can train really hard for the next 3 years and be on top of the game and do everything perfect, and then I might not win. You know, there's no guarantees in life, and I understand that, and I know that going ahead.
Now she's got to mount a comeback to win the gold medal here in Helsinki. The final group skates after this message and a word from our ABC stations. This ladies' free skate continues with the final group taking the ice. And Dick, it includes the leader, the 6-time Russian champion, Maria Butyrskaya.
Well, the thing to look for with her is her nerves. That will tell you whether she will be able to do the 6 triples that she's planned. If she does those, then she's well on her way. And while you're at it, watch the jump landings to see if they're smoother and softer. And finally, her spin positions are great.
Peggy, what about Michelle Kwan trying to come back? What do we look for here?
Well, the most outstanding thing about her is her emotion and the feeling she gives her program. But she also has 7 triple jumps planned, 1 more than Butyrskaya has. 2 of them are triple combinations, and Maria does not do that in her program. And also you see the Charlotte move. It's a very effective move at the beginning of her program.
So those are the 2 headliners, but again, you cannot forget about Yulia Soldatova, the 17-year-old from Russia in 2nd place. She may indeed be the wild card here. Let's get a report from Leslie now.
Terry, there was a sense of tension and confidence backstage. Maria Butyrskaya's coaches told her, do not think of the title, only of your program. As for Michelle Kwan, she is not 100%. Frank Carroll said doing 3 programs in 4 days with a bad cold is quite a strain, but her emotion right now is one of determination. He said that she was angry at herself after the short program, and that will motivate her. Terry?
And here's the order in which this final group will skate. Tatiana Malinina in 5th place could shake things up at the top. Vanessa Guzmaroli has already won a bronze medal at the World Championships. Soldatova, Butyrskaya, Reknio of Poland, and then Michelle Kwan is the last to skate.
Next to skate is Tatiana Malinina, Uzbekistan.
So the first up here in the final group, the 6-time national champion of Uzbekistan, Tatiana Malinina, and she had been red hot coming in. In fact, the last competition for her was the Grand Prix final in St. Petersburg a few weeks ago, and she defeated Maria Butyrskaya.
She's had an unbelievable year. She has very good spring and energy to her skating, but she needs a little more stretch and polish to her overall program, but she's very nice.
5th place.
She's opening with a triple Lutz, and she usually gets such spring to this jump. Oh, very nice. Plenty of time for that landing. Nice control.
There's a very easy edging about her when she strokes around the rink. It's with very sort of smooth, flowing kind of moves. Look at this triple flip.
Handicapped her skating for years. Best period has been her recent one, and she's moved to Virginia to live and train. She's actually skating without a coach these days.
Triple loop jump.
Very solid. What a beginning. A triple in combination, triple Salchow, double toe. Boy, that is so solid.
Music is from the motion picture Aladdin, Alan Menken. Spiral combination. This double axel, the move that Michelle Kwan fell on. She lifts beautifully up into that, and she does one immediately after the other. Very difficult.
She's skating with a lot of confidence. This position could be better. Her free foot hanging down like that. Not good.
Michelle Kwan is her inspiration. She could go a long way towards helping her idol win a gold medal. Yes. Remember, Michelle needs someone else to beat Bucherskaya in the free skate.
As she puts it, Michelle Kwan has it all, technique and artistry. This young lady is certainly a long way down that road as well.
Double Lutz, double toe. That was intended to be a triple, but she's completed 5 triples in this program.
Very good speed on this flying camel. The final spin. Forward scratch spin. We don't see that too often. Very difficult.
Very solid performance, and she's thrilled.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Well, it's a very sensitive program. It was also sensitive in the sense that she didn't wildly attack things. She took her time. She took care.
No one to high five right now, though. That's her biggest problem.
And this was her triple Lutz at the beginning of the program. Good height. Looked so easy and plenty of time for that landing. Nice extension and good control. And this was her triple sow double toe combination, that back inside takeoff. Nice turning in the air, very much in control, real straight.
Tatiana Malinina and the first set of marks extremely high, a 5.7, the rest 5.8.
Those are very solid. And remember, there's still 5 people to come, and that mark is 0.2 of a point off perfection.
Now for presentation, she doesn't like those as much, but she'll take them. She's the leader in terms of those that have competed here in the free skate. But remember, Bucherskaya and Michelle Kwan still to come.
The ice. Vanessa Gusmeroli, Ranska, France.
So your mobile update of the current standings. Right now, Tatiana Malinina in the lead over Plushenko and the 13-year-old from Great Neck, New York, Sarah Hughes. But here's Vanessa Gusmeroli. She won the bronze medal in '97 at the World Championships. Last year finished 16th. Right now in 3rd place after the short program.
And in her free program, she portrays a jewel thief. That's why she's dressed all in black. Her opening jump jump, a triple Lutz. Nicely done.
He sometimes takes a very long setup on this upcoming triple flip jump. He, in a sense, right here telegraphs the entrance. Fell out of the jump, did not check it. Layback spin. Now in this camel position, she has quite a nice forward position here. Look at how big the circles are on the ice. That's an outside edge spin.
Now the choreography is coming into play. She breaks in. Sneaking around.
Trying to steal a medal here in Helsinki.
Oh no, she stole a diamond bracelet.
But she'll give it back if she can have the medal.
Rather have gold.
Nice triple toe, double toe.
Good speed. Note the turnover position.
Touches the ice with forward spiral.
The case in the jewelry store.
Right, breaking of the glass.
Double flip, and she fell out of it.
Uh-oh, the alarms are going off.
Maybe that was supposed to happen. She's getting caught now.
Axel, double axel rather. Now note the changes in this combination spin from a camel to a back sit to a stretch catch leg and a forward camel. Stepping into that forward position, very difficult. Final series of serpentine steps.
She's finishing up this choreography by being chased by the cops.
Wonderful.
I think that's what this is going on here.
Wonderful split on the ice.
And a final triple toe.
The French skaters always tell a story, don't they? You think about Philippe Candeloro, Laurent Tobel, and Julia Bonali. Vanessa Guzmaroli, her effort here in the free skate will have her marks and will continue in the World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard in Helsinki. And then the young Russian, 17 years of age, Yulia Soldatova, has a chance to win a medal. She's in second place overall when we come back. Irina Witt, the four-time world champion, in fact, the last lady to win 3 world championships. Michelle Kwan trying to do that. Working today for German television here in Helsinki.
France. Technical merit 5-4, 5-5.
Back in Helsinki, Vanessa Guzmaroli has gotten away from the police. Did she steal the medal?
We'll wait and see. The first set of marks for technical merit.
They're really very nicely generous marks. The artistic impression, I think.
5, 6, 5, 7.
Looks like they liked it.
Yes.
First overall, the leader for a moment.
It was interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know if it really came across totally to the audience.
Thank you. Seuraava kilpailija on next to skate is...
So here's your leaderboard right now. There's Neroli on top, Malinina of Uzbekistan in second, then Plushenko and Sarah Hughes in fourth place in her first trip to the World Championships. And here's Yulia Soldatova of Russia, the junior world champion in 1998, in second place, and obviously with a realistic chance of winning the gold medal.
Well, she has a lot of life and spark, and she skates with confidence and ease.
She's also 17, has nothing to lose, and is a wonderful athlete. This opening move, combination, triple Salchow, triple toe loop. Very, very nice.
And that's a difficult triple combination. That triple Salchow is more difficult than the triple toe, and then putting them together makes that a real solid opening for her.
Now watch how she reaches back here. See if she goes far enough to it. Yes, nice. Very controlled. Also right up against the barrier. Again, there was the problem of the toe pick into the ice. The foot was turned on its side, not stretched back. Very bad position.
Therefore, she didn't get enough lift in that jump.
She never got off the jump. She never got off the ice. Doing all these jumps right in the corner. Choreographically, I think that's very distracting.
Yulia, one of the young Russians here in Helsinki, instead of Irina Slutskaya, who just a couple of years ago won her second European championship. That's how fast things change in this sport. Soldatova and Victoria Volchkova, a teenager, both beat Slutskaya out for the Russian world team.
The back spiral right into a triple Salchow.
That was beautiful. Beautiful. Total control. No break in those edges.
It's nice when the moves flow from one to the other.
She seems very confident now. Smiling her way through this.
Her final combination spin. Doesn't hold the positions very long.
Or very well.
Very nice. She looks so calm after finishing that 4 minutes.
It's sort of a relaxed program. I mean, she doesn't really take on the role of the dancer in this. She isn't up and out.
No, she doesn't take command of the ice very much. She's very quiet about it.
Still only 17 years of age, though, and the silver medalist this year at the European Championship.
And look at this triple flip. Now watch her turn and then watch this stretch into the ice. Look at how the foot is turned over before it even gets off the ice. Of course she's going to fall.
The judges' marks, please, for Yulia Soldatova, Russia. Technical merit, 5-7.
Vanessa Guzmaroli, the current leader, Malinina in second. We'll see where Soldatova fits in. Those are the first set of marks.
Well, they're very high when you stop to realize she did land 7 triple jumps.
Presentation.
And now the marks for presentation. And it puts her in first place. So those are good enough to put her ahead of Guzmaroli and Malinina right now.
5-6, 5-6, and 5-5.
But up next, Maria Butyrskaya goes for the gold medal. Right after this message and a word from our ABC stations. The year Michelle Kwan was born, Maria Butyrskaya was starting her 4th year in the Soviet figure skating system, a system which nearly destroyed her career. Her struggle began on the first day of school in Moscow.
I started figure skating by pure chance because next door to our house there was a kindergarten, probably unique in Moscow, with a skating rink. My mother would take me there. I was 4.
The kindergarten coach spotted Maria's talent right away. She became part of the vast Soviet figure skating system and won several early competitions. But when her teacher left the school, Maria received little individual attention. She lost interest in a sport which treated her like a small cog in a colossal machine. When her spirit waned, that machine tried to spit her out.
They said I had no future, that I would never be any good. So they just expelled me. I was on the verge of giving up figure skating forever. I felt hurt that somebody decided my life for me, and I did not want to give it all up. So I decided to prove they were wrong.
Butyrskaya finally found a coach of her own and began her climb. She's won a Russian record 6 national titles and back-to-back European championships in '98 and '99. But she's a contradiction. Guarded, yet she posed for Playboy. She loves the Bolshoi Ballet as much as disco dancing. At age 26, she wants to improve on last year's bronze and win a world championship. But she knows that in 10 meetings with Kwan, Michelle has beaten her every time.
How do you look now to the world championship and Michelle Kwan?
You know, this is a difficult question because I would will be a world champion, but Michelle Kwan, it's a problem for me, but I will try.
Despite the daunting presence of 18-year-old Kwan, Maria, 8 years her senior, refuses to believe she's too old to achieve her dreams.
I have proven to myself and others that physical age does not matter at all in sports. When on the ice, I don't feel like a 15-year-old girl, but like a real woman. I'm glad that I'm old.
It'll be a testament to her perseverance if she can win the gold medal. Here are the current standings. Soldatova of Russia, Malinina, and Guzmaroli now in 3rd place from France. But here is Maria Butyrskaya, trying to become the first Russian lady ever to win this title and the oldest skater ever to win a world championship in the ladies competition.
Well, the question only will be, what is her nerves position? Where will she be on these triple jumps?
With Michelle in 4th place after the short program, this is a golden opportunity for Maria. It's either now or never.
The first move, this triple Lutz jump. Beauty, a beauty, and a very nice landing edge, very controlled.
this next triple flip jump out of the way. Camel positions, really a very beautiful forward camel position. She changes to a back.
Besides the overall standings, remember the results of just the free skate, very important. Malinina, the top free skate so far. Michelle Kwan needs someone to have a better free skate than Maria Butirskaya. She'll be the last skater.
Nice triple tap.
Good one.
And right into triple toe loop. She looks totally focused. She's not reacting to the crowd at all. Just focusing down on the ice and herself.
Position before. She knows exactly every step she's taking.
And this is a program she knows very well. This is her last year's program. She's very familiar with this.
Triple loop, double toe loop.
Russian sweep of all 4 disciplines here at the World Championships. That's never been done before. Austria did it, but there was no ice dancing back in 1925.
Triple toe, double sal.
How wonderfully done that was. It almost looked as though she was stepping out of it, but instead she went right into the next move, and it was a combination. Perfectly done.
Triple loop.
Double axel.
Wow.
Now she sees a crack in the stiffness of the face.
Beautiful position there with her arms behind her.
This audience is going to erupt for her.
And there's finally a smile on her face.
She knew she had 4 minutes that she may never get back again in her career, and she took advantage.
You know, the important thing for her is really less that she wins, that she was able to withstand the pressure, that she was able to give one of the best performances of her life, that she did not miss on those triple jumps, and that all that experience came to the fore. That is the nice thing that she will remember.
What do you think those Russians who gave up on her years ago are thinking right now? Maria Butirskaya, with her performance here in the free skate, met the moment.
And this is her triple toe that she did. Good lift and jumping right up into a double salchow. Really solid.
Years of hard work, perseverance. That's what it ends up being, the emotion at the end.
5-9, 5-8, 5-8, 5-7, 5-7. 5-8.
Remember, if
5-8,
Maria wins the free
5-7,
skate, then there's only one
5-8.
skater left that can help Michelle Kwan. The first set of marks.
Well, they're very high and they're very strong. And you know, I think the Russian Federation of 10 years ago should be eating its hat right now after having dumped her from the team, removed her from the World Championship.
She had a skate of her life. She landed 7 triple jumps.
Thank you.
Oh, that's nice to see.
Now only Anna Rechnio can help Michelle Kwan. Michelle will be the final one to skate, but her path to a gold medal just got more difficult. Back at the World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard, Maria Butirskaya holds the lead over Soldanova and Malinina. And here is Anna Rechnio, the 3-time champion of Poland. And she is the final skater that can help Michelle Kwan. She has to defeat Maria Butirskaya with her free skate performance, at least.
And she's a big lady with high, powerful jumps.
And that is the only way Michelle can have a chance at the gold medal.
She gets a lot of air in her jumps. Her opening is a triple flip, double toe combination. Very powerful,
very
easy.
Sedate. She's taking it very carefully, which is exactly what you should do at the start of a long program. Triple Lutz jump. Long edge here. Wonderful height. A slight lean on the landing, but that's nitpicking. Effortless, effortless.
They have so much lift to them. They look so light.
Interestingly enough, her choreographer was Elena Tchaikovskaya, who was also coaching Maria Butirskaya. Loop jump. Oh.
She looks so much in command of these jumps, going in and out of them.
And that fall on that triple salchow is probably going to cost Michelle Kwan the world title.
Not a lot of rapport with the audience, though. Nice double axel.
That forward edge again, the culprit in so many of these jumps.
even though she fell on 2 major jumps, and her marks, which her marks will probably reflect, this was a wonderful overall program. It was full, it was complete, Sleeping Beauty. Choreography was well done and well followed.
Anna Reknio of Poland, but Michelle Kwan now knows most likely the best she can hope for is a silver medal. And we continue from the World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard here in Helsinki.
6.
Back in Helsinki, the first set of marks for Anna Reknio of Poland.
And they're very strong. She just showed very well. Missed 2 jumps. That caused that mark down. But I think these marks are relatively low when you compare to the quality of her performance.
So that puts her in 5th, and as expected, the last chance for Michelle Kwan to win a gold medal is just gone by the board. Maria Butyrskaya, the leader, as we check the mobile update of the current standings. Soldatova of Russia in 2nd, Malinina of Uzbekistan in 3rd right now.
Michelle Kwan.
So the 2-time world champion who has had to motivate herself over the past year with no chief rival to push her, now finds herself in a position where she's got to motivate herself to win a silver, not a gold. 4th after the short program.
Well, Michelle was pretty emotional after the short program, and her dad told her, you know, she can't be perfect all the time. But Michelle knows what she needs to do now.
The opening combination, triple Lutz. And she fell out of it. Wow.
That's really out of character to see her do this. This is the Charlotte move that is so effective. Now coming up is her triple combination.
But the first one is a triple volley, not a triple toe loop. See the inside edge?
And she did a triple-double combination.
Michelle has to finish 1st or 2nd in the free skate. So her effort has to be better than Butyrskaya or Malinina in order to capture the silver medal.
She really uses this music so well. Nice triple flip. Jump she fell on in the short program, and she only did a single axel instead of a double.
complete whole. Her style is lovely. Her presentation works. The quality of this program is first grade. I must say, my heart goes out to her.
I'm very surprised at her. This is so out of character to see this happen to Michelle Kwan.
Well, everybody makes mistakes once in a while. It's perfectly okay. I think the really difficult problem that she had to deal with was the fact that after the short program, with only one mandatory deduction, one fall, the judges marked her down not to second place, but to fourth place.
It was supposed to be a showcase for the finest artist in the world, Michelle Kwan, to defend her title. But it has turned out to be Maria Butirskaya's event. The six-time Russian national champion realizing she's got the gold medal.
And it was all negative.
Michelle Kwan with her coach, Frank Carroll. Will there be a medal? What color will it be?
Now, look at this combination of two triple jumps, which turned out to be one triple right here, triple toe loop,
5-6,
and a double
5-7,
right there.
5-6.
Now remember, Michelle Kwan has to defeat Soldatova with her free skate effort to get the silver, the first set of marks in a wide range.
Well, from 5-3 up to 5-7, the marks generally not as good as they could be by any means. But these, the artistic marks, wonderfully impressive. That's where she belongs.
In second place, so she captures the silver medal. Not exactly what she had hoped for coming in, not what anyone expected. But the second half of that free skate to fight back and overtake Soldatova, you've got to give her credit for that. Hard to imagine how satisfying this win is for Maria Butirskaya. Michelle Kwan, the unexpected silver. Yulia Soldatova, only 17 years of age, the bronze. And how about Sarah Hughes finishing 7th in her first trip to the World Championships? That's where Peggy Fleming finished in her first Worlds. And Angela Nikodinov, 12th. Right now, let's join Leslie Visser, who is with Michelle Kwan.
Terry, it's hard for anyone to live up to her own legend. A really tough night. Michelle, how did you view tonight?
Well, you know, I was the last to skate, first of all, and, you know, I had a lot of time backstage to think about everything. And I thought, you know, it's showtime. Let's go out there and just do it. And, you know, it was a little shaky tonight, but, you know, I hung on. I did the last lutz, which I'd been missing in the practices, but I went through it, and I feel fine. I feel okay.
Did you know before you took the ice that you couldn't win the gold?
Well, after the short program, being fourth, it was sort of out of my hands, you know. I had to rely on other skaters to do well also, and it's just, that's not what I was focusing on. I was backstage for a good 45 minutes, and I was like, okay, I'm just going to wait and wait until it's time for me to go.
Well, you always handle yourself beautifully. Thanks for coming in, Michelle. Back to you, Terry.
All right, Leslie, thanks. Dick, how did you see the head-to-head matchup between Maria and Michelle?
Well, the whole thing comes down to item number one, the triples. Kwan did 6, Butirskaya did 7, Kwan missed 1. That's the name of the game right there, and the rest doesn't matter. The spins were beautiful on both. The footwork and artistry really goes to Kwan, but the name of the game is triples.
Well, they say success is the ultimate revenge, and Maria Butirskaya's critics have very little to say now. For the first time ever, the Russians sweep all 4 disciplines, but the win in ice dance in dispute. The win over a French team in the French Federation has raised the issue, saying there is a judging controversy, and that will be taken under review. City of Helsinki, inside Hartwall Arena, where the world's best have already decided their titles. Now they skate to entertain. And hello, everybody. I'm Terry Gannon. Among the many moments that highlighted these World Championships, there are 2 that stand out and will last in memory. An outstanding men's free skate, when we witnessed 7 quadruple jumps in one night, and the boundaries of the sport raised even higher just like that. And the remarkable upset in the ladies' championship, when Maria Butyrskaya defied her critics and all the experts and completely rewrote the script that had Michelle Kwan easily defending her title here. We welcome in Olympic champion Peggy Fleming now. It's hard to imagine how satisfying the win is for Maria Butyrskaya.
Oh, Terry, it's wonderful. You know, in a sport with more vicious Monday morning quarterbacks than the NFL, Maria Butyrskaya had long ago been written off as a contender for the world title. Burdened by a long history of self-destructing under pressure, Maria would never have what it takes, they said. Maria could never keep the ball in play. That's what they all said until last Saturday night, when she not only kept the ball in play, she beat the defending champion. Well, so much for expert predictions. Now the experts are all analyzing one bad week for Michelle Kwan. And you know what? Everyone has a bad week. This was just unfortunate timing. Don't ever presume that you can predict this sport.
The only thing that remains constant is change. That was reinforced last week here in Helsinki. We welcome in two-time Olympic champion Dick Button. You've seen a few of these World Championships over the years. What are your lasting impressions?
Well, I got to tell you that the World Figure Skating Championships have always been the best theater in town. I mean, first of all, there's the risk factor. Will the guys land all those quadruple jumps? Then there's danger. Will a man drop the girl down from one of those fancy high-flying pair lifts? And there's beautiful women who flash just as much flesh as they do fancy footwork. And there's music, and there's dance, and there's controversy. I mean, where else can the whole country of France get incensed over the judging of ice dancing? And there's international intrigue, where a Russian judge may, just may, use his toe to tap out his country's secrets. Now, the World Championships are without a doubt the best fun. They're energetic, brash, heartwarming, glamorous, occasionally immature, sometimes ridiculous, but always riveting.
Please welcome Michael Weiss.
And now the best in the world take the ice once again here in Helsinki for their special performances. No judges, no marks, no restrictions. And what a year it's been for Michael Weiss. Became a father, a U.S. champion, and a world bronze medalist, all within the last year.
Now, which do you think of those is the most important?
I believe the first may have precedence.
Well, that's so nice that he did keep his focus this year with all of that personal stuff going on.
That sort of sets the tone for the fact that, yeah, I can do those triple jumps. No problem.
Hello, I love you, won't you tell me your name? Hello, I love you, let me jump in your game. Hello, I love you, won't you tell me your name? Hello, I love you, let me jump in your game. People are strange when you're a stranger. Faces look ugly when you're alone. Women seem wicked when you're unwanted. Streets are uneven when you're down. When you're strange, faces come out of the rain. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange, when you're strange. When you're strange, faces come out of the rain. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange, when you're strange, when you're strange.
A little bit of back flip. You know, that's the simplest of gymnastic moves, and the audiences always love it.
What was that promise that you made? Now I'm gonna love you till the heavens start to rain.
certainly has fun with that.
Yes, it's very appealing.
Jim Morrison and the Doors from Michael Weiss, who was on the verge, but officially joined the world's elite here in Helsinki. The bronze medalist from the World Championship, Michael Weiss. The 22-year-old Virginian enjoyed his finest week ever as a skater here in Helsinki. In the qualifying round, he kicked it off by landing his first official quad jump ever. That momentum carried over through the short program. Yet he ended up in fourth, still one spot away from earning a place on the podium. His free skate took care of that. He vaulted over Elvis Stoico, a three-time champion, to join an exclusive club. And when he finished on the ice, Michael and the crowd realized his first world medal had just been secured. When we return, Marina Anasina and Gwendal Pezara, the silver medalists in ice dance. Even they didn't realize how close they were to gold or how the issue was settled. That story, and then they skate when we real the World Championships. Krylov and Ovsyannikov against Anasina and Pezara of France. The French duo had never beaten the Russians in any phase of any competition until the original dance here in Helsinki. Even they were shocked to see their names atop the leaderboard.
5-9 and 5-9.
The top prize would be decided in the free dance. With their usual passion and emotion, Marina and Gwendal won over the audience. Most in the arena judged their effort to be worthy of the gold medal. But the defending world champions, Krylov and Ovsyannikov, took the ice with the confidence of a team that hadn't felt the sting of defeat all season. Despite a less than enthusiastic response from the crowd, the Russians defended their title by the slimmest of margins, 5 judges to 4, with one judge initially awarding the gold medal to the French and changing his mark after conferring with a referee who happened to be Russian.
Venaya, Russia.
If something was wrong in behind, I think we must find the truth, and it must be done so that it will not happen next competition or next year.
Well, the entire matter now under review by the International Skating Union. The French Federation filed a formal protest. And we will wait to see what takes place. But here are the silver medalists in ice dancing, Marina Anasina and Gwendal Pezara.
Use of reverse lifts in which she lifts him, and look at the way he just pressed her up into that position. Magnificent. Music, time to say goodbye. The whole point of their skating is the way they relate to each other. It truly is, two shall dance as one.
Beautiful.
They have such an ability to relate to each other. Their skating is all inward. It's to each of them. And as a result of that, it comes outward to us. It's really a magnificent form of the great art of ice dancing.
A Russian woman, a French man in the silver medal ice dancing team from France, Marina Anasina and Gwendal Pejara. And up next, the gold medalist in pairs, Russians Yelena Berezhnaya and Anton Sikaridze. They'll take the ice to perform when we continue with the World Figure Skating Championship.
Yelena Berezhnaya, Anton Sikaridze, Venaya, Russia.
And now the World Figure Skating Championships presented by MasterCard continue with the special performance of the world champions in pairs, Yelena Berezhnaya and Anton Sikaridze of Russia. Now the two-time gold medalist.
The music, Impossible Dream.
We'll just sit back and enjoy their speed and their elegance.
Competition. Yelena and Anton's gold medal, part of another judging controversy here in Helsinki. In fact, two judges, one Ukrainian, one Russian, have been suspended by the International Skating Union for apparently communicating with each other during the free skate.
Defending their world title was certainly not an impossible dream.
You know, when they look like that and they skate like that, you just have to remain, you know, unable to catch your breath. I find them dazzlingly beautiful, elegant, quiet, just the edging and the flow so good.
Easy to see why they've lost just one event over the entire course of the past season. Yelena Berezhnaya and Anton Sikaridze. And when we come back, Michelle Kwan will take a look back at her week in Helsinki, and then she'll take the ice to perform. That's right after this message and a word from our ABC station as the overwhelming favorite, having just recently won her third U.S. national title. But a nagging cold triggered a downward spiral that weakened her confidence.
I had a few doubts. You know, I stepped on the ice. I was like, okay, I'm ready. Am I ready? You know, I shouldn't question myself. The short program was just, I don't know what happened. It was just a little rocky. And I didn't feel on balance. And that's what reflected on the ice.
For Michelle, minor stumbles are major headlines. That is, if you can call a silver medal a stumble at all. Nonetheless, she remains one of the world's premier skaters. But she found out no one is invincible.
You skate, and you know, sometimes you do make mistakes. I'm only human, and you know, you do have ups and downs. This is what competition's all about. And I can't look back, because if you look back, it's just, you regret everything you do. You know, you look at the past and you forget the future.
Our next performer comes from the United States of America. Please welcome Michelle Kwan.
She's had to learn how to handle disappointment and come back even stronger, and that's what she told us she plans to do now as well. Here is the special performance of Michelle Kwan.
And it's a new program, To the Red Violin by John Corigliano.
such intensity to her choreography, and her choice of music is always selected very carefully. And this is a beautiful choice. Beautiful, very quiet, very soft and strong, sensitive number.
She just takes my breath away. When she does a program like this, she keeps saying, don't, do something totally wildly different, do something that is this, that, and then whatever she chooses comes out to have such heart-rending kind of quality. She's a marvelous skater. I'm sorry that she missed the championship last week by failing on those 1 or 2 jumps, but having a day off, but so what? She really is magnificent.
We're coming back with the performance of Alexei Yagudin, the young Russian who again established himself at the top of the menu now here in Helsinki with the 2-time and reigning ice dancing champions of the world, Angelika Krylova and Oleg Ovsyannikov of Russia.
Rhythm to dance to.
But I still got the blues for you. So many years since I've seen your face, but here in my heart there's an
totally unlike the competitive number that they did, the African drum beats. Nice to see them doing this style of ice dancing.
But I still got the blues for you. All this pain come and go. There was one thing I know. I've seen.
Say this particular kind of number is very good for them. It fits them. The costumes are good. They work beautifully for her. They extend the line. Nice dancing.
For 2 seasons in a row now, the first couple of ice dance. Angelika Krylova and Oleg Ovsyannikov of Russia. In case you haven't heard, there was a revolution in Helsinki. In fact, there were 4 revolutions in less than a second. Australian Anthony Liu, the man from down under, rose high above the ice. And it was China's Zheng Guo. Barely. Arab Bulgaria, Ivan Dinev, joined the Mile High Club. From Japan, Takeshi Honda went into four-wheel drive. And Elvis, well, he almost left the building. And an American teenager from Ohio joined the quad squad. 18-year-old Timothy Gable completed the first quadruple Salchow triple toe in history. And finally, Alexei Yagudin proved why he's the world champion. 7 quad jumps were landed in the free skate. That's a record. Quad Mania, coming to a rink near you.
World figure skating champion for 1999, Alexei Yagudin.
The technical aspects of this sport taking to new heights here in Helsinki, and here is one of the men who led that charge. Alexei Yagudin, for 2 years in a row now, the gold medalist from the World Championships.
And this is the short program that he used to establish his lead. Sense of humor, a little sense of theater about him.
But at this championship, it seemed like he never blinked once during the whole entire week with all of that intense pressure. And he certainly set the pace and never allowed it to slow down.
Back in the 50s. It's called a back shoot the duck. I think he has a great security about his skating. I also think he's a little tired in this championship when you stop to think of the partying that's been going on after all that pressure. And I don't blame him for 1 minute.
Alexei Yagudin thoroughly enjoying his second straight win at the World Championships. We're coming back with the upset winner of the ladies' title, Maria Butyrskaya, the most experienced skater ever to win that crown. She'll skate next.
World champion for 1999, Maria Butyrskaya.
Within a few years, we've seen the youngest champion in history in Tara Lipinski, and now the oldest ladies world champion ever, Maria Butyrskaya, and the first one to ever do it and represent Russia.
You know, all this talk about her being the oldest at 26, that's pretty young.
Not exactly over the hill.
Oh, brother.
And it's so nice to see her smiling. Usually she is so intense.
The music, Forever Tango. Triple jumps left and right, and then fall on the simple double one, or miss it a little bit. Listen, after you've just competed in a world championship, you have every right to make a mistake. The events of the week of the world championships are long and exhausting. 3 full-out performances for each lady is an incredible amount of pressure.
And she was under intense pressure, and she came through.
Well, we saw her life change dramatically here in Helsinki.
Oh, we certainly did. And with all the tough times that are going on in her country, it's so nice to see her come home with a gold medal. That brings some joy.
She'll always be able to say on the most important night of her career, she was able to meet the moment.
She was a lovely, lovely performance.
So as night falls on these World Championships, they'll be remembered for a number of things. Drama, history, upsets, and controversy. A Russian sweep that included the defense of 3 titles. And a first for a Russian lady who reminded all of us that you cannot take anything for granted in the world of sports. For Peggy Fleming, Dick Button, Leslie Visser, and our entire ABC Sports crew, I'm Terry Gannon. Good night, everyone.